I'd like to call this meeting to order, Centro City Council. If we could have roll call, please.
Mayor Jackson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cardenas,
Present.
Councilmember Villegas Walker,
Here.
Councilmember Silva,
Present.
and Councilmember Garcia. He's absent today.
Okay, next we'll have the pledge led by Councilmember Pro Tem Cardenas, and then we'll have our guest invocation by Mr. Reverend Gary Boyd from the Grace Lutheran Church.
You guys join me in the pledge? Ready? Begin. I pledge
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's bow our heads for prayer. Through your servant Paul in the New Testament, O Lord, you lay upon us these words. First of all, then, I urge that petitions, prayers, requests, and thanksgivings be offered to God for all people, for kings and for all others who are in authority, that we may live a quiet and peaceable life with all reverence toward God and with proper conduct. This is good, and it pleases God our Savior, who wants everyone to be saved and to come to know the truth. We're gathered here this evening, O Lord, in front of people of authority. Their job can be challenging, and it is our duty to support them with our prayers. So we ask that you bless their efforts and you answer our prayers on their behalf and also on our behalf, because when you do bless their efforts and answers our prayers, life is good. There are many benefits. Children flourish, education goes on, commerce and business thrives. Agriculture, farmers and ranchers do their job and feed the people. There are cultural benefits, and evildoers are put away, and law-abiding citizens can live in peace. Therefore, we ask that you take our prayers on their behalf and answer them so that we can all enjoy richer, more peaceful, quieter, and happier lives. Through Jesus Christ, your Son, our Lord, who lives and reigns with you in the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Boyd. We have no city attorney report, as we had no closed session today. So, and there is no presentations or special announcements from the mayor. So I will move on to scheduled public comments. At this time, we are going to ask that we move item number 5 as our first scheduled public comment, in order to accommodate some of our speakers that need to get up to Brawley and speak up in front of that council. So, at this time, Ms. Liz Zarate, where's Liz?
Oh, actually, this item's right before you. Well,
You're good.
I'll handle that.
Okay.
It's, received a request from the county CEO concerning this item. They were made aware of the decision of the council at their last board meeting, and at that time, they made a proposal and recommendation, and there was just a request that this be reconsidered, and I brought it to the mayor, and mayor agreed. What you have before you, and you can see in your presentation, the three proposers, and I believe they're all here. And as for that, how you conduct this is you can have each one speak or ask your questions. It really is up to you.
What would be the preference of the council? We'd like to hear from all three proponents?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll just take this in order as it's placed on my agenda items. So we will ask representatives from Boutique Air. If you'd like to come to the mic, please identify yourselves and have about 3 minutes to give or take. We'll try to give you the time you need to make your presentation.
Alrighty, we were told somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes, but we'll try and blaze through as quickly as we can.
Okay.
And let's see here, I'm just trying to get that to be full screen here. Want to press here, present.
Close enough into
I appreciate your time and having us here today to present our service to you guys. My name is Matthew Butcher. I'm the Director of Operations for Boutique Air. And have a lot of regional airline experience, well over a decade of very similar experience to what you guys need for Central Air Service. Worked for Mesa Airlines, Surf Air, Seaport Airlines. I do have a background in training, and have been a director of safety, director of training, assistant chief pilot, and now the director of operations. So I'm going to hand it over to Sean.
Okay. Thanks, Matt. And my name is Sean Simpson. I'm the CEO of Boutique Air, and thank you for having us here. So we'll usually we do this in about half an hour. We'll try and do the very condensed version. We are a San Francisco-based company. I started the company about 7 years ago, and we've been expanding since then. So a little bit about our aircraft. You can see a picture of it there. It's very nice. It's very comfortable. It's pressurized. It goes fast. It's been very popular with a lot of essential air service communities in the past couple of years, as you'll see. We have power outlets. There's a laboratory on board and so on. Here's another picture of it. It's got one of the safest engine known to man. It's the Pratt & Whitney PT6, very good engine, known for its safety. Here's the comparison between a Pilatus and a Caravan. As you can see, it goes quite a bit faster, about 300 miles per hour versus 197. It flies at around 29, 30,000 feet. Caravan usually sticks around 10 because it's not pressurized. What we've proposed here is a little map. We've proposed 3 round trips to LAX and 1 round trip to Phoenix. As I'll get into in a couple minutes, we actually are planning on doing more than that, which feeds into some of the concern about the cap, the $200 cap that we're faced. Right here you can see the 2 outlines of the service plans, 4 round trips versus 3 plus 1. We could do either of them, but we've had feedback that the Phoenix option would be favored because of people here that would like to go eastbound. Here's a route map of where we currently serve. As you can see, 2 years ago, we actually had 0 routes, believe it or not. And over the past couple years, we've been expanding, and that's because people, we started in Clovis, New Mexico, going to Dallas-Fort Worth. Other people heard about this. They asked us to come present and to bid on their contracts. We have, and we've been extremely successful. I don't know what the decision-making process is here, but if you had time and wanted to speak with any of the mayors or town councils or city managers or airport managers in any of these places, strongly encourage it. They're all big fans. These are the other EAS contracts that we've won just in the past couple years. Started with Clovis in 2014, Silver City, Carlsbad, Chadron, Alliance, Sholo, Merced, which we only started service there in October, November, just about 4 or 5 months ago. Greenville, Mississippi, we started another one in Muscle Shoals, Alabama, just about a week ago. Here are more contracts that we've got coming up. We've got a lot of communities believing our service and so on. Moab, Bernal, McCook, Thief Rivers. We don't charge any fees for bags. People can bring the bags they need to. We have to have a hard limit on the weight, which is 35 pounds. But realistically, we just let people bring as many bags until the plane is full, and it's very rare that we have a problem with that.
Very rare.
So we don't charge any change fees, no unaccompanied minor fees, no pet fees. We're connected to all the major travel systems, as you can see, Expedia, Hotwire, Travelocity, American Express, et cetera. We do, we typically put $20,000 per year into marketing efforts to make sure it's a success. I know the service area has been kind of decimated, so we would certainly want to be turning that around. We do ribbon cuttings and generally other things in the community to help promote the service. You can check us out on social media, very popular. This is what's happened to passenger traffic in a few of the communities where this is our first route, Clovis. You can see the previous airline, Great Lakes, that's in blue. We basically doubled or tripled the traffic in almost all of the communities where we've taken over from Great Lakes. Here's Silver City, another Great Lakes route that we took over. This is Carlsbad, Merced, which is great because it's just up the street or road or 5 or whatever you want to call it. And both Matt and I are from California, so I know kind of the area. So here, they were having about 400 passengers per week, 400 with Great Lakes. After just 4 months, we're up at 1,400, which annualizes out at around 17,000. That's the run rate we're at now. We are now below the $200 cap in Merced, and we very much expect the same thing would happen here. And we would put in additional flights to make sure that happens. Here is the Merced graph, so you can see with time, the subsidy per passenger has dropped to I believe it's $68, and the passenger traffic has grown extraordinarily. This is just the past 4 months. Same thing, these are the origin, this is Merced. This is our overall reliability. You can see it's bumping right in there between about 96 and 100% every single month for the past 6 months. This is our overall completion rate, 98%. Since we started scheduled service everywhere, this is our, let's see, here's our completion rate if you ignore weather. So we're 99.3 without weather cancellations. 0 crew cancellations. We never had a problem with pilots. Matt does a great job of recruiting. Also, we've never had any safety incidents or accidents, 0 in the entire time we've been operating. This is our website. We do millions of dollars worth of business through our website. It's very easy to use. People find they like it. We get compliments on it. We built it ourselves. We don't outsource it to anyone else. My background's in engineering. This is a list of references, mayors, town council, people. We can provide more if anyone would like to get in contact with any of them. And that's it. That's our super speedy version.
That is the very super speed version. The aircraft itself, lavatory, plush seats, they swivel, tray tables that are as large as a counter sometimes, very large, power outlets. Everybody that gets on the plane, when they get off, they want to get back on. They want to fly us again. Huge difference, compared to like a Caravan and some of the other aircraft out there. But I'd highly encourage you to look into the PC-12 if you have time, and you'll see that it's an amazing aircraft. And the horsepower of the engine is twice that of the Pratt & Whitney in the Caravan, and that's why the service ceiling's higher, just a much higher performing aircraft.
And the only other thing I'll say is that we are very sensitive to communities losing their air service because of any sort of financial violation. We were told point blank by the DOT, hey, don't worry about the finances of these communities. This is just in the past month. It's important that you bid something that you're good with, and a community has not been kicked out of the Essential Air Service Program since 2001 for a $200 violation cap. That's what they told us, and so we are more expensive, but there's a reason, which is why we're sustainable. We need to build something that's quality. California is more expensive than other places that some of these carriers are operating. As I said, no community has ever lost their air service and been kicked out of the program because of us. We're kind of like the people who are cleaning up problems in other places that have been caused by areas that were maybe underfunded or not running that well. So, as I said, we will add in additional flights at our expense to ensure that we've got the right passenger balance for making sure that El Centro and Imperial remains in the program as healthy. So,
Questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being here. And if we have representatives from the other airlines, they can kind of anticipate that these will be similar questions that will be posed to them. So in addition to serving on the El Centro City Council, I'm also the current president of the Southern California Association of Governments. So that's the 6 Southern California counties. We've spent a lot of time, SCAG has spent a lot of time assisting Imperial County with the evaluation of the EAS proposals, both the current proposals as well as former proposals. One of the things that is of concern is the rapid growth of your company. We know that the past airline, Seaport, one of the reasons it was cited for their demise was the fact that they just grew too fast, too quick. So I think that you put up maybe 9, 10, 12, 14 contracts within the last, looking back and forward, say a 2-year period. How is it that you're going to be able to sustain that level of growth?
My background is kind of in growth companies. So, by having good people in our organization, we've built a great website. We built it over the course of 3 years. We've got a very stable, good technology platform for selling. People like Matt Butcher Matt has about 100 pilots, 150 pilots under him. We're constantly hiring. We've just set up really good systems. I worked at Google. The growth that you're experiencing right now is nothing compared to what we were doing there. Which, again, it doesn't mean that it's not a challenge, but we're excited to be growing, and we've got, the right formula for hiring people and the technology. So Matt and his team of people have created a tremendous process for hiring pilots, and we have advantages there over one of the other airlines in that we're a nice stepping stone for pilots to build their experience before they go into the majors.
Yeah, and Seaport shut down because they ran out of pilots, is basically what happened to them. I have very good knowledge of the problems that they faced for a long period of time. They were always on the back end of the power curve. I've been able to take things from the regionals and things I've seen over there and translate that into a what not to do scenario. We do have a very strong group of instructors. We have an incredible group of mechanics. We have almost 20 mechanics system-wide. And, at the peak of some of our competitors like Seaport in the past, they never had more than 5 or 6 mechanics total, and that was one of their downfalls.
Okay, so let's talk about not only mechanics, but where is the backup plane going to be? If something were to happen to a plane based in Imperial, where's that backup plane going to come from?
That backup plane, one thing that we didn't mention in there is we have a pilot base in LA, Los Angeles, LAX, also Phoenix Sky Harbor, and we have several airplanes based out of Phoenix, and we have an airplane based out of LA. The backup plan would be there would be a plane in Phoenix that's available, and then also Denver's a skip and a hop. The Pilatus is an incredible airplane, so flying it from there to here, we do it all the time. We fly to Oakland and we swap them out. We do have contract maintenance throughout our system in California. We're very well established in LAX and very well established in Phoenix, and we have over 20 pilots in these locations. And we actually have a few extra pilots in Phoenix, and hiring pilots for this route is actually not a problem. We almost are fully staffed for that as of today.
You're doing a great job of segueing into my next question. So with regard to LAX, can you give us an idea? Because they're at their passenger cap right now. LAX is impacted, which is one of the reasons why they gave Ontario Airport back to the City of Ontario, right? Because they just simply cannot handle the passenger volume that they currently have. So how is it that you would be able to add flights on a going forward basis at LAX? And can you also talk to us a little bit about the proposed schedule? When would we get out of here? When would we come home? Because essentially one of the things we really want to be able to do is leave here first thing in the morning. Leave here before 6 o'clock and then take that 9:30 at night flight to come back home.
Sure. So regarding the flights into LAX, we have not had any problems having our additional flights coming in there. I mean, we already operate there.
Which terminal are you?
We're in gate 39 of Terminal 3.
Correct.
So
would we be coming in behind security?
oh yeah,
And
absolutely.
then we could just go,
So LAX is not, certain airports such as Denver, you get behind the wall and you're good.
yes.
LAX is kind of a mixed bag, right? Some
Right.
of the terminals can get into other ones.
Yes.
So we're right next to Southwest, where other ones are kind of further away. And and not only that, but they're doing some remodeling and so on. So things are constantly evolving there, but that's where we are now. We're next to Virgin America, and we're right next to Southwest. So like any carrier, there's going to be good and bad depending on which terminal you're going into. But it was conveyed to us at the county meeting that Southwest was quite important to people. A lot of people want to be able to get up to Sacramento, and that would be pretty easy. In terms of schedule, we would absolutely be overnighting an aircraft here, have an early morning departure, do 2 round trips, full round trips in the morning, and 2 round trips in the evening, or 1.5 in the morning and 1.5 in the evening, depending on the schedule. We'd probably start with 3 round trips to LA, 1 round trip to Phoenix in the middle of the day so that we can catch people after they've landed in Phoenix. Because you get to Phoenix too early, there won't be anyone coming back in from Phoenix, right? So a midday flight to Phoenix is not terrible. We'd probably leave late morning and then come back early afternoon. But in addition to that, we'd like to add in either another frequency as we start to build the traffic to LAX or to Phoenix, so we can continue to build the traffic and keep the subsidy cap, at bay.
Okay, and this will be my last question. I was probably the poster child for flying Seaport Airline. I probably have more flights on Seaport than everyone in this room put together. So my question is, what's the advantage of a pressurized cabin on a 45-minute flight to Los Angeles?
Absolutely, great question. We have some high mountain
There's
ranges.
6 questions I asked weren't so great, but this one is a good one so far.
I love this one the most because the Pilatus, it can get up and over the mountains. What you get is a lot of winds. You got the high temperatures in the desert, a lot of thermals.
Right.
So riding in a Caravan 10,000 feet and below, granted there's no icing to deal with here, so it seems like a great
Well,
airplane.
that's not true. We did have a couple of instances there.
Well, Caravan's not so great and ice then. There's a special training program just for icing because it's not so well in ice. But the bottom line is you can fly above the windy, turbulent thermals, and you can clear the mountains by a much larger safety margin. They're both single-engine airplanes, very reliable airplanes, but it's nice if you can get up and over the bumps. You won't have 6 passengers thrown up. You won't have that "I'm never riding again" feeling. They might have a few bumps on the descent, a few bumps in the climb on a very bad day, but for the most part, the Pilatus has 28, 30,000 feet to play with to find some nice smooth air, just like some of the jets that fly. The altitudes we fly to Phoenix and fly to LA, it would be the same altitudes any CRJ or 737 would fly at.
And then there's the other factor, which is Phoenix, right? And if you're going to fly to Phoenix, it's nice to be able to go a little faster. It's a little further flight than LAX, right? It's about 52-minute flight for us. It'd be an hour and I think 10 or 15 minutes in a Caravan. But that's, you want to be going fast at altitude.
And our fleet averages 3,000 hours total time. It's equivalent to what I like to say a 2-year-old car. Very newer, very good, solid airplane.
Pilot, co-pilot every flight, and you'll be up and running in how many days? If DOT were to award
2
you the
crew,
contract.
absolutely, and being that we have good resources on this route structure, and we have 2 pilot bases, I'd leave that up to Sean.
That's Evan's favorite question. Our standard for opening any route, our standard timeline is 60 to 90 days from the date that the DOT issues the order.
Okay.
Our average is probably about 50 days. Officially, we always say 60 to 90. We understand that the service has been, just sort of ceased to exist on one day, kind of surprising to everyone. And we are very aware of that, and we would be extremely motivated and are motivated and excited to get that going ASAP.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just real briefly, I appreciate Councilmember Walker's questions and their expertise in this area. It really kind of accelerates the questions that I had. But in regards to just passenger minimums, in the event that we do have an airline and there's only 1 passenger on the airplane, are we going to potentially cancel that flight? I mean, a business decision would tell me yes, that we would cancel that flight and maybe pursue an alternative. But what is, from your policy, do you have any passenger minimums when it comes to this flight? And let me just say this too. I mean, this question will also be asked of your competitors as well, but if you can share a little bit about that.
Absolutely not. We've never canceled a flight because there was only 1 passenger.
Or 0 for that matter. It's scheduled service, which brings me, we don't change our ticket pricing either last minute. We're very consistent. If there's a certain amount of seats open 6 months before the flight, and there's the same amount of seats open the day of, it's going to cost the same.
Right.
8 passengers, 9 passengers, or 0 passengers, we're going to fly the flight because somebody might show up last minute and want to get on that flight. And it's very important that, they don't show up and go, what happened?
Yeah.
In regards to fog, and not that we have a lot of fog days, but when we do have fog days, there's, visibility issues. And I think our airport's not really designed to, I'm not familiar with the industry, but any special considerations when there is fog or there is issues?
Absolutely. We do everything we can to complete a flight safely. We upgrade all of our aircraft to LPV WAS, and all of our planes have, top state-of-the-art safety devices and autopilot systems and things of that nature. Mm-hmm. The WAS upgrade we do to each plane allows the aircraft to fly to lower minimums, which gives it a higher probability of being able to see the runway or the lights and land at the airport. We do look at surrounding airports. If there's, sometimes fog is patchy, it'll roll in real thick one spot, and the airport 20 miles away, not a problem. You'd rather land at that airport, get a shuttle, get the crew car, because we will be basing crews here as well, as far as overnights are concerned, so there's transportation available to move passengers from maybe a local airport.
And just in regards, and I'm not sure how the demand is, but in regards just to international flights, whether it is, San Felipe, and I know that there was some discussions with Seaport, maybe serving those markets. Again, I don't know what the demand is. Do you have any type of international experience at all?
We are authorized to fly into Canada and Mexico. We already can do that. If we wanted to open up a route down there, there wouldn't be a problem. It's not, that's not our plan at this exact moment, and we would have to research it and so on. We are aware that Seaport was doing that, and hey, I mean, if they were doing that, there could be a good business there. We are very open to flexible business models and investigating new types of things. Some of the communities where we go, they're like, hey, could you do some charters as well? They've got certain people that want to go other places that are willing to charter. We do that sort of thing as well. So, we're open to discussion and trying different things. I mean, that's part of what we do is we just try different things out. If something's working well, great. If not, then we'll change the way we're doing it and try something different.
And just my last question to piggyback on Councilmember Walker's question in regards to just overall staffing, how many potential jobs do you think that would bring to our local economy in regards to your flight proposal?
I mean, it's not an extreme number, I'll be honest, because we have, I think it helps the local economy having reliable service coming in and out, for sure, of course, but directly, well, there's the TSA, which gets stabilized, right, with stable service. So that might be one of the biggest, best, in terms of volume of dollars, that can be pretty good. Also, because we are a smaller airplane, I mean, same size as Seaport, but we have, quite a few flights, the TSA ends up staffing more. They have to cover it more, so there's a little bit of job creation there, and those are pretty good jobs.
I think
And then-
realistically, we're talking about 8 people, right? Few
Yeah.
people at the counter and
Yeah.
maybe 2 or 3 people TSA.
Yes.
Customer
that's-
service
That's
agents.
correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And we do get local housing here for the overnight so that you can get that early 6 o'clock flight and catch all the connections.
We do, in terms of our phone center, all the customer service people, we have about 50. All of them in our whole network answer the phone, so we don't have issues with phone centers. We are always answering the phone from about 5 a.m. to midnight.
And they're bilingual, and our lead dispatcher speaks Spanish, and we have, the ability to handle the customer service volume as well.
All right, thank you, sir.
Priscilla?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of the questions that I had have been answered. I think the point that Ms. Walker made in terms of the scheduling and that be conducive to the business that we have to take care of in LA or Sacramento or some of the areas, that's gonna be crucial for the success of the airline, so you can address that. Also the issue of security and not having to go through a second security screening, it's gonna be important. And I think you said that for the most part, that will be the case.
Oh, well, I don't want to misrepresent. I mean, LAX, depending on which terminal you're going into, you're depending on which airline you want to get on from there, you're going to maybe have to go through security again. And that's not just true for us, it's true for all these carriers, right? And some of them, I mean, depending on the carrier, for Southwest, I'd say positionally, we're probably in one of the best positions. But hey, that means we're not in a good position for like United, for example. So, it's LAX is a little bit of a monster. Just saying LAX kind of makes my blood pressure go up a little bit.
We'll just fly to
But-
Phoenix instead. No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah, I mean, I think, one thing we've done at other airports too is we've actually had our own shuttle that kind of reduces stress, and that's something I think we could do there too, is when your flight gets off, just drive you around to a different terminal. That kind of eases things a lot, so.
And I also thought I heard you say that your airfare is typically higher than others. Do you have a ballpark number as to what the airfare would be to LA or Phoenix?
Actually, we typically have lower airfares than other people. Our subsidy request is higher, and that's one of the things that we do is to stimulate passenger traffic, we keep fares lower, especially in the beginning while we're building traffic. For example, Merced to Oakland starts at $19 and only ranges up to $39. Merced to LA, I believe, we started at 49, it may be at 59 now. We would do, I mean, somewhere in that range. My guess to LAX from here, we'd probably start in the, $39, $49 range. And to Phoenix, it's a longer flight. We'd probably make it a little more expensive, maybe $49, $59. And then we keep fares pretty low. So it's so cheap, it's cheaper to fly than it is to drive. And that's how we like to stimulate, people trying it out. people love it, and then passenger traffic grows. You know, eventually, yeah, we maybe raise prices a little bit, but it doesn't help us or you if we don't have lots of passengers using the service, right? And that's why Merced, you know, lots of traffic growth.
So you showed a graph that showed a significant increase in passengers when you took over the airline service compared to
Sure.
the predecessors. How did you do that? How were you able to gain that higher market share? And I'm assuming the people that came to you had options before because they
Oh,
were
yeah.
actually traveling.
Sure.
How did you manage that?
I would say a few factors, most of which I talked about already, but one, being reliable. You know, if there's a 50-50 chance the airplane's gonna take off, that's not good. No one wants to do that, right? We're at 98, 99%. That's, you know, key. We have a very comfortable, modern aircraft that's pressurized, it goes fast. You know, people feel good. When they get out, they take a selfie with the plane because they feel like they're doing something cool. So there's that. We pick up the phone all the time, and our website and booking engine is easy to use. And then we keep our fares are reasonable, you know, affordable. So those are things.
My last question was going to be to summarize what distinguishes you from the other companies, but I think you just did that.
Okay.
All right, I just have one question. As you may know, Seaport hired a local representative. Kind of, I think his initial job was more of a PR to try to help stimulate the ridership on Seaport. Any plans, and the other carriers can anticipate the same question, any plans on doing something of that model to have somebody in the local community that represents your airline and stimulates ridership?
Well, we're in San Francisco, so it's easy for us to kind of come down. Usually we kind of see well, first of all, we have a budget, right? We have money, thousands of dollars that we'll spend on advertising. So radio and newspaper ads and sometimes billboards tend to be some of the best things that we can do. What we've done this, you know, quite a few times in the past couple of years, and every single community follows a very similar pattern. It takes a month to 2 months, and things really get cooking. A couple people try it, they talk to their friends, they're like, this is amazing, this is great, it was cheap, and then it just kind of builds from there. But it doesn't mean we don't advertise and so on. We'll work with the Chamber of Commerce, we'll work with newspapers. In terms of doing more things with the community, we're totally open to that, but we look to you. Who in the community can we connect with in order to do events or any sort of publicity? We want to do that sort of thing, but you guys know your community better than we do, so you know, we're open to that discussion. If it helps to have, sometimes our customer service people tend to be very ambitious and media savvy, and we're happy to have them help with this local effort. If none of them are really of that, you know, bent, then we can certainly get someone, hire a local PR firm or even an employee to be here. So, I mean, we could do that. It's just sort of, you know, we just see how it goes, right? But our commitment is really to just boost passenger traffic through the things that we do everywhere else, which has never not worked.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
So you said something that triggered a question in my mind. So let's say that you became extremely successful, and so you have full flights going
Sure.
all day long.
Sure.
Is it within your business model to expand to a bigger aircraft, or this is what we get?
Well, none of our passengers, once people fly on our airplane, they're pretty happy with it. And there's another aspect. Right now, I guess the simple answer is we're not looking to change our aircraft type because the airplane we have is working so well. Another downside of changing aircraft type and expanding is we're kind of at that limit for having a very healthy supply of pilots. If we were to go bigger, suddenly the pilot payment, I mean, we pay our pilots well, but if we go to a bigger aircraft, then you go over actually 9 passengers, it gets into what's called ATP is required, and the pilot pay might jump up to closer to $80,000 to $100,000, which, hey, our pay isn't even that far off from that, but it becomes really hard to hire pilots because those are the pilots that the majors must hire. They don't have a choice. By staying with the airplane type, our company is stabilized, the service is stabilized, and this is one of the problems that other airlines have been having.
We have a huge supply of aircraft and resources and mechanics, and it's You know, I would say this is one of the most reliable 135 operations you'll find when it comes to all those things put together. I mean, we can move a plane from anywhere at any moment.
The place will be as nice as the one that we saw in the picture, correct?
Yeah, that's one of our plans.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll have Great Lakes Aviation Limited. Yeah, I think you guys all have another place to go, so.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, fellow council members, for having us. I'll spare you the PowerPoint because I think we sent it to you ahead of time, so hopefully the city folks shared it with you. I want to talk about the discerning difference between Great Lakes, and I'll probably answer most of your questions, but feel free to ask them again at the end. First of all, we're a Part 121 carrier versus 135. So we've been a 121, meaning traditional airline. So most of our flights do have to adhere to the airline standards that my predecessor talked about. However, we got hit candidly with the pilot situation, as the whole industry has, so it wasn't just Seaport specific. And we fly the Beech 1900, so it's a twin-engine, turboprop, pressurized airplane. Traditionally, it's a 19-seat airplane. However, we had to remove 10 seats out of the airplane because of the pilot situation almost 2 years ago. We took 10 seats out, so we're flying it in the 9-seat configuration. But it is a stand-up cabin, so that is the other discerning difference versus a traditional 9-seat airplane that you semi have to crawl into, which is great for a corporate airplane, not so much for an airline airplane. We too propose LAX. We're already there. We've been there for several years. Much like Councilmember Walker talked about, LAX is hard to get the secret code ring to get in there, but we were able to get in there 4 years ago and serve it well. We're in Terminal 6, so that's important. We are, the other discerning difference between Great Lakes and our competitors is we already have, it's not a we're about to get or hoping to get, we already have the code share agreement with United. We have the interline e-ticketing with American and Delta, and your bags also would transfer to Alaska. So we serve the 3 major U.S. carriers, American, Delta, and United, and have the baggage agreements. So the reality is if you're going to L.A., you're probably not just going to L.A. The brunt of your traffic is going to L.A. to connect to somewhere else, which we think is important, whether it be international or connecting domestically, that your bags transfer seamlessly and that you don't have to go back through security. And then American, we have an agreement with them as well, and their bus runs to Terminal 6, and their bus runs right up to the gate next to ours. So if for whatever reason you were transferring to American, you could go out next to our gate, get on their bus, and transfer to their terminal. So we think that's something that needs to be stressed, especially for those that travel frequently and travel domestically, internationally, that your bags transfer. You're not having to go all the way back out through security, claim your bag, start your trip all over. So we're more your traditional airline in the sense of what you were used to when SkyWest served you. They too were a United and Delta American carrier, so we're very similar to them in the sense of what you're used to, a traditional air carrier service. So those kind of the highlights. We do operate the Brasilia. We did not propose the Brasilia at this time on your route, mainly because the traffic wasn't there initially based on historic, and we realize historic's not always fair to you, the community. But we would be in a position that should the traffic grow, which was a question you asked, we do have the ability to upgrade you. And candidly, with our bid and the price of fuel, the way it is today, we probably could serve it, albeit that's not what we proposed in our proposal. We do serve Phoenix, and we have all those same relationships in Phoenix that we have in LA because, again, we've been around for 30-plus years, so we're not Johnny-come-lately. And so with that said, while we did not propose a flight to Phoenix, and I'm not standing here tonight to tell you we would file a scheduled day 1 to Phoenix, it's something that we could easily do because we already have the infrastructure there and the station and all the relationships in Phoenix as well. And so it would be probably similar to what Boutique, where we do 2 to LA and 1 to Phoenix, but it's not something that the DOT requested on the front end, so we did not put it in our original proposal. So those are kind of the key, what I call hardcore, getting to the facts I'm from, as we say, we're based in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and it takes all day to look at a hot horseshoe, so
Okay.
that was short and sweet. but-
You're right, thank you. A couple of things I wanted you to comment on. Several flights, I was left stranded with Seaport because of maintenance issues or pilot shortages. How can you guarantee our community that they're not going to face something similar to that?
Well, I don't think there's such thing as a guarantee, but what we will do and have done is we will base an airplane, an extra airplane would be based in LAX if we were awarded this route, so we would have a spare airplane to substitute out. And then we too have maintenance support in both LAX and Phoenix, so we have the ability with aircraft in, Phoenix from a flight standpoint would be easy to shuttle. And then we would put a crew base in LAX, so we would move more crew. California is unique in that you're one of the top states that has the most pilot population in the U.S., so we feel like there's, good pilot pool.
Okay. I believe one of the companies, one of the proposers is talking about having a plan B, a backup, that if something does happen and you absolutely positively have to be there overnight, they'll put you in a van and drive you where you need to go.
We could do something similar, yes. It's, once again, was not in our base proposal, but it's definitely something we would, we try not to leave anybody stranded anywhere, so.
I had a driving Miss Daisy opportunity to San Diego, a driving Miss Daisy to Los Angeles, and then when the
Right.
flight was canceled coming from San Diego, they rented a super shuttle and put 5 of us in a super shuttle to get us home.
Right.
No way to run an airline.
No, it's not.
Mayor, okay, I'd like to ask you a question similar to what I asked before in terms of what anticipated or expected ticket prices for LA. Do you have a ballpark idea what that would be?
Yeah,
Also, if you can include within that some of the other fees that you typically pay, like baggage fees, cancellation fees, those kind of the issues that were addressed previously.
okay. As far as airfares, we don't like to quote a airfare because there's two types of business here. Once again, keeping in mind with my comments, we're more their traditional airline in the sense of feeding you actually into the airline with the code share opportunity. Albeit we don't fly the United American Delta brand colors on the airplane. We look and smell like all 3 of them. And, the best marketing is because of that, you, the city and county, would show up as a dot on all those route maps in those 3 carriers. So when you take out an American Way or Delta magazine, Imperial El Centro is going to show up as a dot on that map. So that's huge marketing in terms of the rest of the world knowing that you exist. As far as airfares, if you're just going from here to LA, then we have a pricing structure probably fairly comparable to our competitor, because then you are strictly flying Great Lakes, you're not flying United or Delta. So the other discerning difference is if you're flying international, you're going to New York, Boston, wherever, and you're booking, and you can go, by the way, you would go to United's website, you would go to American's website, and you go to Delta's website to pick whatever flavor that your loyal brand is that you're flying to, your ultimate destination. You would book that ticket on their website, and we have an add-on fare that we give to those carriers that's baked into that overall fare. So if you looked at our proposal, it's running around $60 is our add-on fare for that trip from here to LA to New York. Does that make sense? It's what they call a construction fare. So we're more the traditional, once again, express airline product that you were used to, that you probably got with SkyWest was very similar. They probably had a structure where if you were flying local, it was X, but if you were flying connecting, it's all baked into that Boston fare or New York fare, if that makes sense to you.
So getting back to like baggage fees, if the big airline charges a bag fee, you would have.
Then we have to collect it as that code share agreement, franchise agreement that we have the carriers. We would charge their respective fees. If you're flying, once again, just to LAX on Great Lakes, then there is no fee, bag fee.
Yeah, just real quick, Mr. Mayor, and just in regards to your relationship with American Airlines and Delta and Southwest, I believe, how long have you guys had those relationships?
We've been with United since the early 80s. We've been with what was US Air because the relationship through Phoenix. for probably 15-plus years, and obviously that got merged with American. And we've had Delta now for 4 years.
And just in regards to just any type of cargo opportunities or supplemental cargo agreements, and I know sometimes things can get pretty crazy out here as far as freight, and do you have those types of opportunities or
We
supplemental
do.
agreements?
Obviously, the Beach 1900 has a
Right.
huge cargo bay in the
Right.
back. We're not limited by the baggage restrictions that you saw with the 35 pounds, so.
Okay, thank you, sir.
A couple questions. Your proposal outlines 2 flights per day, round trip. But the other proponents had different formulas of up to 4.
Correct.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. We were basically adhering to the RFPs that came out in the proposal, and not to get sidetracked here, but, you know, going back to we're flying the Beach 1900 with 9 seats in it. We have filed a petition with the FAA to put the 10 seats back in. It would take another 20 minutes to explain the technicality of that. So you know, we perceive that while maybe day one, and once again, I'm not going to mislead you, that we would show up with 19 seats in the airplane. Our goal, I think yours too, would be flying you in a 19-seat airplane and hopefully ultimately get you back to the 30-passenger airplane that you had in before, because we already operate the Brasilia, which is the same as SkyWest. So that was a long-winded answer, but we anticipate having a 19-seat airplane in the not-too-distant future back in service versus flying the 9-seat.
Going back to my original question, what do you see moving forward as far as the frequency of flights? It's nice to have that extra capacity, but if you're still only getting 8 or 9 people on that plane, but there's another 8 or 9 people 3 hours later that need another flight, what do we do about a situation like that?
Frequency is something we definitely would look at. I mean, until we got in and understood the market, you know, which goes back to a scheduling question. If you looked at our proposal, I stressed those were simply placeholder schedules. They were not professed to be the schedule, because when you submit it, you put in just a placeholder. Because what we would look at is, because we feed all those major carriers in the hub, we would try to determine at least your top 10, 20 destinations that people are actually traveling to, and we would time the flights that allowed, you know, most importantly, the business traveler, which is kind of the meat and potatoes, that will be able to get into the hub and make their connecting flights and not have to sit in LA coming or going.
So in regards to your placeholder,
The plane would overnight.
the plane would overnight,
right.
so there wouldn't be a problem of having a late night departure
Correct.
from LA to El Centro.
Correct.
Puro.
Yeah, our proposal was to overnight the plane and then have the flexibility to leave as early as we needed to or come back as late as we need to.
Okay, great. Any other questions for council?
No.
But it's so fluid with the major carriers we're talking about in terms of their schedules, go through seasonality. So we didn't want to nail it down until we, you know, once again, were awarded the thing, and then we would come back to you and tell you what the most connecting flight bank opportunities are in the hub, you know, since you're connecting in Terminal 6.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us.
Okay, next we have Mokulele Airlines. That's fine, yep.
All right, good evening. My name is Greg Landers, and I'm with Mokulele Airlines. I'm a captain and the director of training. I'll try and make this really quick. I know we've had 2 presentations gone on. I did bring an updated presentation, probably from what you've had, just based on feedback that we had at the last presentation. Let's see how this works here. One of the questions was sort of about growth and longevity of the company. We've been around since 1994. There have been a few different owners in the past, some failures with Mesa Airlines. They tried to come in and operate us. It didn't go so well as with Republic, who also just filed Chapter 11. So we've got a pretty long history on, you know, what has worked and what hasn't worked. Our current owner, Ron Hansen, apologized for not being able to be here this evening. He had prior commitments. He purchased the company in 2011. And since that time, We've grown to 13 locations, 13 route locations, bases. We have 8 pilot domiciles, so we have pilots at 8 different locations. And I wanted to point out that we don't only operate within Hawaii, we also operate within Pennsylvania. And there's a matter I took off, but a comment about icing in the Caravan. We fly in extreme icing, not technically extreme, but what you and I would consider a lot of icing in Pennsylvania this time of year quite a bit.
You're not gonna find that here.
No, thank God. We like Miss commented, we have icing in Hawaii as well, but it's very rare. We have a lot of experience in managing a diverse operation with this. You think of Hawaii as Hawaii. Every island is its own world. We've been very interested in expanding further within the mainland, within Southern California. I'm a California native. Wife lives in LA. I spend time between LA and Hawaii. Our owner is a Phoenix resident. I was 25-year Phoenix resident, and love going between the locations. A little bit more about us and some of the differences. We do have 15 aircraft and 106 pilots. Similar to what Boutique said, we have no issue with pilot retention, hiring, or supply. We have a very, very strong program for that. I'll talk a little bit more about the pilots. I did actually want to ask him, Sean said 140, 150 pilots. We only have 106 with 15 planes, so I'm not sure why they need 140. I honestly thought they had about 60 or 70. We do 120 scheduled flights a day with 18 to 22,000 passengers a month. It's a big number when you start to think about it. It kind of surprised me a couple years ago when I heard, just actually how many passengers we touch each day. It's impressive with a completion rate similar to others, that 98, 99%. I don't have it broken out. If we took weather, issues out of it, I'm not sure. It would probably be, that 99 something as well. We have a pretty good on time. We're always looking to improve that. That does get hit sometimes with weather delays or maintenance issues. Unlike both other proposals, we only have one EAS route, and that's in Hawaii, in Waimea. Our business model is not built on EAS. We are looking to build relationships with the community. We have grown the business slowly over the years. We believe that that's a sustainable model. The history books are littered with a lot of airlines who have come into the subsidy market to try and do something, and a lot of conversation between the Pilatus and the Caravan. Pilatus is a great plane. If I were to not have a huge money issue and want just a personal plane to fly around, that would probably be a plane I would highly consider. It's very expensive. It's very expensive to operate. It costs 2.5 times what a Caravan costs, and the parts and supply is only available from that manufacturer. There's no distribution chains, et cetera. So it makes sense. I think their bid is competitive with what we're offering from a per passenger perspective based on how expensive aircraft is to operate. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But I think the big difference there is when you're building a business model around EAS versus building a business model around the community and flying, we look for those opportunities where we can garner market share and fly into new locations, not just where the EAS routes are awarding. We're currently looking at Ontario, Burbank, San Diego, and 2 other locations as well for expansion, regardless of this proposal. We do that 3 ways: customers, community, and our employees. Boutique wanted to show kind of how they grew other communities. We've done the same thing, so it's a little bit of a Me Too slide. But Hana is a little town on an island, very small community, predominantly tourist-based activity here. We partnered with the resort there in the area. It's a 2.5-hour drive from a major airport, something like 500 turns in the road, I think, to get there. Beautiful, it's nauseating. It's a 15-minute flight. So we were able to partner with them and serve not only the local community, and we've grown that from just 100 passengers a year to over 3,000 now. We did the same thing in Waimea, which is our EAS route. Big difference here is this is purely local. It's a cowboy country, up country on the Big Island. It's not really a tourist destination, not one that people would fly into anyway. They do drive up there. it's only 30 minutes to maybe 40 minutes from a major airport. But through the service, convenience, and the flexibility in the schedule that we've offered, the community's adopted it, and we're up over 10,000 passengers a year in a community that's probably like 15,000 people. It's a very small area. Passengers, they love it. The plane is extremely comfortable. You know, there's no doubt that people are apprehensive about a smaller plane. I'll show you that's the same size as a Pilatus. I mean, we're in the same boat. The Beech 1900 is clearly a bigger plane and more of an airline experience. But with the routes that we fly in Pennsylvania, Hawaii, the turbulence and everything, you know, passengers come up apprehensive. We work really hard to make it a fun, comfortable, enjoyable experience. Everybody's taking pictures of everybody and everything. They think it's, you know, the greatest thing ever once they land on the other end. In 5 years, I've had one passenger who wasn't like totally sold, you know, when we got, you know, to the other end. And I think that's very important because you want that repeat business, right? We want the passengers to continue to fly with us. Comments from passengers, you know, they love it. Service is number one for us. I mean, we have to continue to strive that. I'll touch on some other areas about that. It's not just, you know, price, it's comfort and convenience. The pilots we talked about, I said 106, plenty of applicants. We have a lot of airlines approaching us, regionals, to hire our pilots and put programs in place. We build it into our business model. We know it's a training ground for them once they get to, you know, that 1,500, 2,000 hours. We have many that stay on beyond that because we offer great incentive package, great compensation package. And the airlines continue to come to us because even though we had a brief conversation about sort of that 121 versus 135, everything we do through the training program and flying day in, day out is built to 121 standards, wherever practical. There's a couple very minor differences. But the feedback we've gotten from all of the regionals and even majors, we've had several pilots move on to like Hawaiian and American directly from us, which is a little bit unheard of in some cases, is, you know, the skill set that they're coming into prepared to fly, you know, like they would expect is unsurpassed. So when we apply all that to you guys, you heard earlier, you know, obviously we're doing 4 round trips out of here as well, was our proposal. Here's the proposed schedule, the time of days. Flexible, this was sort of what we looked at in looking at both connecting flights through LAX as well as, you know, sort of that day trip that a lot of people have. In order, obviously, to fly, any questions on the schedule? I know there was some earlier. Okay. Obviously, in order to fly, you need to be able to find the schedule somewhere. We're tied into all the major systems like others talked about. The biggest thing that was maybe a little bit overlooked was you have to be able to book it as well. Sean talked about their website, great website. We've got a really good website as well. You can go to our website, book tickets all day long. A lot of people don't know who Mokulele is or know to go to our website, right? They use Kayak, they use Expedia, they use Orbit, whatever they use. You can go, here's an example, Orbit's MUE is Kamuela Waimea. Like I said, it's a small airport, cowboy country, upcountry in the Big Island. You can book a ticket from there to JFK. You don't have to know who Mokulele is. You don't have to try and find our website. Same thing if somebody wants to go from, you know, JFK to Waimea, who's heard of Mokulele in New York, boom, we're able to, you know, foster business in that community without having to market Mokulele to, you know, people in New York City. I did a couple other examples just to kind of experiment here. Las Vegas to Waimea or Waimea to Las Vegas and even Waimea to Sacramento. I was curious if that would came up, no problem. I tried that on Boutique site and not so good. Even their best routes, Clovis to Las Vegas or Clovis to Dallas, which is only them, doesn't show up anywhere. Now I know they fly there, so I could go to their website and I could book it, no problem. Their Phoenix to Sholo does show up. Merced doesn't even exist in the airport database for a search on any of the sites. So they're doing a really good job marketing there locally, but nobody's going to Merced to conduct business unless they know about Boutique. I think those are some differentiators. Terminal 6, LAX, we all know LAX can be beautiful and it can also be terrible. It was sort of not totally clear, but Terminal 6 gives you connectivity to about 66% of the flights out of LAX. Same as Great Lakes. If you want to go somewhere and not go back through security, you want to be in Terminal 6. Terminal 3, you can go somewhere not through security with Virgin, Frontier, WestJet, and JetBlue. That's it. If you want to go Southwest, you're going to walk out the door. You're going to go 2 terminals over. You're going to go from Terminal 3 past Terminal 2 over to Terminal 1 that's not on the map, and go back through security, which at Southwest is always, it's a gamble everywhere these days. But you're going back through security even though all you had was carry-on baggage. You check a bag, you can't do that with Boutique at all, and we'll touch on that. But through Terminal 6, you can get to 7, 8, 5, and the shuttle also over to 4. And the construction project at LAX right now is connecting Terminal 4 to the international terminal, which we will believe will be a great benefit as well. So folks will be able to, book tickets to El Centro, Imperial, and come through Terminal International and not have to come back through security. Let's see, a couple other quick things. Sacramento came up a bunch of times with the county. You can go Terminal 6 to Sacramento, never back through security on 10 flights a day. Well, morning and return flights. Maybe not Southwest, but no matter who you fly with Southwest, you're going in and out of security. That's just a given. Here with us, you do not have to go through security at all. If you have checked bags, I just threw a map up of locations that you can go through our code share agreements and baggage interline agreements without going back through security, and check your bags direct to those locations. And there's more up in Canada and more down in Mexico. I just sort of fit it to this page. We do fly Caravan, like was brought up. This isn't your seaport Caravan. Theirs were a little beat up from my experience with most of them. All of our planes are new, low hour as well. This is a picture of it. It's one of the most versatile aircraft out there for this type of flying. It's safe, reliable. Matt talked about the PT6 engine, same engine in the Caravan, less horsepower. He is correct on that. But it was built for this type of operation. Everybody has their, I guess, favorite car, if you will. But to me, this is sort of like the Ford Excursion or the Chevy Suburban, with leather seats and a good stereo in it, of planes. It's not a sports car. It's not a super fast little Mercedes or anything like that. But sometimes you have to carry things with you, and you have to have enough people, and you need that larger vehicle. We've got the best systems for the pilots. There was some questions about weather. We have weather radar. We've got GPS. We've got ILS. We've got everything needed for the most complicated approaches. Matt mentioned WAS GPS. We have that as well. Does no good at Imperial. The approach doesn't support that, so it's sort of a moot point. But we can fly the approach down to minimums here just the same as any other airline. Everything's paperless. We have electronic flight bags, very high tech, very, very safe, very, very excellent. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't have passengers. We want our passengers to fill the plane and be comfortable. The Caravan's designed actually for 10 to 15 people. It's a little cramped at 10 to 15 people. We fly it with 9. The back seat's actually only 1 person as well. So it's very comfortable, roomy, and the Pilatus is actually designed for 6. That was the aircraft they had here. What you would be flying would actually be 8, so it would be actually quite a bit more cramped than what you experienced. I actually have a typo on this slide that surprised me when I looked at it, but the width of the Caravan's 5'4". The Pilatus is actually 4 foot. It's not 5 foot. So the Caravan is actually almost a 1.5 feet wider in cabin width than the Pilatus. Height's a little bit shorter. Clearly the beach is the best thing. If you care about height, you can definitely walk down the aisle there. Same length.
She'll be fine.
Yeah, short, 4'6", 4'10", it's irrelevant. We're all ducking.
We're all good.
It's about the same length. So they're pretty comparable from that perspective. You asked about pressurization and altitudes. Generically, I totally agree with Matt. Pressurized plane is better than not. I had a Cessna 421. I loved it. Could fly all over the place. Altitude's great. It's your friend. Love it. Fly all over the place. You're 180 miles to LA. You're not going to fly at that altitude. Phoenix to LA? Sure. Here straight to San Fran or something? Absolutely. From here to LA, you're never getting that high. for two reasons. One, you've got inbound traffic to LAX. They're going to keep you low. You will not get a chance to climb. Two, 45-minute flight. It takes you 20 minutes to climb to altitude. You're already too high to begin your descent. Three, the approaches into LAX have very specific crossing altitudes, of which as soon as you're either at Oceanside or up at Palm Springs, you're at 12,000 feet, even if you're in a CRJ. So while I agree altitude and pressurization is a beautiful thing, and it can help with turbulence, in this case, we're in a desert, it's hot, it's just that way. It's gonna be bumpy when you're low, no matter what plane you're in, and no matter what altitude you're at, you have the propensity to have turbulence, and you're not gonna be able to choose your altitudes between here and LA to maximize, pockets or layers of air that don't exist. Coming into LA yesterday, we're at 30,000 feet getting thrown all over the place, and it was smooth by the time we got down to 8,000 feet. So the altitude isn't always an indicator, or size of plane. That was a 757. And so a lot of times Hawaii, we're low. Hawaiians calling to get lower altitudes all the time to get out of the turbulence. So while I totally agree it's a beautiful thing, this route, it doesn't matter. The other thing that's sort of not been addressed is baggage. And Great Lakes mentioned it a little bit, but in fact, I got a visual for this. I think this is super important. I travel a lot. This is my carry-on. Super easy, overnight, whatever. I got my computer, my clothes, my running shoes. This is about 55 pounds. So with Boutique, I have to make a special case to put this on the plane. The total baggage allowance in the aircraft is 400 pounds at the rear of the aircraft. It cannot be more. 8 pounds, you're over. The plane only holds 8, we hold 9. So I think that's a huge issue just as far as what you can take as a carry-on. What's more is it's a different world these days. You can't take everything you want in your carry-on. TSA requires certain items to be checked. It just is that way. There's no facility for that with Boutique. There is no checked baggage program. Great Lakes and us, you can have checked bags. We allow technically 2 checked bags, but you can pay for more. 50-pound bags per person, per passenger. The first bag is free for California residents, first 50-pound bag. The other piece that's a problem is just odd shapes. If you want to take a surfboard, a cooler, tools, fishing gear, hunting, whatever, golf clubs, no can go on a Pilatus. With the Caravan, we have cargo pods. Wheelchairs can't go on a Pilatus. Baby stroller, 50-50, depending on how it folds up and how small it is. So to me, that is a huge, huge issue. That if you're going on a day trip, it'll probably work. If you're going somewhere or you want to attract business to El Centro, it's going to be hard. Just a couple last items. Pets fly free. I had to specify dogs and cats because we've had lots of people fly other animals. And I know they're your pets, but it's just the way it is. 2 or more bags, and that's even with 9 passengers. We've got 3,500 pounds of payload in the aircraft. It's never been an issue. Free carry-ons. Our carry-on limit's 25 pounds for free. If it's a big deal, we can certainly change that to 35. There's no hard line in the sand, and that's the difference between us and Boutique. Simple frequent flyer, 12 segments, get 1 free. We've got 30,000 budgeted for marketing. I did like the idea of having a local rep. We've done that in emerging markets that we've targeted before, and it's worked well to just help keep that awareness. Fares, we're talking about $39, regular anywhere from $49 to $89 down the road. We typically do a lot of promos with that, web advertising, specials. If you've got cook-offs going on or different events in different cities, we try and promote that and provide specials with that. Last couple things, just in wrapping up, I really believe that our proven reliability, safety record, the comfort of the aircraft, and the convenience of being able to have the connections to where you want to go and where you want to attract people from to this community, along with the baggage, and how we build that relationship within the community, gives us that continued passenger growth through time that allows us to be successful with you. And I believe we're your best choice. Really appreciate your time tonight. I know it's long.
Those
And
questions,
let's see, any other questions? I tried to address most of them.
Pretty good, Joe.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, Mexico was a question. We don't have any plans right now, but definitely open to interest in that. Yeah, like I said, we're always looking for new routes.
I think the advantage of being last is that you've heard our questions that you've asked.
I tried to,
You've answered our questions
yeah.
as part of your presentation, so thank you for that.
Last time I went first, so this was nice.
I have one question. How about special charters? If there's a interest to do
We
a
do them all the
one-time
time.
special charter.
Absolutely. We do them all the time, and actually, that was two other things that didn't come up that's in the prezo, but we will have a van both here and at LA, as well as a spare aircraft that'll be based here. And pilots will be based both here and LA. We'll have crews in both locations.
I have a question for Mr. Duran when it's appropriate, Mayor.
Okay. Anything else for the proponent? No? All right, thank you very much. I think you have another meeting to
Yes.
get to.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Cardenas?
Yeah, Mr. Duran, I know you shared in the beginning why this is before us again, and I just wanted some clarity. I believe I heard that Mr. Cordova made a request to have us, did I hear reconsider, or did I hear that he wants us to kind of review this decision that we already made? Can you kind of share a little bit on the context behind?
I may have used the word reconsider. The item is, what was given last time was direction for a letter of support from,
Ukulele.
thank you, and Mokulele. And because the county had recommended Boutique, was a request that would there be an initial discussion to determine if there could be another look at this, particularly for Boutique.
They
And-
wanted us to reconsider.
And that's where you're at, and it's, by the way, it's City of Imperial recommended Mukalele, and Brawley is looking at these three tonight. They had not made a decision. The comment period was extended, so we have the rest of this week. And that's where we're at. Again, I think what it is all parties here in the valley are looking for aircraft service very quickly. What was left out of this presentation that I did receive at the county one is time is of the essence, because after a certain amount of time, the FAA, well, the Department of Transportation pulls its TAS out, and then you don't have it, and they don't come back, or it's very difficult. So the intent is to get this service running again quickly, so we don't lose our TAS funding.
And just to follow up, and maybe Councilmember Walker could help me with this because of her experience with SCAG, but is there some sort of consensus that needs to be achieved in terms of the selection of the airline, or what are we trying to accomplish, I guess, with us possibly reconsidering our decision?
I think that the Department of Transportation takes a look at all of the proposals and goes through an analysis as to what would be most beneficial from their perspective, especially with all of the other EAS programs that they monitor and administer throughout the United States. They take a look at, based on the proposals, what looks like it would be the best fit for what's wanting to be accomplished within the community. The other thing they look at, though, is cost. And I know that in listening to the proposals, these are my comments, if you don't mind.
No, I welcome them.
So first and foremost, we understand that Boutique said that they're essentially building their airline on an EAS model, which is not a good idea. Because the EAS is subject to Department of Transportation determining, or or Congress actually determining that funding for that program goes away. Yep. And we remember that twice now we have had to convince DOT not to eliminate our EAS program. And as long as Congress continues to struggle with everything that they struggle with, I think that the EAS program is probably not the business model that you want to look at. I appreciate that the Mokulele is on orbits. I mean, if what we're looking to do is make it easy for people to get here, know who we are, and for people to book flights off of different websites, I think that was a good selling point. Appreciate the idea of being behind security. That's huge in terms of time saved. The baggage to destination, again, is a big deal, I think. The fact that you're able to take the amount of luggage on that he was able to demonstrate versus, I mean, you're capped at 35 pounds, and if you have more people than that, want to get their bags on, they put it on your next flight. Well, how many of us have been stranded somewhere without your bags? It's not where you want to be. The other thing that wasn't talked about, but I think that it's important, we need to be mindful of the cost of this service to the taxpayer. And the Boutique Air proposal is actually a cost to the taxpayer of an additional $1.5 million. Now, out of courtesy to the county and wanting to look like we are team players, I think we could think about saying that we, our top choice, going to put this out there, our top choice remains Mukulele, but we think that Boutique could probably do a good job.
Well, I had the same kind of thought as Mr. Cardenas in that I'm not sure what consequences there might be if all of us that are looking at this have different recommendations. Because I think
I don't think it really is.
ultimately somebody is going to look at a DOT or some entity, federal entity, and look at more of the technical side, the funding side,
Right.
Those kinds of things that are probably beyond our scope of understanding and comprehension. So I'm not sure that it's going to impact us severely if we have different recommendations from people. I concur with Ms. Walker. I think when you look at all the aspects and the convenience and security and bagging, and it seemed to me, price is important, and it seemed to me that all of them were kind of around the same ballpark. So, I don't even know that we need to go with the second option. I think that we should just say,
We've already written our letter of support.
Exactly. So,
Mr. Cardenas?
And I wanted to, I think Councilmember or our mayor asked a great question in terms of when they would be able to start up. And I heard from Boutique, or I believe the first folks, that they would say within 50 days. And I also heard that Mr. Durant said that there's some time issues. Do we have an idea if we did stay with our recommendation on how quickly they could start up operations? Did we have some information on that?
Yeah, I actually participated in a conference call when the DOT first released the request for proposals, and they said they would be up and running in 30 to 60 days.
I think all of them are going to expedite.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because of the lack of service.
I mean, everything's here. All of the infrastructure is here.
I think, there's certainly some attractiveness of Boutique, the speed, the feeling of being in a own private jet. But I'll tell you the one thing that I think was a big influence on me was the last demonstration from the bag, because we all can relate to that. We all travel that way, and if we can't get some of those bags on a plane, or if we're the 7th or 8th person on that plane and everybody else has already got their bags on, we might have a serious issue. Mr.
And
Grant?
if I may, and this is because I saw that also. And again, the other two firms aren't here to talk about this, but if the statement was made that they could not take a wheelchair or walker, I will never use the flight. My wife can't travel. So it's one of those where, wow, I missed that completely. Because, by the way, Seaport was able to take that walker and put it underneath. So to hear that and thinking through that, it's like, wait a minute, then I'm done. And a lot of people are done because it's a require. I mean, a lot of folks around here have accessibility issues,
Even
and
if
they
you're
take their walkers.
traveling recreationally and you can't take, say, golf clubs, which is such a standard nowadays, in travel.
How about a baby stroller, Jason?
Whoa!
Not yet.
Don't get the cart ahead of the
Settle
horse.
down. Settle down. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see a
Okay,
move
I'm
by this
just.
council to change anything.
I'm just going to make a motion that we just leave our letter of recommendation as is.
I second.
Okay, there's a motion by Walker, second by Silva to maintain our recommendation of Mokulele Airlines for our EAS airline carrier support. Please ballot.
I'm showing 4-0 with one absent.
4-0 with one absent.
Since there is a representative from the county's office here, I think that's taken care of, and your letter is already on file with the Department of
That was going to be
Transportation.
my next question. I don't need to do a new letter?
I don't believe so.
Okay, all right. All right, let's move back to our scheduled agenda. And I believe next up is Mr. Tyler with our Chamber of Commerce monthly report.
I think first and foremost, we'd like to thank all of you for your patience. I mean, we were certainly behind schedule today, but it's really great that you're here.
Thank you, Mayor Jackson and City Council. Thank you for having me again this month. I'm pleased to be here. Actually, want to thank you actually for switching the agenda order. My first item was to say, hey, well, what are you guys going to do about the essential air service? So you answered my question on that. At our February 8th board meeting for the Chamber of Commerce, Mayor Pro Tem Cardenas brought Executive Commander Ramirez from the police department to speak with us about graffiti abatement in the city. And I really appreciate the reach out, and we look forward to working with the city on that. And one item that has come to mind since that conversation was just that we know the city is working towards a program to paint over graffiti, you know, and Councilmember Cardenas has commented, well, there's issues with the color of the paint and things like that. And I just like to put back out there that, you know, ultimately, in my mind, and I think the Chamber's mind, private property is it's the responsibility of the property owner to ultimately come back and repair the property regardless of what damage it, be it vandalism or some other, you know, other problem, as part of being a good citizen in the community and all that, just take care of your property and all that. And I wouldn't want our businesses or people in the residential community just to always rely on the city. Okay, somebody tagged it, well, that's not my problem, that's the city's problem. So, you know, as we continue this dialogue, we'll work towards working with you in terms of not just expecting you to clean it up, because I think that's the responsibility of the property owner. So I just wanted, that wasn't really much of the conversation that we had, but I want to introduce that extra part to that. But thank you for that, because it's a big problem in town, and I really appreciate that. And given that we're, I'm trying to keep this brief, I want to invite you all to the March Mixer that the Chamber is having at the new business in town called Upspace, which is in the Big 5 shopping mall, which has been in business for maybe 6 to 7 months now. And so that's going to be on March 17th at 5 o'clock. So thank you very much. If there's no questions for you, I'll turn this.
I'm actually okay. I have a follow-up comment, though. Go ahead. I just wanted to share, to my fellow council members that, you know, there's been some discussion in regards to that graffiti, and I'm sure there's going to be an update. I want to thank our police staff for being supportive of that, but I wanted to make sure that my council members are not blindsided about these discussions as well. But our mayor's been a part of that, and there's still some, it's really more driven towards a county initiative. And there's actually some updates that are going to be coming up in the next 30 days. But in fairness to my council members, I wanted to share that there's some activities regarding addressing the graffiti. And we were actually very grateful to share a little bit at the chamber, as it was a need that they were addressing. And that's why I followed up on that. So I just, as a courtesy, I wanted to let you guys know.
And I want to say that good job on the gala.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
Thank you. Yeah.
yes.
That was a good time.
Somehow my name made it to the speakers that were doing the mystery dinner, so I had a little bit of a highlight
Yeah.
there, but it was fun, so thank you.
Great. Thank you for that compliment. Okay.
Great job, Mr.
Thank
Tyler.
you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Tyler.
you.
Okay, next we'll have a presentation by the Imperial Valley Small Business Development Center. Mr. Carlos Vergari.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, thank you for having us. I am not going to quit my day job for this, so it is obvious that, there we go. I'm sure you all know Sylvia, but Sylvia Marroquin is my center manager, and she's my right-hand person, as you can tell. I cannot operate without her. So thank you for having me here in front of you. My presentation this evening is gonna have four little pieces of it quickly. I'm gonna share with you a little bit the history of the SBDC as it's been created throughout the years. I'm also gonna talk a little bit about our center performance, our California performance as a SBDC, and how we compare with everyone else throughout the state. We're gonna talk a little bit about how we are financially structured, and also, and lastly, I'm gonna share with you the need of your support for our center so we can keep providing the service to the community that we've been doing. I've been the center director since November of 2011, and when I came to the center, I inherited the illustrious Sylvia, which was a godsend to me, and she and I have worked together with other folks throughout the network and brought this center to the level that it's serving today, which is from the feedback that we get from all of the clients. They appreciate what we do. So without further ado, I'm going to give you a little bit of the history of the SBDC. After World War II, Congress was scrambling, how do we support our business owners nationwide? So through trial and errors and a lot of people before us, in 1953, Congress passed the Small Business Act, which created the United States Small Business Administration. Once that was created, the SBA, which is our main stakeholder partner, their mission was to guarantee loans to the banks so they can actually loan to the business owners. Before, we did not have this vehicle, so it was very hard for a business owner to seek financing. And it's like anything else. When you need it, you cannot get it. And when you don't need it, they're all falling to loan you money. So our predecessors saw that need, so the SBA was actually created. Then it posed another challenge, which was, okay, where do people go to seek service without paying the $200 an hour for a consultant, so a business owner can actually get assistance in getting ready to get financing? That vehicle was not there. So in 1976, they did a little pilot program in Cal Poly Pomona for 6 months only, and said, what if we have a center, small business development center, that people could go there, seek financing, seek help in marketing, business plan writing, getting ready to get financing from a lender, so they can get a mentor, a coach, someone that does not know the insides and out of their business, but the process for them to be actually successful and actually be able to function without killing themselves financially. So the Small Business Development Act, the Small Business Development Center was actually created for six months as a pilot program. After that, they actually did a survey from a third disinterested party, and they actually found that this concept was really working. So in 1977, they actually created it, as you can see, they created a concept, and then in 1980, they passed it into law. So now we're part of the actual government budget. So that's how we create it. Now, 40 years later, we are 1,000 centers nationwide that provide this service. It's not just us here. And it's been recently branded as America's SBDC, because each center is actually hosted or fiscally managed by an institution of higher learning. So before, everyone had the institution's logo and the SBDC there. So no one really recognized it. We did a lousy job in actually branding ourselves. But now we have fixed that. So now we're known as America's SBDC nationwide, and we're beginning to get traction for that, because before we were the best kept secret in town. So Our SPDC in California has actually, since California is bigger than most countries, we actually have 6 regions, which contain, each region has a lead center, which manages all of the centers, and we have 43 centers throughout the state. Our San Diego region is comprised of 3 centers, one in North San Diego, one in South San Diego, Imperial Valley, and a lead center in National City. So that's how we actually able to perform as a cohesive unit statewide, but yet in regions that can be actually managed. So the things that excites me the most is numbers, performance. So since we're small here and people think that we don't do much, I just decided to do a little analysis. And I ran it past everyone else, and they said, you are right. So here's the numbers that we have received from the 2015 year for the entire California network. We have the population of 38,802,500, and these are the 3 components that SBA, when they give us a budget, they give us goals to create jobs, to open brand new businesses, and capital infusion. Capital infusion is either a loan that we secure for the business owner or their own investment, and we have to actually look for that and make sure that we record it, because every session that we talk with a client, we have to actually note it in a software, and that's how SBA sees what we're doing on a daily basis. So the entire network did 1 business start every 41,000 residents. They actually did 1 new job every 7,357 residents, and they generated $14.31 in capital infusion per resident throughout the state of California. So I said, that is great. So how do we do? Because they all think that we don't have electricity in Imperial Valley, and it really annoys me. So, I did I kind of challenged them. They don't like me to show these numbers, but I like them. So how do we do compared to the entire California network? We did 1 business start every 11,900 people. We actually turned in the clock a little faster. We created 1 new job every 1,399 residents, and we generated $31.25 of revenue, of capital infusion per resident in Imperial Valley. So we did things a little bit better. And
Can I ask for a clarification? These numbers that you're giving us, is that for a year or?
for the year, 2015, yes. Thank you. So here's how we compare our Imperial Valley SPDC with my colleagues in North and South San Diego. And as you can see in yellow, we exceeded the goals that were given per the population that we serve, because money is allocated for the population that we serve. We serve 179,000 residents. They serve 1,000,004 and 1,000,007. So they have more people, but they also have more resources that I do not have here. So because of that, I said to them, well, now let's look at how much you have to draw from that I do. So for the population, they have 18 times more population in San Diego than I do. For the population per square mile, they actually have 10.4 times more population that they are servicing than I do. Here, on the firms available for them to actually reach out, market, and counsel to, they have 28.7 times more than we do here. And the total employment, folks that are actually employed, they have 37.7 times more people that I serve here, or we serve here. So when you're comparing apples to apples, for them to be equal to what I'm doing, or what we're doing here, they will have to be doing those numbers times those factors, which then will equate the scale. So it's something that it is kind of a challenge to them to do a little bit more than when they actually been doing. So what have we been doing since I took over as director with Sylvia since late 11? So I just took 12, 13, 14, and 15. We have served in our center 274 clients. Now, a client is a person that we accept. We see a lot more people than that, but some of them we cannot help or they're not ready. So these are people that we took in under our wings and we actually helped. We have done 2,206 counseling hours. We have done 45 transactions, either capital investment or loans, totaling a little bit over $15 million. We have actually started 25 businesses, did 114 events, workshops with 1,532 attendees. So we stay busy. We stay busy. Now, let's talk a little bit about our funding structure. The San Diego Imperial Network gets $1,088,000 from SBA on a yearly basis. We get allocated, based on our population, $155,000, $155,872, and we are required, because we have to match our federal dollars, we are required to match $77,936. As you know, a year ago, San Diego State University Research Foundation, they actually took over a fiscal management of our center. And that created, it was a good thing, and it was also created some challenges. Challenges being, we did not have all the cash match that we needed to do. So I went to the County Board of Supervisors and I requested financial assistance, which last December the 8th, they actually gave us $50,000 with one condition. Condition was they wanted me to reach out to every city and request that we get financial support from you as well. They didn't want to do it alone. And this was a one-time, so every year I have to find $80,000, $77,936. If I get more money from the federal government, my cash match goes up. That's the way the structure for the SBDCs, all of us are under the same type of challenge nationwide. Is it the best business model? No. It used to be, but now things are a little tighter. Institutional higher learning, sometimes they don't understand what we do, and it is a challenge to come with an understanding. So we are left with a lot of challenges, a lot of folks that we're serving, and just like a small business, if I had a loan, I could do more. So I understand what small businesses go through because I go through it on a yearly basis. So what I'm hoping that I could get out of you, for you folks to understand, is if I don't get your support, I cannot do this. Sylvia and I cannot do this on a yearly basis by ourselves anymore. It is a challenge. We don't have the right amount of funding, but we still have to serve a need to all the community, and we're all together. Our numbers are very positive for the small community that we actually serve. And I would like to see that we can get to an understanding where you folks understand what we do and how you can be part of a winning system that actually helps clients in Imperial Valley succeed. Because these numbers tell me one thing. It's not that I am great, it's that the quality of the people that we serve is very high. And all they need is us to touch them, help them, and just moving forward the right way. And I am very pleased with what I see here. I just need a little bit of help. Thank you.
Questions?
Carlos, on the $50,000 that the county money, do you have a sense of where that money's coming from? Is it the public benefit money, or where?
No, it's not from the public, it was actually from the general fund. I'm going to apply for the community benefits program, but the county gave me a mandate, and they told me, you need to go talk to everyone, because we don't feel we should be the only one helping you. So I told them that I would actually do.
Fund money that they allocated.
Yes,
I think at one point, the Board of Supervisors each allocated themselves within their district $100,000
Yes.
that they could use as they saw fit.
yes, they did.
And so what, I believe the way your funding was structured is that each of the members of the Board of Supervisors ponied up $10,000 out of their $100,000 pot of money.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Second question, the IED typically has also their large contributors to economic development projects, the IBEDC. Contacted them as well?
I'm in the process of doing that. There's only 2 of us in the office, and I'm actually contacting financial institutions. The SBA is actually helping us a lot. We're just under the gun. It just is a daily struggle of making sure that we have, otherwise my accountant at San Diego State says you only have life to this day. And then there's no more life until you get some more money. So it is a challenge. It's a day-to-day with them, because they're a great institution, they're great managers, but it is very strict of how long they are willing to keep us going until they see that there's no more financial support.
And I know that in the past, we used to allocate some funding through our CDBG funding, I believe, and Marcela, is Marcela?
Actually, it was under the RDA program,
Or
but
is the RDA?
yes.
Is Marcela here?
Yes,
Yes.
Ms. Piedra?
Can I ask a question of staff, please?
Marcelo?
Can I ask a question of staff? So, Marcela, do we have funding,
I'm sorry.
funding mechanisms outside the general fund that could be earmarked for the SBDC?
No, the funding the $1,000 contribution that we provide is coming from the general fund in the absence of redevelopment. And we actually reduced it because before we were contributing $5,000 to the organization.
Carlos, just, and if I may, if you're done, Mr. Silva, in regards to this $15 million loans and capital investment from 2012 to 2015, do we have a kind of percentage on how much actually maybe stayed in El Centro, or how much was startup business in El Centro? Maybe just kind of.
About 45% of our clients come from El Centro. I have to serve the entire county. That's why we're centrally located, just to make sure that we can reach out. So about 45% is what people are coming from the city of El Centro.
And in terms of just, I know you're saying you're reaching out to other cities. Has any other city already committed to supporting your efforts or supplementing your efforts?
I talked to Marlene Best last week, and she told me that in about 2 weeks, they will go in front of the council to go ahead and issue some financial support. She did not state how much, though.
And what type of contribution are you maybe looking at? I mean, are you looking what level, or is there some suggested levels, or what? Could you kind of share a little bit about what your expectation is?
The city of El Centro is the leader in this valley. If you contribute low, everyone else is going to contribute low. I'd like to see you contribute up to $10,000 if that's something that the city council will consider, because the impact that I'm actually doing in the community, it is greater than that. I know you don't see it, but I feel it.
I think for purposes of this evening, we kind of have a couple of purposes, right? Is you're required to do a presentation to
Yes, I
receive the
am.
funding that was set aside for fiscal year 15-16. And then I think what we're hearing now is the pitch that as we build our budget for the coming fiscal year, you would like to see us consider funding somewhere in the neighborhood of $10,000.
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to call, and we could potentially restrict that funding to specific tasks. So, for example, if we wanted to restrict it, not necessarily to go to general overhead or travel, I mean, we could potentially restrict those monies for specific activities related to any type of economic development, maybe related specifically to El Centro or something to that effect. Would you have any problems with some restriction conditions on if we were to consider funding?
No, I do not.
Can I just interject here, though? But I think that in lieu of that, because I don't think we want to tell them how they run their business. In lieu of that, it gets back to what I've kind of advocated before, is we need to see the financials of the companies that we're giving and the nonprofits and other agencies that we're giving money to, so that we can say, do we think that this business model is correctly structured? Or do they have 90% of their funding going to administration versus 90% is going to programming? So I don't want to get in his kitchen and tell him how to cook the soup, but I do want to see the financials and make sure he's buying the right ingredients.
Okay.
And Carlos, from a timing perspective, you know, when we have our budget discussions come up soon, you know, we begin to allocate resources, but at the end of the day, we're looking at making decisions sometime in June and then perhaps May, and for the funding to become effective July 1. But I sense a bit of urgency in your tone earlier. So are you okay through the rest of the fiscal year? And so you're looking for.
I'm on a day-to-day, to be honest with you. I'm on a day-to-day.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Day to day.
Day-to-day.
Oh,
Day-to-day, because we're short. So I would have to either cut services, which is not, SBA is not going to allow it because they're mandated to serve Imperial County or to do something else or to be down to one person. That's not physically possible to provide we do a lot of hands-on services, and business plan writing is not something you can send a client over and say, go do it in the corner and get back with us. We have to sit down and actually work with them on a daily basis. With Sylvia, most of the counseling, we do not have someone else that can actually do it. So we do we wear different hats because of all the goals that we have to meet on a monthly basis, in addition to finding money, which is really my regional director's job. But since he's 120 miles away, I took it upon myself, because if I don't help ourselves here, no one else will. So we have to do what we have to do. Knock on doors, absolutely.
No, I think that the service you provide to the valley is just incredible. And we know that the financial backbone of our economy is small businesses. And so we're there for you. Let's see what we can do with this next budget cycle.
Well, thank you, appreciate it. Any other questions? Thank you for allowing me to be with you.
Thank you very much. And you're lucky to have such a great woman working with you,
Yes, I am. And she tells me that every day.
as she should.
When I don't listen, she calls my wife.
There we go.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, next we have, item number 3 is presentation by the Imperial County Film Commission for contribution of fiscal year 15 and 16. Ms. Charlotte Teeters.
Good evening. My name is Charlotte Teeters. I'm from the Imperial County Film Commission. And unfortunately, I'm so sad to see Mr. Garcia couldn't be with us tonight. The rest of you have heard this spiel quite a few times. So I was kind of hoping to get him, understanding what the Film Commission is and does. So I'm going to skip over history and skip over mission. We all kind of know what that is, and just kind of hit the highlights of what we've been doing. I did a report at the end of fiscal year 14-15, that we had brought in over $3.3 million to the county. We had a great year with films. Warner Brothers, that filmed here with Miles Teller and Jonah Hill, that movie Arms and the Dudes comes out in August. Bad Batch has not come out yet. That's one with Keanu Reeves. And they're looking at Sundance for next year, so we're hoping that it'll go to that. This year so far, as the end of January, we have had 48 different projects that have filmed here. Those have ranged from, I got my eyes dilated earlier, and I'm having a little trouble here. Those have, we had Zoolander 2, if anybody saw it.
Oh, no.
They filmed out in the dunes. I didn't have a premiere party for that one. We have had a major independent film that shot a 17-15 during December, and they gave us an estimated economic impact of over $200,000 in that one shoot. We've had documentaries. Monster Energy did a web and commercial series. We've had Palm Springs Magazine come and do a spread. We've had Jill Roy Clothing all kinds of different things. We have not had a major feature film, though we have been scouted by Warner Brothers, and they are coming back for a second scout here very shortly, and that will be if we get it, will be a major film. So we'll see, fingers crossed. What else? So, and that has resulted in an economic impact of over $700,000 for the year. And again, that's at the end of January. We are averaging over 8 projects a month. February is no exception. It's been a crazy month. And we continue to get requests for March. I've got one for April, so things are always moving. We did have our 5th annual Imperial Valley Film Festival this year. We held it at the Imperial Palms Resort, and we had 18 local films that were submitted. Some of them were great, some of them were good, and we had a great time that weekend. We had workshops where we learned about Google Cardboard and virtual reality, which is if you have your smartphone and there's this thing you put it in and you live in a world, so that was kind of cool. We had an acting workshop with Max Arcienega, and you probably don't know his name, but I just got to watch him on an episode of NCIS New Orleans, and he was a main character in that for that episode. His acting workshop went over really, really well. They read scripts for him. He gave acting notes. And so that was really a good experience for our locals. We also had color correcting, so we taught people that once you have the film in a computer, how do you put that together and make it look cohesive, as opposed to I shot it at midnight and I shot it during the day and I shot it at 3 p.m. and I shot it at 12. You know, you want it to look consistent. So that was a good workshop. We also had featured artists Bob Zahn and Sergio Bastidas as our featured artists in our art gallery. We also had 17 local artists put up their artwork in our art gallery. We had visiting filmmakers R.V. Levinson, who brought This Is Not a Club. It was our opening documentary this year. If you haven't seen it, it was great. It was a documentary and I loved it. And it was about high school competition or speech competition. George Folsey joined us by Skype, and he is a editor and producer from way back, American Werewolf in London, Michael Jackson's Thriller video, all kinds of credits, and he talked to us about filmmaking and his history and how much he enjoyed it, and talked to our local filmmakers so they could pick his brain for a little while. Same with Jorge Diaz, who starred in The 33. If you haven't seen that, I encourage you to. It was a great film about the Chilean miners, the miners that were stuck. The 33, I'm sorry, I'm going to get the wrong country there. He was in that movie, and he, again, by Skype, talked to our local filmmakers, answered all of their questions. We had a late night that night, but everybody got a chance to talk to him and George Folsey, and it was just a really great experience. Our ending films were Crescendo and The Walk. They were 2 short films, but they were fabulous short films, and they were directed by Alonso Alvarez, and Max Arcienega was in The Walk. And those 2 films have been on HBO. They have been shopped in the different film fest circuits. So again, a good opportunity for our locals to meet real filmmakers, pick their brains. Everybody that was a visiting filmmaker stayed around, talked to all of our locals, and really gave them their time. I don't know if you know, but this year we were able to get the state of California to recognize Imperial Valley and get an arts council funded. And just this last week, we got our first check for $21,000.
Yay.
That's right. So we have a 3-commissioner council, Hildy Carrillo, myself, and Rosemary Woods, so that we can represent the whole of the valley. And we'll use those funds, and we still have to get everything together on how this all works, how you apply and things like that. But so that things like the First Fridays or an art show or a production or a filmmaker or somebody like that can apply for those funds to help encourage arts in the valley. So we're working on it. COLA Awards were held this year. I am a co-chair of that event. We had 5 nominations in the running at the COLAs, and if you don't know what COLA is, it's California On Location Awards. We celebrate filming in California. And Imperial County actually had somebody to win, and that was Mr. Robert Malik from our county fire department, and he won for County Employee of the Year. So we're very proud of that. And then, just really quick, and I know it's late, so I'm just going to be really quick. I just wanted to tell you a few things about UDG because they kind of intersect, and if you don't know, I have 2 positions. One's UDG, one's Film Commission.
Maybe for the benefit of the folks here, you might want to tell.
Oh, United Desert Gateway,
There we
sorry. I'm on the DAC subgroup for that, so we are dealing with the desert issues and excess issues that are going on between Union Pacific and the eastern routes of transit across the railroad tracks. We're also working to start finding a way to replace the Cahuilla Ranger Station. And we have done a couple different kiosks at Tumco, a wildlife refurbishing project, and then we had our cleanup in January, and also we had Star Wars Day, so that brings me back to the Film Commission. Return of the Jedi, part of that, a large part of that was filmed out at the Buttercup Sand Dunes, and I paired with the BLM, and we had an amazing turnout, more than we ever expected. And we had booths, we had tours out to the site, and then we had a fabulous screen, and we screened Return of the Jedi out in the middle of the sand dunes. So that was a lot of fun. Another issue, and I'm probably going to come back at another time here pretty quick to talk about, is the flat-tailed horned lizard issue. If you aren't aware, you will be hearing from me very shortly, because the working group that I'm with on that, we would like to talk to you about supporting our efforts to not have it listed. So that's what's been going on with the Film Commission.
Question, Mr. Silva?
Charlotte, I probably should bring you in the loop in a conversation and an effort that the mayor and I are having with our Mexican consulate, kind of tying together to our sisterhood agreement with Mexicali, and we're working with them for a fuller utilization of our old post office pavilion, and working on an MOU that I expect will come to the council in the next 30 days or so, between the Mexican consulate, the city, and also the IMACU in Mexicali, which is like the arts
Yes.
council, looking at creating a calendar of events where we would have Mexican artists come to the Centro, and for us to take our local artists and do exhibits in Mexicali. So it's still kind of preliminary. We have a meeting on Friday where we're gonna look at the first draft of the MOU and kind of work out some of the details and logistics, but I think that soon we'll be ready to kind of bring you in that loop so you become part of the conversation.
That'd be great. We have with Mexicali being so close, our film festival and other events pull from Mexico on a very frequent basis, and we've gone over there with Film Forward, and I was a judge for the UABC Film Festival this year. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunity to help with that.
And Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to follow up. I currently sit on her board and appreciate everything she does, as I know our other council members do. I believe the county has increased her budget by $10,000. I believe they took it from $25,000 to $35,000, which just substantiates the fact that you're such an important organization to our county. I know as we go through budgets and we are looking at some budget updates that we would consider maybe increasing our funding to her because of the proven economic impact that your organization brings to not only to our city but to our economy. But I do want to congratulate you on that extra $10,000, and again, it just serves as a validation that you guys are important. I'm hopeful that we would consider increasing the amount of money that we give you annually as well.
Can I speak to that point
Yes,
just
ma'am.
a little bit? AB 18, all of a sudden I'm going to lose the number, 35, was passed 14. And that tax incentive for California has taken place this year. And we are seeing residual from that, whether it is just perceived that it's going to be better or not. Last year at this time, we were averaging around 5.3 productions a month, and we're up to 8. I mean, I've been inundated, which is excellent. But, so there is, whether that is coming from actual production, getting the tax incentive and staying in California and filming parts here, or if they are just seeing the return of production or runaway production for various reasons, whether tax incentives have gone out in other states or it's just easier here, whatever. We have definitely seen that uptake. And the reason for my request to county, and one of the reasons that they supported it, was because so I could market more Imperial County to those productions that seem to be coming back.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in LA once, twice a month, and I stay at the Biltmore when I'm there, and almost always they are filming, and they
Yes.
have parts of the hotel set aside. So I was going to ask you about the film credits, because I know that most recently Tony Atkins, the outgoing speaker, has taken kind of credit for having gotten that through, and so I'm glad to hear that there is a positive.
Yes,
positive
there's
uptick
definitely
here.
been a change in the environment of California. Like I said, I can't point at it and say that's the reason that we're getting it, but I can track an uptick in production.
And your commission as a whole, meetings are going well, meeting regularly, everybody's engaged?
Quarterly
and
and
Quarterly? Excellent.
I mean, you'd have to ask them if it's I think it's going
Going very
well.
well. Very tight internal controls. I know you referenced some financials, and again, there's a lot of scrutiny, and not to micromanage her, but there is some very tight internal controls, which I appreciate about the Film Commission.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think I've been on the board for, I don't know, maybe 6 years.
6 years,
I was
maybe.
chair for 2 years, and I can't say anything that hasn't already been said. Charlotte does a great job. We have definitely seen an uptick in production, and I think because of her efforts and the efforts of all the cities and county getting involved and supporting this financially, we're definitely more on the map when we're talking to people in Hollywood. They know where Imperial County is, and they know what our assets are, so we're certainly getting a better look. So
And that's the point.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to consent item number 4. We have a motion by Silva, second by Walker. Please ballot.
Motion carries 4-0.
Motion carries 4-0 with 1 absent. It is 8:04. We're probably a lot further along than or not as far along as we thought we would. Would we like to take a quick 5-minute break and come back and then finish off the last 4 or 5 items? Okay, we'll adjourn for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, in the budget process,
Okay, we're back in session.
so is Coachella and the rest of us. I know, it's just,
Item number 6, additional staffing for water conservation efforts. We have a presentation by Terry Hagan, our Director of Public Works. Terry?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The summary of the presentation, I'll first give a background and then what our city conservation measures are, how well our city is doing as far as the performance, the numbers. And then we'll compare with the cities that recently have been fined and how we compare with them. And then we'll look at, briefly discuss the status of Munis and upgrade that we're going to do to be able to do fines in the water bills. And then talk about the request for additional staffing and then a conclusion. And then I've also got a separate little presentation if you want to get into detail about what the staff members would do on MyGov, and it's a 35-step process for documenting the water waste, and we can skip that presentation unless you want to get into it. So on January 17, 2014, the governor declared a proclamation to reduce water. July 15th, that became law. The initial emergency regulation was 270 days, and it's been extended now to October 31st of this year. Except for 1 month, we have not met the state's requirement to meet an overall reduction in water consumption. That requirement is 24% right now, and then starting today, it drops down to 20% due to the climate adjustments. So our code that we have basically is what we're enforcing now through code enforcement, and that requires no runoff of water to adjacent properties or streets. If you use a hose to wash your vehicle, you have to have a shut-off nozzle on it. And there's no watering of driveways or sidewalks. It's prohibited. And if you have a fountain, it must be a water recirculating type fountain. And during the watering of landscapes and lawns, we're limiting that to twice a week during the winter and 3 times a week in the summer. This is how we've divided up the 2 areas.
Excuse me, what is the fine?
Mr. Walker, let's go ahead and. Yes, please, and then I'll ask if there's some questions.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Hagan.
So we've got the 2-day schedule here, and the city's divided down 8th Street, east and west. And then we've got the summer schedule here that we'll be switching over to soon, and that's 3 days a week, also divided down 8th Street, east and west. Okay, now this shows our performance. The standards are based on 2013 is the benchmark, and we're supposed to have a 24% reduction. And if you look at the numbers here, there's been only 1 month in the last 2 years, a little over 2 years, that we hit the 24%. And there's been a couple of months we hit 22s, and then the rest have been lower than that. Some have actually been increases in water consumption, and we've got a negative value there and some other negative values. So we're not doing too well. Okay, there was an article that came out in the Sacramento Bee, October 30th, and it talked about the 4 cities that got hit with the fines. And the fines were $61,000 to each city. And the 4 cities were Beverly Hills, Redlands, Indio, and CVWD, Coachella Valley Water District. And this table was actually in the article, and it had the columns where the targeted amount that they're looking for as far as reduction from 2013, and then the actual reductions they had in the 4 months from June to September 2015. And then to have a comparison, I added this other table here. It's basically dividing the reduction amount by the target amount to get a percentage of the goal reached. And this newspaper actually had El Centro listed in here, and of the 10 cities they listed. And the 4 red ones are the ones that were fined the $61,000. But if you look at how well we're doing as far as the percent of goal reach, we're at 67%. We're below every other city but these 2 here at the top, Hanford and Beverly Hills. And so cities that were not reaching or were reaching their goal better than we were fined. And in the article, they had some quotes from Chris Garrican, the state board's enforcement director, and he said, they weren't making a strong effort, and the customers in their districts were not responding to the effort that they were making. None of the 4 water districts have fined any of their residents for using too much water, he said, and we're in the same boat. We haven't fined anybody yet. We've only used the code enforcement method where they've either overwatered, it's in the street, or that type of thing. And he also said, while several other water districts have missed their targets by considerable amounts, the state is going after agencies with the financial resources to operate significant conservation programs. One of our holdups is the Munis upgrade. We'll be, hopefully in April, May, we'll be doing a Munis upgrade, and we'll be able to incorporate fines and calculations, automatic calculations of the fines within the residential and business water bills. And that's one thing that most of the other cities in California are already doing. But we should be able to do that in a few months. Okay, the request for additional staffing, we're requesting 3 additional staff for a limited term appointment. They're needed to increase the water conservation efforts. The cost would be approximately $80,000 for 3 individuals, 2 drought monitors and 1 clerical assistant. And this would end in October 30th October 30th, when the conservation effort is supposed to end. Now, there's nothing that prevents the state from extending that further, though. Currently, one staff member, our stormwater compliance specialist, is conducting all the water conservation efforts. Additional regulations regarding the city's preparation for El Nino require that one individual dedicate more time to those efforts dealing with stormwater and less effort on the water conservation efforts. The code violations, like I mentioned, excessive runoff, washing cars without a hose, that type of thing, those are handled through the code violation process. Staff observes a violation, they photograph it, and they leave a door hanger, and then staffers enters the violation into my government. Staff re-inspects properties, photographs, leaves door hangers, generates notice to debate letter, verifies owner or verifies the owner of the residence address, and then sends the letter in certified mail. And then they follow up another time 10 days after. If the violation continues or reoccurs, a fine letter is sent, and the case remains open for 12 months. After 12 months, the case is closed. Currently, there are over 1,200 active violations cases in MyGov. The inspection and notification process takes 2 hours per case to send the initial notice to abate. Follow-up inspections and notifications take an additional hour per case. All cases must receive follow-up inspections for 12 months. To date, staff has spent over 3,000 hours administering the water conservation program. Additional staff is needed to enforce the regulations. Conclusions, the city faces the possibility of a large fine. Issuing individual fines on the water bill is the most economical and direct method to reduce consumption, but we are several months from implementing this program. Water conservation through code enforcement is our only option at this time. 3 additional temporary staff are needed. Once the water bill fines are implemented, we will re-examine the need for the 3 temporary staff. Any questions?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Cardenas.
Yeah, Mr. Hagan, in regards to the 3 additional resources, typically the policing or the enforcement of the policy, is that done 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, or is there a strategy to maybe stagger start times and look at the evening? Because, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we're policing, after 5 or maybe during the weekends. Or is that an accurate statement, sir?
That is. The 2 individuals we'd add one would work, or the 2 are code enforcement officers and the other is a clerical assistant. But the 2 code enforcement officers would work staggered hours, 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., and the other one would be 3 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Sorry, I didn't see that in the backup.
Yeah, I had to look at it in our staff report as well.
Okay. And as far as just an overall, do you believe that we can communicate this to the public, kind of share what, again, the importance of conservation and the consequences of being fined, or is there going to be a communication initiative behind this, or to encourage people to continue to conserve, or when was our last communication to our residents about where we're at?
Well, we just had the fair, and we handed out how many packages?
In the first 3 days of the fair, we handed out 900 packets geared for kids K through 6, and we still have another 5 days of the fair to go. We're expecting by the time the fair is over, we will have handed out over 2,500 packets geared for kids. And we are drawing some people, some adults in there as well, but we are making an effort to.
And we've had mailers in the water bills. And this code enforcement effort is just it's a continuing of the effort. We're expanding the hours beyond regular working hours. So right now, the watering is supposed to be on over the weekend. 2 of the days there's on the weekend, so we don't have any way of checking that or enforcing it. So.
And I just made real quick, Mr. Mayor, in regards to the actual classification of a limited term full-time position, I guess and I see the fact that there's going to be benefits and those types of additional compensation provided. So it's not necessarily a temporary employee, it's a limited term, full-time employee.
That's probably better answered by HR.
Did I kind of make some sense or no?
Yeah, no, I know what you're asking. Good evening. The limited term, it's a limited term full-time position, and we're proposing to add benefits to that. It's a temporary position, or you can say it's an at-will position. It will not be a permanent position at this time. The reason we're doing it this way will be, the position will be available as long as there's funds available. If there's no more funds, then the position ends.
Yeah.
But we're adding the benefits because of issues we've had with long-term temporaries in the past. And if this does become a permanent position, we're already paying all the funds. There would be no increase to the budget if we were to change it to a permanent position.
Excellent. Thank you, Terry.
I think that that's really an important distinction to manage people's expectations that are applying for the position, so that they know that could or could not be here next year. But I think that it's very timely. I think I want to compliment staff in the HR group for putting together the job description and just having the foresight to understand that we want to get in front of this and be proactive as opposed to reactive, especially with regard to the fines that we see have already been levied against other jurisdictions.
I think that a reminder to our citizens that we're continuing to enforce this, and or that perhaps we're going to get a bit more serious, and that, you know, people may begin to see fines, and a reminder of that either through Facebook, through our website, or other mechanisms. I think that it has to be English and Spanish, so that our you know, most of our citizens will understand what's coming. I think Mr. Duran and I were lamenting right before this item, and the reality of things is that all the water conservation efforts that we are making are not helping the state in any way. The water that we save goes to the Salton Sea. It doesn't go to any community that needs water. So, but that's just the reality of things. We try to ask for a waiver, and you know that didn't get us anywhere. You know, that's just something that we have to do. But I think is you know, I can't help but lament on the reality of where we are.
But I think we have to get, we have to kind of get out of this schizophrenic communication that we have going on, because what was the last big project we asked Mr. Hagan and his group to work on was the El Nino, preparations for El Nino, and making sure that that was posted to the website. So there was this big communication, big push, get ready because all of this water is coming. And now El Nino hasn't materialized, and then we're back into the same. Now we start talking about drought again.
Yeah.
So,
Mayor, if I can,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
and you're here to talk about what we're asking for is these positions for the items that Mr. Hagan showed of the watering on the street and on the sidewalk. The second phase of that will be more complex, because clearly while we understand what we want to get below get people to use at their goal or less, we're going to have challenges, and there's going to be administrative process where people will say, well, wait a minute, that wasn't my house in 2013, or there's just going to be unusual circumstances on this. So that second phase where we use the on the billing fine portion of that, we'll have things we need to work through. It'll have to come here as a change in the ordinance, but I think it's where we have to head to. And other cities have found that, yes, they're working, but then they wind up with, well, wait a minute, there's an appeal on that. Yeah, for the most part, this will work fine, but it's working out how do we review the exceptions? And that will be the challenge. Unfortunately, a number of cities have already been working through this process. So it's in front of us, but it is a constant action that still has to come. But at the end of the day, there is a drought. It's just, unfortunately, where we're at the state. This has been come up with the city managers. We even had a discussion of, well, what about the canal that goes from the Colorado River through Coachella Valley over to LA? It's full all the time already. So we just happen to be at that end of the state where we're kind of we're part of the state, we're part of the team. We're just kind of in a, if you will, a dead-end street. Well, we have a role to play in this also. And I think it is, and that's the end of the day. We have a role to play. It's like air quality or anything else. We tend to get caught up with the larger system. So with that, This comes from the water fund, as a combination of funding sources, but it's from the enterprise funds. Quite frankly, I think this is going to go on a lot longer than October of 16. It's going to extend out. Arizona and Nevada has been in this boat for over a decade. They've been doing this. So this is not new. For me, it's not new, because 12 years ago when I left Arizona, we were doing all these things. All those requirements are there, are 20-year-old issues for the other states. It's just for California, the drought is finally showing up here.
Ms. Walker?
I think that there's plenty of us on the council that would prefer to govern by putting a carrot out there rather than smacking somebody with a stick. So I think that I'd like to see this come back to the Community Enhancement Committee, the task force. Not this particular item, but remember we had talked about what modifications can we do to landscaping requirements? Are there other ways that we can encourage our residents to be more water wise, as opposed to just threatening them with the fines? So maybe we can add this to our agenda.
Yeah, what you're seeing in other communities is a lot of subsidies from either the cities or the water districts to promote, drought-resistant plants, landscaping, taking out turf and replacing it with artificial. CBWD, I think, is doing a $1 a square foot for anybody that takes out turf and does any kind of DG or whatever. So, there's a lot of things going on in Coachella Valley. I see it all the time when I'm up there, but IED hasn't acted on any of that down here yet. But it's unfortunate. We talk about 97% of our water, and the whole 3%. I talked to somebody the other day. They were crunching the numbers for IED. It's actually less than 2%. It's about 1.8%.
All the cities.
Of all the cities is what is actually we're talking about. 1.8%.
It's just ludicrous.
So it doesn't move the needle at all. But
right. Terry, you mentioned that there were a number of cities that were actually fined by the state.
Yes, those
and
4
that-
cities.
And that were actually in part to our lack of compliance with the targets. Is there a potential that we can get fined soon?
Absolutely.
And what's the mechanism for that? We just get a letter and say, got a check, or how does that happen?
That would be, Randy, you're dealing with a lot of
State Water
contact
Board.
with the water board.
They would send us a letter stating that we were in violation, and they would propose a fine. And then we would have an opportunity to meet and negotiate that fine with them. But the problem with the water board that I'm seeing on this state, or at this level, is they're not willing to negotiate. They come in and they say, we can charge you $500 a day, and we're going back to day one, and you pay $500 a day, and there is no discussion. And it's write the check and move on.
Wow.
And we're trying to avoid the double hit, because if we get fined and then they mandate that we add staff, that just drives the budget through the roof and really turns everything upside down.
any other questions?
If I could add a couple of items.
Sure, Ren.
You mentioned a turf replacement program. LA County did a big $300 million turf replacement program. The federal government, in their wisdom, decided that the people that received that money,
It's income.
that it was taxable income, and they had to report it on their taxes. The state said it's not taxable income, but the feds declared it taxable. So they had to go in and they had to issue
1099s.
1099s to all of the property owners that got that.
That's the real
So that has really slowed down people applying for turf replacement
You think?
programs and things
Well,
like that.
there's also been findings now that you have to release the names of the people that receive the refunds or the rebates or whatever.
Yeah. So
And the amounts. So,
The other thing is the largest group of people that we're finding right now in the water issues are people that still think concrete grows, still think asphalt grows, and they still are just overwatering and they're running down the streets and flooding their neighbors out. If we can just stop that component of it, we're gonna go a long ways to meeting the goal that we have. But that's gonna take more people than what we've got. The current guy has he's kind of got the same issue I do. We don't sleep well at night. And there are nights we wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and can't go back to sleep. I've given him the freedom that if he runs into that situation, I don't care if it's a weekend or whatever, come in and put in 8 hours, 10 hours, and take it off on another day and adjust his schedule. So he has done that at times, and he does catch people that way. But I really don't want him knocking on anybody's door at 3 o'clock in the morning saying,
Yeah, no,
you're overwatering.
Yeah, no, bad idea.
And so we're just catching who we can, where we can, and we are there on weekends a little bit, not as much as we'd like to be.
okay.
Any other questions? All right. Let's see.
I think we're good.
Yeah, we were on 6, right?
This is an action, this is
Yeah,
an
it
action item,
is an
right?
action item.
It's an action item.
So we'll be looking for a motion. There's a motion by Cardenas, second by Silva. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please ballot.
Motion carries 4,
Thank you.
with 1 absent.
Item number 7. Oh, that's the
job
same
description.
thing. But we have to do it through, are you gonna say anything else on that, Terry, or it's the same?
I would move the item.
Okay.
Can I
Oh,
ask a
sorry.
question?
Of course.
Yeah.
Terry,
Terry,
Sorry.
we waited for you to go back and sit down. Now we need you.
Sorry. I thought it looked good.
Yeah, 10,000 steps in.
Terry, in the past where we reviewed certain job descriptions of people that have a direct, that deal with the public directly, as these people would, I presume, as part of their monitoring responsibilities, they're gonna be knocking on doors and they're gonna be, the issue of Spanish and requiring that these employees be bilingual. When I've asked that question before, I think, can you remind me what the answer is and why that may be impractical, or is it impractical at this point in time?
None of our job descriptions require someone to speak Spanish.
But we could, correct?
We could. Or what we normally do in that case is we make it desirable. We put it a category as desirable. It's not required, but it's desirable, so that puts them one step ahead.
And if we made it a requirement of the job, those individuals would have to receive bilingual pay as you would with other people, or how does that work?
Yes, they would. Since we're giving them benefits of everything, they would get the extra incentive pay.
There'd have to be some tested.
Yes, there's a test they have to go through that we administer.
Yeah. I feel very strongly that positions whose job includes dealing face-to-face and communicating with our citizens should be bilingual. That should be a requirement. So I'd like to ask the council for an addition to this so that these individuals be bilingual.
What would that do to the net cost of the staffing? What kind of driver would that be as far as, I would assume there'd be some additional costs?
The incentive pay, regarding the incentive pay,
Correct.
is $40 a pay period.
Right, so we'll
Would
make
be
it fit
additional.
inside that budget.
And
Yes.
would we be, would that delay us in getting these 3 individuals on staff and hired?
No, all I need to do is just revise this and
Okay.
And how much of their job do we feel is actually dealing with the public?
that, I don't know. Randy?
Oh, for the 2 enforcement officers, they're pretty much out there all the time.
They're gonna be out there all the time. Most of their contact, though, is going to be taking photographs and documenting what they see. They're talking with customers will be, if somebody happens to be outside when they're there, what we have found is the person that we have now does not speak Spanish, but there are enough other people around that we can pull additional help in to translate and to work around it. So we can make it work without it. We can make it work with it. It's really your preference.
The only issue with putting it as a requirement is if it's required of the job description, then you don't get the additional pay. It has to be something in addition to what is required. So that's why we usually put desirable
Then they get
instead
the
of
extra pay.
required.
Okay, so to clarify that, if we put it in there as it's
It's
required,
desire, if
then
it's
there is-
required, then it's already paid in your
So there is no
salary.
additional
There's no
incentive pay.
additional. We do desirable, that would be something in addition to our requirements, then we could pay the incentive pay,
Yeah.
the bilingual pay.
Well, I mean, I'm all for compensating employees for skill sets that they have, but the reality of things is that almost half of our population does not speak English, and so mandating that certain employees be required to be bilingual, I think that's something that is going to provide a higher level of service for our citizens that do not speak English. And, getting translators, sometimes it doesn't work, or the translation may not be effective, or, someone may not be available. So I really think that for these kinds of customer service positions, that we need to start making them a requirement.
Comments from council?
I'm good. I'll amend my motion to make bilingual a requirement.
A requirement.
Okay? So that would just go under required knowledge, skills, and abilities?
Okay, there's a motion by Walker, a second by Silva. Please ballot.
Motion carries 4-0.
And thank you for supporting that, I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Okay, moving on to item number 8, budget to,
Oh, never mind. There's people for both. Never mind.
budget to allocate $150,000 for the development of the Veteran Memorial Park. Presentation by Ms. Marcela Piedra.
Mr. Mayor, before we start, I had a conversation with Mr. Morita, and even though this item does not directly address the issue of a park that has been contemplated and is part of our plan, that discussion will include that, I presume, because the backup information makes a note of that park, and that park, the park that's being planned is very close to my home. In consultation with Mr. Morita, that may have a direct impact on my property value, or may have a direct impact on me. So I've been advised that it would be wise for me to abstain from the discussion on this item. So for that reason, I will be abstaining, following our attorney's recommendation, and also I'll be stepping out
Okay.
of the council chambers.
All right, thank you, Mr. Silva. We'll make sure we come
Take-
get you after.
Take a candy bar.
Yeah. All right. Ms. Piedra.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. This item is actually a project that city staff, basically engineering department, community development, community services, has been working with our mayor, Mr. Jason Jackson, to consider developing a veteran memorial park on a piece of property that is actually currently vacant, which is south of Fire Station Number 3. As you know, Fire Station Number 3 is located at 1910 North Waterman Avenue. And there's the vacant parcel that is actually currently owned by the successor agency, but in the process of being transferred to the city of El Centro for government use, particularly for use as future parkland. Mr. Jackson has indicated, or Mayor Jackson has indicated a desire to develop this particular piece of property, which is approximately 2.5 acres. You can see from the slide that the parcel has a particular shape to it, and it's triangular in piece, so that kind of poses certain challenges in terms of developing it. But we feel that approximately 2.5 acres would be available for this development. I understand from our mayor that he has outreach to several different groups about the possibility of doing this project in a joint fashion, partnering with potentially receiving volunteer labor to assist with the development of this project for the city of El Centro. Staff did include in our park budget for fiscal year 2017 the amount of $422,150 for the development of this park. However, due to the anticipated timeframe that we're considering to complete the memorial, we're asking that $150,000 be made available to us from what was requested in our budget for 2017 for preliminary work to start this project. It's the hope that by December of 2016, this project would be completed, or at least some of the major components to it. We have not presented this project to the Community Services Commission. However, we do plan on doing that on March the 17th. That's our next meeting that we have with the commission. Another park project that was included and that has been actually in the city's books is what we're calling the Desert Wildflower Park. We did include that park as well in our park budget, along with obviously Buckland Park and some improvements there. Is the Desert Wildflower Park, which is part of the Wildflower Desert Village subdivision, and I do have an aerial showing that particular site. This is the other location of the proposed park, which is approximately 3.6 acres, and this is a area that was set aside for a future park site within the Desert Village West subdivision, which has approximately 100 homes. This is located in between Austin Road and Plank Road, and you actually the street to the south is Ross Avenue. So this has been a park that, has been, in the city's books for approximately 10 years when this subdivision actually was developed and it was identified. However, due to other projects that the city has completed, this development of this park has not been able to be completed. But there has been inquiries from the residents within this area as to what is the status of development for this park. So we did include it in our budget as part of the 2017 request that we submitted under our park budget. So at this time, I don't know if maybe the mayor would like to provide some additional information, or if there's any questions that I can answer, I'll be happy to do that.
I have one clarifying question. So you said that the Veterans Memorial, proposed Veterans Memorial Park would be discussed at the Community Services Commission meeting scheduled for when?
March 17th.
March 17. Now, has the Desert Wildflower Park been discussed by the Community Services Commission?
Yes, we have mentioned it, and we did indicate that we were going to be requesting funds for the development of this project.
And that was supported then by the Community Services Commission?
Basically, was brought to them for informational purposes, that it is a park that is, obviously been, like I said, in consideration for a number of years.
So I know we have a park master plan that kind of spells out where we see on the time horizon when different parks will be developed, or maybe, I don't know, like you mentioned Buckland Park, so maybe upgrades to certain parks, when they will occur, what kind of time frame. The Desert Wildflower Park's been on the books for 10 years, never constructed.
That's correct.
What else is out there, Marcella, so that or Ms. Pietro, what else is out there so we understand what we're looking at?
If you're looking at the park's master plan, obviously, and of course, this was adopted back in 2008, so it was a pretty extensive process. You're talking about sports fields, that were included there. Some big projects that obviously it takes, millions of dollars to develop. So when you look at that master plan, we're looking at big projects. However, in looking at the existing inventory that we have as far as our parks, which is what we try to during the budget process, is include, projects such as this, that we know that they've been, in our, books for a number of years. And we know that eventually, at one point or another, we have to develop them because the impact fees on that particular housing development have been collected. So we know that in terms of a time frame, these are probably projects that we would consider doing maybe in 5 years, depending on the funding, of course. Buckland Park, obviously, I mean, it's been a park that we need to pay attention to. Because of its location, there's really no grant funding that we can go after. With some of the other parks that are located, let's say within, our community development block grant program census tracts, we have set aside funding to improve them. SORTA, of course, was a joint partnership too that we did with other organizations. So a lot of it depends on the scope of what that park requires in terms of work. I mean, we know we need to improve restrooms, again, which depending on funding sources we try to do. Fields have to be improved, snack bars have to be improved, so playgrounds have to be replaced. So there's a combination of things. Our master plan really talks about the bigger issue. It's more like a visioning process of what we would like to see as we grow as a city.
And I think it's also fair to say that even though this has been on the books for 10 years, the majority of that development didn't get built out until the last 3 to 4 years. So, and there's other parks within the park plan that foresaw development coming into areas that to this day haven't come in. So,
Well, then your comment then raises a question. Are there any other obligations, because I consider this an obligation, are there any other obligations out there that the city of El Centro needs to be aware of, or the council needs to be aware of, because we've made the commitment, and like you said, Ms. Piedra, the fees have been paid. Is there anything else out there that we've made that commitment and the park needs to get built?
I don't see Norma in the room, but I don't know if maybe our city manager can respond
there-
to that in
there-
terms of.
This has to do with 15-year-old design expectations.
right.
The Buena Vista subdivision had a retention basin that was thought in 1995 that would be some kind of park. Nothing grows down there. It's a design that doesn't work. But there's an expectation that something gets done in the future, where it's done, but there's no place for them. On this one, there was actually land, we were fortunate to get land at grade, not a retention base, that was dedicated. And this came up 2 years ago. We started looking at, well, let's start putting the money aside. Homes are now being built. And by the way, Ms. Piedra, you were looking, we talked about this yesterday. The number, that map is not up to date. The number of
That's
homes that are built next to the park,
There's homes that are actually to the west of it.
yeah, I think
and
that
to
entire
the
street's now
south.
filled.
That's correct.
How about on the backside?
On the
north
backside,
side?
no, it's still vacant.
Okay, so those are coming along. So that subdivision is starting to fill out. And I think this is one where we want to pay attention to the subdivisions we've approved with these pocket parks, and that we make sure we build them and don't forget about them. Because since '09, this subdivision stopped and now it's starting to fill out. And that's why to the west of that green box that you see up there, those homes are complete. And also to the east, there are more homes complete. So what you're looking there is about a 1.5-year-old Google map.
And if I may add, and I guess well, a couple of things. Actually, Councilmember Walker brings up a good point in terms of our master park plan. I mean, have we even considered, a memorial park previously? And I think this is a very worthy cause. And the fact that we've either not had discussions about it or even considered it in our master plan kind of raises some other questions. But I think it is an opportunity to pay tribute. The fact that we're talking about Desert Wildflower Park after 10 years of it, being what it is, also kind of raises questions on now it appears that Desert Wildflower Park has a sense of urgency behind it, where for 10 years there wasn't. So again, I'm just trying to put my arms around this and try to understand, well, why it appears that we have some sort of sense of urgency, obligation, commitment to Desert Wildflower Park now, but it didn't appear that we were having those discussions before. So I'm just trying to get some context behind it. I see our mayor who's very ambitious in his plan, but now we're saying we have obligations and this has come up, but it didn't appear to be a concern 10 years ago.
It's always been a concern, and the land was dedicated with the map. What happened is the development stopped I came in '03, they were putting, the homes were going Desert Village. I could not buy one there because they were all sold. And then everything stopped in '09. So because there was no homes around that park, we just, okay, we'll collect the money, but we're not gonna build the park because there'll be no homes within, if you will, one street. Well, now that's filling up. And so the question is are we going to now complete that? We've come out of this recession and we're now having homes coming up. So over a year ago, we started looking at, are there things that we need to look at? And this is the one subdivision that has a residual park in it. And that's what we wanted to make sure, before you made a decision on the Veterans Park, you understood that while it's an old obligation, it doesn't change the obligation.
Well, what if we were to pursue a plan or develop an action plan to look at this in, 2017, 2018, and maybe pursue alternative fundings to meet that obligation, in the context, get it before, those folks so that they can know that this is also on the radar. Again, to me, this is the first time I've heard of Desert Wildflower Park, and I understand, I actually appreciate staff's report and bringing it to the attention of the council, but I am very supportive of our mayor's cause on this and or his initiative on this, and I think it's an excellent opportunity. Again, I wish we would have been able to kind of address and have the vision, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, to say, hey, we do need to pay tribute to our veterans. I don't know if those discussions even took place.
Yes, they did.
Okay,
The
well,
city council approved a site at Buckland Park 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So I want to give you, the reason we want to make sure you're aware as a council is that you don't make a decision without understanding the other obligations. So when you set your priority, you do that with as much knowledge as possible. Again, both projects are well appreciated. As a veteran myself, it's like, wow, that's really great. But I want to make sure you understood and had, particularly if you didn't have the knowledge, that there are these other obligations and you are setting priorities one over the other.
And I think, unfortunately, we're in a situation where it's this one or that one, or this one first or that one first. And I certainly never wanted to establish or get us into this situation. I came up with an idea in my year of being mayor of trying to do what, unfortunately, this city has never really done, and we've never honored our veterans or our military personnel. The sad thing about that is for all intents and purposes, this city is a military city. We don't acknowledge it on a regular basis, but we have an NAF El Centro, not NAF Imperial Valley, not NAF Sealy, it's NAF El Centro. And yet, I have many veterans, many military people that have come up to me over the last 4 or 5 years and said, on Veterans Day, I want to dress up in my uniform, I want to go out, I want to celebrate Veterans Day, but you guys don't do anything for us. And so over the last 3 or 4 years, this has been a continual concern that I've heard from many residents. I myself am not a veteran, very patriotic, very supportive of our military, but when I had the opportunity to craft an idea that I thought that would work and that would benefit our residents and specifically our veterans, I went with it. And I appreciate, I've had many meetings with staff. I've had many conversations with different entities to bring down the cost, because the reality of the situation is we can't build either one of these parks. The reality of it, we don't have the funding right now. But the other part of this is that a Veterans Park can obtain funding from other sources. There are entities out there that are willing to donate labor. I've talked to the trades unions, and they're willing to come in and participate in donating labor to build this park. You'll have service clubs that are willing to purchase the memorial benches that will go around this park. I've had people in the community that have people that are veterans, people that are not veterans, that have volunteered to help engineer the park. So we have a situation where we can take this park, we can build it, we can honor the veterans and our military for hopefully a lot less than what our budgeted item is. I feel for the people in Desert Wildflower. I think that it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to address that park before today. But, you know, and I'm sorry, I can't remember, what's this, the Greenbelt area over here to the, what would
One of
that
the
be?
Lotus Basins.
The Lotus Basin.
Oh, that's right, that's right off of Lotus. So, you know, one of the things that was an interesting conversation, I was meeting with staff a couple days ago, and we were looking at the map, and unfortunately, we don't have the ability to kind of move the map, but we don't even have any parks in the north end of El Centro. The only park that we have servicing the entire north end of El Centro is Pico Park, or I'm sorry, not
Carlos
Pico.
Carlos
Carlos
Aguilar.
Carlos Aguilar, yeah, I know, it used to be Pico Park, and there's nothing else. And we have some senior development coming in just north of where I'm proposing the Veterans Park. We have some other apartment complexes that are being proposed, and there's no areas over there that are Greenbelt areas. So, you know, I definitely understand, and I think we do have some individuals that live in the Desert Village West area and that would like to speak on this issue. We'll definitely be calling you guys up in here in a second. But just kind of an overview. We have put a lot of time into this. I appreciate staff has worked very hard in putting this together. I'm not in a situation where it's one or the other. I want both. You know, in fact, I want more than both. I want every park that we need in this city. Statistically, I think we saw and we heard a couple meetings back that we're 117 acres short of parkland in the city of El Centro. It's a travesty. It's really unacceptable. We should have more greenbelt. But the reality of it is everything costs money. And the opportunity to build a Veterans Memorial Park and create another park in the city of El Centro at a reduced cost because we have other entities that are willing to partner on a project of that nature, I think it's an opportunity that we shouldn't pass up on. So at this time, it is a public, this is a, is it a public hearing? No, it's an agenda
that you
item.
get to talk
But we
about,
do
so-
have, we do have some people that would like to speak. And let's see, we'll bring up Esperanza Warren.
Good afternoon. My name is Esperanza Warren. I'm living 1000 Glenwood Drive, and I've been living almost 3 years in that development. One of the items that I was, my husband over there on the back, I was living in Imperial and actually live in the Savannah Ranch. When I purchased Savannah Ranch home, it was 5 houses away from the park. My main reason to purchase that house was the park, because I have a son, and at that time he was 9 years old, so I wanted to have a place for him to play. And when I decided to get married, I said, I really want to go back to the city of El Centro because this is the greatest city of all the cities, and I'm sorry for the other ones that don't live in the city of El Centro, but I love it. And he said, okay, we'll just pick a place. And the only development in Imperial Valley was at that time the Renaissance. And so I said, the Renaissance sounds good. Besides that, I have friends that live in the Desert Village, and they were all excited about the park as well, because they have kids as well. They were kids at that time. Now they're college students. They never get to see the park. That was more than 10 years ago. And today I'm here to kind of like not being opposed to the Veterans Park. I want to make sure that everybody understands that. I'm a community development as well, and I believe in community development. I believe in being proactive to bring something for the community. And my husband is a veteran as well, and I have a lot of respect for veterans, but I also have respect for our obligations. And when I get my paycheck, the first thing that I do, I pay my house and my bills, because that's my obligation. And therefore, I would like the city to consider, as you considering for this memorial park, which location to me it seems kind of odd because it's in the commercial center, it's in the commercial area. If you see that map for the Veterans Park proposed, it's next to a commercial area. I think you will have a better advantage in building commercial in that particular area next to the fire station, because a park for us is a park for the community. It's a park where people are involved. I have this experience. Long time ago, I actually, on my job, I built restaurants and with some funds, and the funding sources wasn't very happy because I built the park, the restaurants, not necessarily where all the people were. You want to build something in the community. You don't want to build something in the commercial area. And so that was my lesson. And I learned a hard lesson. They called me very big time, but I took it because they were right. And so my husband, which is very supportive to me, when I read the agenda, I said, okay, wait a minute. Understanding the projects, kind of like put together like more or less how much time more if we were in the budget for the next year to build this park, it will put us all the way to by the end of 2018. Because you're gonna need to go up to bid to get an engineer about 3-4 months until you get all the contracts approved. Then you're gonna take another 6 months to do the designs, because that's normally what it takes more or less to do designs. Then you have to accept those designs and then go out to bid, which is gonna take 1 to 2 months, and about 6 to 9 months to build, to do construction. So that put us more or less by the end of the 2018. That means, if you think about the big picture, that's going to be 13, 15 years away from the commitments. So that's a long run. And I hope to leave that long. I don't know, we never know. Maybe when I get out of this building, I get run over by a truck for coming over here. But the reality is, we would like to be considered for funds. If you're considering this funding from the general fund to build this facility, this memorial, which again, I'm not opposed to it, also consider us. Because our kids need, the little kids around the area, I see them every day on the street. I actually have to tell my son, when you get up from the garage, look around, because there's so many kids around our area. They're very young families. I think we're one of the oldest families. So our son is already in college, but the other kids are very small kids, so I want you to think about that. We also have to take a step, because I know the staff report says that community has been coming to address their concerns. So we want to make sure that it's not just you think they're coming, or I'm not saying I have a very high respect for Marcela, because I learned a lot of things from her, and she's very good. But I have 2 pages of signatures with names, addresses, and phone numbers from people from the community who would like to be considered for this park. And so I'm going to give this copy to the clerk so she can keep it. And there are 23 signatures for you, so you can see that they actually have people waiting for this park.
All right,
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Mr. Nick Fenley.
Good evening. My name is Nick Fenley Jr., and I reside at 2937 Wensley Avenue. Thank you for your time. I, too, want to go on record as Mrs. Warren. I am a veteran. I'm not opposed to the Veterans Memorial Park. I do think it's an honorable thing that we do for all the veterans and the sacrifices they have done. With that said, I was thinking maybe kind of the same thing as the Master Parks Plan. You want to do both. Right now, we can't do both. I'm here to ask you to consider, I think in today's article, if I read correctly, I may be wrong, the details are kind of vague. There was no planning yet, no engineering yet. It was still very, very much in its infancy. So maybe why not take that Veterans Memorial dedication? We don't have a location, Ms. Warren said, it's in a commercial one. That dedicated 3.5 acres, I believe, at Desert Village. Why not try to make that a hybrid of some sort? Because the current one, I think, Mr. Mayor Jackson, wasn't going to have any playgrounds, I believe, correct?
No.
So this one could be used as a dual purpose where the veterans have their memorial and be able to play with their children and see, hey, you know what, my dad was a Marine, my dad was in the Navy, my dad was in the Coast Guard, Air Force, you know, whatever it may be, Army. And it can kind of be a family bonding deal. Maybe that's something to consider. And you can do 2 for 1, because I believe we said we really get not in a position to do 2.
Correct.
And maybe the people who are willing to volunteer, willing to donate, willing to dedicate. I know I would. I'm sure the others here from the community would be as well. And try to see if it's even a possibility. I'm just saying, please look into it. And I do have children that would like to use the park as well as the community. We see them riding on their bikes, skateboards, up and down the streets. It's nice to see them not in front of an Xbox. So
Agree.
I thank you very much for your time. Once again, I'm not opposed to it. I was thinking maybe a hybrid type of program.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate your comments. One thing, just kind of for the record to clarify, the proposed area for the Veterans Park is a designated park facility. So it's not per se commercial. It actually was designated parkland. When we built Fire Station 3, it was actually going to be a park that was going to be adjacent to the fire station. Unfortunately, like most things, lack of funding, it never got built. So that's why.
I wasn't saying that it's commercial, I was saying that it was next to.
Understood. Okay, we have. Let me think.
Gilbert?
Delbert?
Delbert Whitman. Sorry, it's a little hard to
Is
pronounce.
it Doctor?
Huh? Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Delbert Whitman. I'm with my neighbor Nick Fenley and my other neighbor over there. I live at 2914 Wensley Avenue. Sorry for my attire, but I'm not in. I've been listening to everybody's comments, and I couldn't agree more. I'm a veteran myself. We need something for the veterans, and I fully support what Mr. Fenley was saying, that if we could repurpose it, it would kind of satisfy everybody's needs. And like today, for instance, I was at the retention basin that you were pointing out on Lotus, and I think it is Wensley. Yeah. I'm a T-ball coach. I'm a dad. I was also a soccer coach this year. So I could see the need that is on the west side for a park. We've been playing practice there, and it gets dark. We have to leave. So I've been catering, because there's no lighting in there either. So I've been saying, okay, we got to cut practice when it gets dark. And when in the winter we were doing soccer, it got dark. We got to leave. We were playing all our games at Sunflower School, not a park. They were having the league games there. So I could just see kind of on the west side, currently there really is no facility. There is a baseball park, but it's for Little League only. And I could just see that there's a need there. And if some, there are obligations to be met. And so, I know that there's probably not enough room in the budget for everything to satisfy everybody. I get that. But if this one could be considered, that would be a major plus, I think, and a lot of people would get satisfaction out of it. Because those prints are old, and indeed, pretty much both sides are filled up except that little center column with homes right now. So, and I think they'll probably be finished by probably June, I would say, both Wildflower and the Villas. And then it's wrapped up. So that's pretty much what I wanted to comment on. I don't know. And that's everything I had to say.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We have Mr. Pete Rodriguez.
Good evening, City Council. My comments are this. I just have one question, Jason. Mayor Jackson, the $150,000 is for what?
The total budget for the park is $422,000. The $150 is basically an advance on the $422,000, so that we're not waiting for July 1st to then start the project.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
The hope is to have the park complete in time to have a Veterans Day celebration in the city of El Centro the end of November.
I think your initiative is in the right place. Not having a memorial for veterans is kind of like a slap in the face for everyone that's served in the valley, or especially from El Centro. But I think I would prefer myself a hybrid, like the resident may be proposing, maybe because it's a bigger piece of territory, because there's homes and kids. That's what I would prefer. Last Saturday, I had the opportunity to go to Yuma, the 310 bike ride, and see the Wetlands Park. And I got to see a different park not too far away from us, and got to see a beautiful park, trails, bike paths. My question was, I wish we could have this here. That was my thing. I came back with that. I wish we could have that here, and now to hear residents' concerns. I mean, there's room for compromise, and just ask you guys to consider their concerns. As Chairman of the Community Service Commission, I think about the community, not one specific project. I'm flexible and willing to work. I admire the initiative that you have, and the council's hard work. But one thing I know we've gotten away from, we used to do a lot previously, park assessments, go around and look at parks. And if you took a tour of all the parks, half of them in pretty sad shape. Gomez Park, we've forgotten about it, basically. It's dead. It doesn't look very good, it doesn't look inviting. So we took a really tour of all of our parks. There are a lot of parks that need a lot of help, a lot of assistance. We're gonna build a new one then. Prefer we do it right, combination, get some thinking, and look in the direction we wanna go. We gotta go low budget, I get it. But let's work together in the best interest of all our community members in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any other comments or speaker slips. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on the issue? Okay.
I thought I turned in a blue slip.
Yes, you're for the MLK. You're gonna be during public comment. Yes. Yeah, this is just speaker slips for this one specific issue. Yeah, I got you. We'll call you in just when we get there, Donald. Okay.
Well, I have
So-
some comments when
Okay,
we're ready.
we'll return back to council.
So I echo in terms of the mayor's initiative. I think it's outstanding. And I do know that at the point in time that we secured funding for Fire Station 3, little leftover piece of land, we put a marker on it that, yeah, it's gonna be parkland. But if you look at it, it's really not a park, right? If you look at it, there's no parking in that area. There's very little residential. So I don't know that that's at the top of my list for where I would want to see a Veterans Memorial. Where I would want to see a Veterans Memorial is a place where people go, where people are there, where people have the opportunity to think and remember, contemplate. So if Buckham Park, maybe part of the new master plan with our aquatic center, I'm just not convinced that out in the middle of this kind of commercial zone is the best place for it. Does that really do our veterans proud? I'm also a little concerned with the funding at this point in time. We just approved final designs for our aquatic center at $1 million over budget. We have a shortfall of $1 million. We also know that CalPERS has just come up and hit us big time with a huge increase that we're going to have to see come out of the general fund as well. Before I feel comfortable moving forward with approving an additional $500,000, because that's $500,000 construction, and then we have to think about the ongoing maintenance. I just don't feel like I have enough information yet that this is the right place for that memorial. And I'm concerned with regard to the funding. I would want to have a budget update that really gives me A to Z in terms of construction costs, how much we do feel is going to come in through volunteers. But we haven't addressed the ongoing maintenance either. And I need to know what that ongoing maintenance cost is. I also feel very strongly about process. And the process has always been that things like this, we send to our Community Services Commission for input. And if they're meeting on the 17th, I think as a matter of following our process and more importantly, recognizing the value that we place in our Community Services Commission to give the council guidance and direction, I think we have an obligation to let them weigh in. I'd also like to see the city, and you're kind of going in this direction again to be commended, I'd like to see us come up with a holistic approach to veterans just in general that includes the parade, that includes a site. My recommendation is that we kick this to the Community Enhancement Committee. Take a look at what they come back with on the 17th. Community Services Commission comes back with on the 17th. Community Enhancement Committee, which has yourself, me, every single member of the admin team, come back with a holistic plan on how we show appropriate respect to the veterans.
So let me address a couple of those things.
Can I just say one more thing?
Sure, go ahead.
I really feel we have an obligation, we've made the commitment, we have an obligation to get that park built. And if you look at it, it's where parks should be, when surrounded by homes.
Okay.
And so I don't know, I don't, we have a finite amount of money. If money was no object, we'd move forward with both
We'd build 'em all,
projects.
yep.
We'd build them all. But if I have to say, which one would I want to see out of the gate first? I bet we're closer to moving forward with that park than we are with the Veterans Park.
So let me address the items that you spoke about. One, the reason that location was, I want to say selected, but is being preferred at this point for a Veterans Park is specifically because of location. One of the unfortunate concerns that we have to take in consideration nowadays, unfortunately, is the potential for vandalism of something of this nature, of any park or any public facility that we decide to expend funds on. The last thing that any of us wants is to have anybody vandalize something so sacred as a Veterans Memorial Park. The placement of this facility or this park in this area has an element that none of the other areas would ever have or would provide, in the fact that we have a public safety facility right next door, a 24-hour fire department that is right there with in and out traffic of city employees. Not to say that their job is to watch that park, but there is a constant traffic. I would never honestly support a Veterans Memorial inside of, say, Buckland Park, due to the nature and the configuration of the park, where something could be somewhat hidden from drivers or people that could see it. And the unfortunate part about that is people will go in there and they may, for whatever reasons, they're bored, they have an issue with the country, whatever the case may be, desecrate something of this caliber. To speak on the design, we do have some preliminary designs that staff is working on. This will be a no turf park. So when we talk about a park, and the kind of park that I envision for Desert Village is two completely different things. Obviously, we want to see soccer fields. We want to see open area so that kids can play. We want to see playground equipment, maybe some shaded areas, all the typical standardized park type stuff we want to see because of the fact that it is a residential area. This is we call it a park, but it's different. It's the fact that it is a place for people to go and show respect, to kind of ponder their ideas, to reflect on maybe their service to their country, reflect on maybe lost ones, whatever that may be. That's specifically why there is no elements of playground equipment. There's no elements of turf, not only because we're in a drought and we're looking to be drought resistant, but also because we don't want to entice people that would be going there for other purposes other than to celebrate our veterans. We don't want kids to say, hey, there's a grassy area over there, let's go play a soccer game right in the middle of a memorial to our veterans. So the complete design of this park is going to be a drought-resistant DG type style with no turf, walking path, lit walking paths with benches, and it's really a place for people to reflect. It's not your standardized, let's go out and play kickball park. So, and that along the side with the fact that the fire department is there gives a little extra protection to keep an eye on that park. As far as Desert Village, I would love to see us break ground on both of them tomorrow and build them all. And every other park that we have obligations to or future obligations to. But the reality of it is just like everything else, we don't have the money to do both. And we might not even have the money to do one, to be honest with you. So the fact that we have partners that are willing to partner on this project because it's specifically for the veterans, is an opportunity that, you know, we all try to stretch our dollar. We do it at home, we do it at business. I'm trying to do that here on a city level, is stretch our dollar. We don't have, you know, our finance director will tell us we don't have $422,000 to build this park. So I put a lot of hours in this the last few weeks in reaching out to a lot of our trades, a lot of our service clubs, a lot of our veterans, and have found nothing but support for this project, not only in the fact that it's about time, but also in the fact that we're willing to stand by you and pony up and do some of this work for you because we realize you don't have the money to do this. So although I certainly respect the comments from your residents in the Desert Village area, and I can tell you that my obligation to you residents and the other residents that live there is that I'm not going to forget about the park, and I want to get that park built. But to speak to a comment that Mr. Cardenas said, I've been on this council I'm on my 5th year. Unfortunately, it's the first time I've heard, well, not the first time today, but when this discussion started percolating about the Veterans Park, when we started realizing that there was a park that we had obligations to and we hadn't addressed. So, you know, now that it's in the forefront, now that I know about it, the entire council knows about it, we will definitely be moving to address that and try to get that built as soon as possible, providing that we can find the funding. And maybe we'll look for grants and we'll do all the things that we can do to facilitate that. But this time, you know, my priority is to get something built. I'd rather have one than nothing. And the reality of it is if we don't go forward with the Veterans Park, we won't go forward with probably either one because we don't have the funding for either one. But we do have partners that will stand up with us and partner with the city to get the Veterans Park done.
And can I clarify that? Because in the staff report, if I understand what's written here, in terms of the new park projects, community services staff included in the park budget for fiscal year 16-17, a request for $689,000 for the development of the Desert Wildflower Park. So it is being proposed for next fiscal year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. If I may, for clarification, those are proposals. Financially, what we have, you'll be seeing that in April and in May. So one is, we have a lot of requests that are good requests. What you're able to do next year will be a separate discussion.
Why wasn't it proposed in 15-16? Why wasn't it proposed in 14-15?
In 14-15, there are a lot of those homes that we're talking about weren't built.
So
we had that, pretty much subdivision went on hold for a number of years. So that's what we did. We did continue to collect the impact fees, but there were so few impact fees coming through. Much of the folks who live there know how long that, we pretty much came to a halt in 2009.
Well, but I think we also need to be fair and think of the other priorities that we did move forward with, right? I mean, it was that period of time that we were moving forward with the Martin Luther King Park, with the skateboard park, with the aquatic center. So it's not as if there weren't other priorities at that point in time that we're moving forward.
And I appreciate it, Councilmember Walker, and I'm gonna get on my soapbox a little bit, but that's the importance of this, of the master park plan. And to be able to come up with the plan and say, okay, here, these are the things that we're looking at, these are the things that we wanna do. A month ago, we were here, we added 2 lanes to our competition pool, added $1.6 million to our aquatic center without batting an eye. We came here and we asked, well, how are we gonna fund this? General fund. Added 2 lanes, just like that. And I had some concerns about it, and I will disclose, I did vote yes for it, but we approved this $1.6 million in new funding for the aquatic center, haven't even broken ground yet, and we did it with no problem. So now our mayor is proposing potentially a park and asking for $150,000, and all of a sudden the sky is falling.
No, he's not asking for 150.
No,
He's asking for
400. I agree, but
almost $500,000.
So again, the sky is falling, and I'm just struggling with the direction and how things are presented, because again, the fact that a month ago we approved $1.6 million for that aquatic center, no concerns. And so, again, and I will say I'm on my soapbox a little bit, but I'm just trying to actually put my arms around it. Well, how do we move forward?
Well, so maybe what we need to do is have this come back to answer that very specific question.
Which question?
What is in the pipeline? What will the recommendations be from staff, from the Community Services Commission, from council priorities, so that we can say, we're not looking at just this project. We're looking at how this project fits in with the grants.
So can I ask, why wasn't that done in advance? If we knew this is, this is where we're at, and it doesn't take, we have these advisory boards, why wasn't that done in advance? So that so this council is not in this position in terms of, getting more community input on where we're at on making these decisions.
Well, let me say this. I think that one of the things I struggle the most about sitting up here is the horrible bureaucracy that we go through every single time we have a project. The amount of time, money, and everything that goes with it that we waste because we want one person to feel good about something over another person. The reality of it is there's only 3 of us right now, but there's 5 people up here that were elected to make decisions that we think is best for this community. Yes, we want input from Community Services Commission or Community Enhancement Task Force and such, but at the end of the day, it's not hard to solicit input from the community. I'm in the community every single day. I assume all of us are. I've had conversations with literally hundreds of people over the last few weeks, and I haven't had a single person come up to me and say, that is a horrible idea.
Yeah, Jason, and I'm not disputing the value of either of these projects. Where I'm really having a struggle is where we are at financially.
But I got to echo a little bit of what Mr. Cardenas is saying.
Okay, but
we're now talking about 422,000, which
on top of the 1.6 that we already committed. So what does that do to our reserve?
But we all championed the 1.6, and
of course we did.
We all said this is go big or go home.
I
said
big
it.
dream. Yeah,
I said it.
That's what we said,
and
because we were talking about a once-in-a-lifetime project that has a price tag of close to $9 million.
And today I'm in
Right.
front of you saying that we have another situation where it's a once-in-a-lifetime deal. We're not going to build more than one veteran park in the city of El Centro. As much as I love the veterans, I can't support building more than one veteran park. You build one veteran park and you're done, and you move on to your next, whatever the next project is. I think we have an opportunity to not only get this park built, to get it done on time, and I've put, I'll commend staff again. I've put a very ambitious timeline, and I know it. I've had conversations with our city manager, with all of our department heads. This is a very ambitious timeline to build a park and have it ready to open on Veterans Day, to correspond with another one of my ambitious initiatives to start a Veterans Parade and Military Appreciation Day in the city of El Centro to correspond with this opening. And another part of that is to celebrate and recognize specific veterans in the city of El Centro. This is a 3-pronged initiative that I've taken on, very ambitious, probably a little over-ambitious to a point, but we have a great staff, we have great community leaders, we have great partners that want to partner with us on this project because of the type of project it is. I'd love to be able to go and say, I want to sell Desert Village Park or whatever park there is, and then go out there and say, we need to get this built, I need your help, I need your help. Not going to get the same response, unfortunately, because it's not specific to something that is maybe near and dear to their hearts. A veterans park is something people can get behind. Even people, and I commend the public for coming. Thank you very much for your input. But even the people that came and spoke that would love to see us build their park first, all agreed that the veterans park is a great thing.
Yeah, but what I'm hearing are the veterans saying, build it in my own community where I can play with my kids right there outside of my my front door. That's what I'm hearing.
What I've seen, and believe me, I think we've all looked at a lot of pictures over the last few weeks. I can't find a park, and I appreciate your suggestion, Mr. Fenley, about a kind of a hybrid, but you don't typically see that because one is a park and one is more of a place of reflection. They're kind of two different things, and when you start trying to do a hybrid and do a mix of those two, you run the potential risk of having things that we don't want to see. If we have a jungle gym that's 50 feet away from the memorial, but some veteran goes to celebrate or reflect on their lost one, the last thing we want to see is kids climbing on the monument because they think it's part of the park. And that's why a hybrid, although something that I will go back to staff and we will talk about that. I think preliminarily we've looked at that, and because when we first started talking about this park, we said, do we want to have playground equipment? And the idea was, no, we don't, because we don't want the perception to be that this is a play park. This is a reflection park. So that's why I think a hybrid, although I agree with you, Mr. Fenley, that might satisfy a little bit of both issues. I think you as a veteran would be horrified to see kids climbing all over the memorial or kicking the ball and hitting it up against the memorial because they see it as a backstop for their kickball game. Those are the type of things that you run the risk of by combining or putting playground type materials in a place of reflection like that. And that's why when we discussed it, we decided that probably wasn't a good idea.
And Mr. Mayor, I'm off my soapbox now, so I'm gonna. I wanted to revisit Ms. Walker's, Councilmember Walker's suggestion, and I'm not sure if I heard this from you too, but so as far as revisiting, did you say you may want to consider revisiting this in a couple weeks, or what? I'm not sure if I heard you correctly.
I'd like to move forward at this point. I think we have a very aggressive timeline. Staff, the reason that staff has asked for this allocation of $150,000 is because there's no way we could construct the park in time for the end of November if we waited any amount of time, specifically into our June budget. So in discussions with staff and department heads, the idea was floated that we need to, as soon as possible, secure the funding so we can move forward. They can start bringing on the people we need to. There's some coordination that has to take place between some of these entities that are looking to donate labor and also part of the design build part of the actual park.
Mayor,
Can I just have one quick question, just for clarification on the 4-5?
Hold on one second. Did our city attorney have?
Our city attorney wants to, before you make any motions, he wants to clarify what this will require of the board. So after your
Okay.
comment.
Go ahead.
Real quick. So, if I'm reading this correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm misreading it. It says that the $420 to $150 is a proposed for the next budget. If you were to approve $150,000 today, that means you're going to be forced to approve that project in the next fiscal year that you don't have yet. Would it be fair to say that if you have other projects with higher priorities, that could potentially leave our park out of the picture? Because that is also a proposed budget. They both propose on the next fiscal budget, not for this budget.
I'll answer that I'll answer that as you're looking at a project of $400,000 and $700,000. So the proposed park in Desert Village has a price tag of about $700,000. The proposed price tag on this park is about $400,000, with the potential of that being quite a bit less if we have all the components fall into place with all the donated labor. There's a potential to build this park for about $300,000.
But it's not approved yet, that's my point. Which means that if you today approve $150,000, you will be forced by default to approve this project on the next fiscal year, which, if I heard correctly, the city manager, there's other great proposals waiting on the list. Our project is a great proposal, it's an obligation too. So sure that we're not gonna lose an opportunity for our park. That's what I'm making.
I don't think, you know, and I'll say, you're not gonna lose your opportunity for your park. Will the park be built next year? Whether or not we build a veterans park, unfortunately, I will give you the truth. I'll tell you right now, probably not. I've sat in discussions with our finance director. I know probably a little bit more than my colleagues at this point, just because I've had some conversations regarding our budget. We're gonna have some challenges this next year. And, you know, now, that's not 100%. The council could decide to cut out a lot of other things specifically so we could build your park. But we are gonna have some financial challenges this coming year. We've
That funding already collected? Have it in your books? We were charged for the park already. The developer never pays, the developer pays impact, but he doesn't absorb those costs. He's not the greatest person in the world. I don't wanna talk about him bad, but it's a business person. I will do it too. So he passes those impact fees into the homeowners, which is us. We already got a loan to pay those impact fees. So I'm thinking you should have those funds available somewhere in your books.
Well, and that's probably beyond my ability to answer that question. I will say that probably the majority, or at least a good chunk of that, has been collected. But keep in mind, this was even a part of a discussion probably 2 years ago, because 2 years ago, I'm going to say 50, maybe 70%, someplace between 50 and 70% of those homes didn't even exist 2 years ago.
I've been there for 3 years. Our house was the fourth one to be built in the last year, and that's 2013. So that means that developer began building again, as far as I know, because I was looking at the houses 2 years before 2010. Right now, all the houses are being built already, and so is the Wildflowers house.
Mayor, if I may, just for the clarification and for your impact fees do not cover the full cost of developing it. When you collect the impact fees, yes, some of it is, we look for in a what we call it, a neighborhood park. It also goes toward the construction of the indoor soccer field. So it's not one place. Your park, because you also have access to the same facilities that get built around the city. And there are funds being collected, but we never collect 100%, because there is a part where your property taxes come in, your sales tax. So I want to give you, while we're coming out of this recession, we're starting to look at, before we move into new projects, and by the way, many of the projects you've seen were built through the Redevelopment Act, which you're aware of, which really made all that work. And the swimming pool really is all about that. It's development dollars that the state was going to take away. We're able to hang on to it, and some decisions have to be made on that. Again, that's a large regional project. But I do want to remind is that we are looking at projects. The struggle we all have is we lost $6 million annually from the redevelopment program being literally sucked up by Sacramento. They took all the money, statewide. So for us, we lost $6 million a year. Am I correct on that, Ms. Piedra? Yes. So you can see where, and we reduced staff, and we did all those things. The pool project is the last of that money. So we've had a real challenge, because the parks that we've talked about were going to be built from, including the police station, the next bond issue, which would have been about it was 2011 we did the other bond. We lost a lot. So we're trying to look at what can we build. And by the way, everything you're hearing here are all good projects. There's no frivolous project in here. It's just the challenge of how do we make it work? And we try to work into next year's budget and project. We had the discussion of this park here almost 2 years ago, but again, in preliminary, okay, what year can we think we can fit it in? And we're looking at 16, 17, because we've collected some, although we had the impact fees, but it's only maybe a couple $100,000. So that's what's available on that. So understand, we are trying to find other ways, but when we had this opportunity, and I want to clarify, the $400,000, we're estimating that we don't get any assistance at all. Clearly, any donations or assistance that reduces that, makes that number. We didn't want to lowball the number. We want to say, it could cost you this much, but it could cost less.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I
so
think
that
a
one
big-
of- one of-
One last thing, you also mentioned that we're gonna secure funding. I know for sure, I'm a grant writer. I know that area that we have is not gonna qualify for any funding.
You won't. And I think that one of the things that the mayor said it is a point that comes back over and over again. Both of these projects are fantastic. Support them both. But I want to know, and I want to hear from our finance director, you said that you've had conversations with her and things may be worse than we know. Well, I want to know what that is. If we're requesting $150,000 out of the general fund right now, we're looking at to program another $372,150 in the 16-17 budget for the Veterans Park. Does that mean that the $689,300 that we would need for Desert Wildflower, there's no way we're going to be able to fund it in 16-17? Okay, I want to hear that.
If I may, I'm going to ask that, we can't answer that question today. We will answer it on April 1st because we want to give you not a guesstimate. We want to give you, this is what we believe is happening, and not just in parks. The general fund covers so much. So that's why we have been struggling with this. I'm looking at Ms. Salcido. She could stand up here and say, well, it could be this, it could be that. And yes, it's going to be a big problem. We're going to have this big challenge. I'd rather you see the whole picture than just a
And then we
piece.
had what Mr. Cardenas very rightly brought up.
No,
We
I'm
have
sorry, but-
No, but you're right. We have significantly encumbered the general fund to go full steam ahead with the aquatic center.
You know-
So where are we?
Well, there's a couple things.
Financially, where are we?
There's a couple things, and I'm going to take the opportunity I'll jump on my soapbox for a second. You know, we have some real challenges financially in this city, and every city does. But let me talk about a situation that probably nobody in this public knows about, and we really should do more to publicize the fact that we have a project right now that we're throwing $5 million into a hole because the state's mandating that we do it. We have a facility, Crookshank Dump, that before most of us were even born was the old remnants of the Barberworth Hotel, which most people know about that, were taken out by IBC and dumped in a landfill. So about 3 years ago, 3 years ago, the state came to us and said, hey, we found out that there's a dump site out in the sphere of influence from El Centro, and you guys are responsible for cleaning it up, or we'll just fine you, I don't know, it was several $100,000 a year for a bunch of years, and we'd have to spend money to cap it and do all these things. But yet, so we did a study, we found out that it's about the same if we just go ahead and clean it up. So we're spending $5 million, and the county's spending, how much is county spending?
The total is estimated to be $6 million, and
They're about $1 million. We're 4 and they're 2. So we're spending $4 million, they're spending $2 million. Esperanza, you might know about this. $2 million, and we're throwing it in a hole. Think about if this city wasn't being mandated by the state to do something that's been sitting out there for 70 years, or 60, 70 years.
No one living anywhere close
Nobody
to it.
living anywhere within, God, I don't know, 10 miles of it. Most people don't even know it exists. Think about that. I'd sit here right now, and I think all three of us, and Mr. Silva and Mr. Garcia, we'd build your park, we'd build the Veterans Park, we would find places to build parks. But because of things like this that we deal with on an everyday basis, the state coming down and saying, you will do this, we will take your RDA money, you will spend $4 million to clean up stuff that nobody cares about, it doesn't affect anybody. It's not like there's residential creeping in and we need to clean it up because there's going to be homes there. I don't think there will ever be homes out there in my lifetime, any of our lifetimes, but let's go ahead and throw $4 million into a hole. I'd love to have that $4 million right now, and I hope, Mario, maybe you should speak about this in tomorrow's paper. I'd love the residents to know that the state mandates us to do these ridiculous things, and then when we sit here and try to spend, what, $400,000, we sit here and we go, God, we really can't do that. Well, why can't we do it? Because the state makes us do stupid things. Yeah, there's my soapbox, I said it. So, maybe not print it exactly like I said it, but. Yeah.
Was there a legal opinion or something that we wanted to ask, or Mr.
Oh, yeah,
Duran?
did you have something, Mr. Moore?
Yeah, my recollection of the government code, that is, when you're gonna take an action to spend money, adopt an ordinance requires a majority of the membership, and not just a majority of the quorum. So if you're gonna propose to spend money, it would take all three of you to vote yes.
Really? And that's because, oh, I'm sorry, what?
There's a section in the government code that basically, as a general proposition, a majority of the quorum is sufficient for action. But for cities, the government code carves out certain actions that you need 3 votes for. And as I recall, it's adoption of an ordinance and the expenditure of money.
In this situation where we have one council member that has to abstain because of his residency, doesn't that reduce our number?
When you disqualify yourself, you're not counted for quorum purposes. And even if he was, you'd still need 3 votes because the majority of 4 is 3. But he's not counted for quorum purposes. So you have your quorum because there's 3 of you, but this particular vote requires 3 votes.
And I'll just say again, I feel uncomfortable making a decision in the absence of more financial information.
And I feel uncomfortable with always delaying projects that need to be done in a timely manner for the citizens that we voted in office to represent, and wasting time. Government wastes time on every single thing we do, and here's a perfect example of, let's go ahead and take some time, let's have community enhancement look at, maybe we should hire a consultant,
All
waste
I'm asking,
$40,000
all
for
I'm
a
asking,
consultant
all
to tell
I'm
us if we should
asking,
build a park.
what I'm
'Cause we
asking
do that a
for,
lot.
what I'm asking for is, the one piece of information that's not included anywhere here is what is the overall effect on this year's budget and next year's budget if we try to do both of these projects?
And I think
Are we
that-
simply, because what you've said is, you've had discussions with the finance director, and based on those discussions that are not included in part of our budget, or in part of our agenda packet here, based on those discussions, you're gonna represent to these folks that their park's not gonna get built.
I'm gonna represent to these folks the reality that we don't have an ever-ending budget. You want me
The
to tell?
point
I mean,
exactly.
I could tell you, you know what? We're gonna break ground on your park next week. Because a lot of people will say things like that. I won't. I'm gonna tell you, the reality of it is we don't have the money. You know, and I can say that because I don't have a problem being truthful about things. I don't want to sit there and misrepresent that and give people a false hope that we might build their park. Look, if there's a way that I can fit it in and this council can make it happen, yeah, you have my vote. Absolutely, we'll build it. But I'm trying to be a little bit more realistic and say, we have some challenges. And the reason we have challenges is exactly why I just got on my soapbox, is because the state makes us do ridiculous things. If we had that $4 million, we wouldn't be having this discussion because your park would be getting built. And this park would be getting built, and we need to put in a quarter in the box. You know, and all the things that we want to see for
Everything's went dead.
this happened once before. You know, all the things that we want to see for our city would get done. $4 million down the drain, you know, and what I'm asking for today is the ability for staff to start working and continue to work because they've already invested a lot of time, and we have commitments and we have people that are willing to do this. And if we don't, we're going to miss the opportunity, and we can't delay this until April. And our city managers told us that if you want a absolute clear idea of where we are budget-wise, we won't have that until April. If we wait until April to start discussing if we're going to be able to do this project, guess what? It's not going to get done. We're not going to be able to, there's no way, no matter how ambitious I want to be, and no matter how much the staff wants it to happen for me, not going to happen before November, which means we missed the deadline. That's another year at Veterans Day that we do not celebrate for our veterans, and it's a missed opportunity. So at this point, I mean, I don't want to wait. I want to move forward, not only for all of our residents, for our veterans, for this city, and quite honestly, I'm so tired of wasting time to get things done. And this is an example of if we want to delay this, it's just a waste of time because the consensus is going to be, whether it's today or it's next week or it's 2 months from now, is that we want to move forward on a Veterans Park, but we're going to miss our timeline because we want to discuss it for another 2 months. That's my soapbox.
So, Mr. Mayor, but I think what I am hearing, and I'm very supportive of the Veterans Park, but what I heard is that we cannot move forward
We can move
tonight.
forward. We need to force a vote.
Yeah, what I wanted to alert you to is that if there's a motion and a second and a vote to support the expenditure, it would require 3 affirmative votes.
Then I think we need to have that vote. If there's any other discussion, and I'm certainly open to any other discussion from anybody, then I would look for a motion to support the initiative to forward $150,000 from fiscal year
Can I-
16 and 17. There's a motion by Cardenas, second by Jackson. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, please ballot.
You're sure that's where you want to put it?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because I want to move this forward.
Yeah,
I have an
but-
initiative that I'm bringing to the council, I'm bringing to the city of El Centro, that's supported not only by staff, by people in the community, by veterans groups, and I absolutely want to vote. If you don't want to support it, I want it to be on the record that you don't support it.
No, that's not the point, Jason, and quite frankly, I'm a little troubled that you're moving this forward as Jason Jackson's initiative.
No, I'm moving it forward as an initiative from the city. Yes, I'm the one that brought it. It's my initiative because I'm the one that brought it. It could be anybody's initiative. The council is going to support it, and when it's supported and the city builds it, it's the city's initiative. The only reason it's my initiative right now is because I'm the one that brought the item. I'm the one that asked staff to do the work. But it's not my initiative, it's the city's initiative. It's this council's initiative. You're part of that council.
Alex, are you comfortable with the location?
I'm comfortable with the proposal. I mean,
With the
Mr.
location?
Rockwell, I think he brought an excellent point in regards to vandalism. And it's a very valid concern. Again, my concern is I think us could have done a better job in looking at our park master plan, being consistent in how we spend money, or developing some sort of boundaries, because again, although I did vote for it, the fact that we shelled out 1.6 million on this project and not even break ground yet, and we had no concerns.
Okay, but here's the difference between these two projects. This one now comes to us with 4 days' notice.
No, I mentioned it, and we've talked about it. You and I have had conversations about it going back a month.
In the abstract.
We would have had more support if we would have known ahead of time.
I just got one question, Mr. Jackson.
Sure, Mr.
In
Furman.
regards to the vandalism, and I see where you're going with that, I really do. I just have a quick question. Has Mr. Balaino staff, has anybody reached out to see what has the crime report statistics been for vandalism in that area? Is it negligible versus with the current firehouse number 3 being there open in comparison to before it's open?
Talk about the neighborhood?
The neighborhood.
No, we haven't done any studies.
That's something to look into as well.
Well, I'd like
I'm
to
sorry,
know.
what was specific, I didn't get,
I'm sorry, maybe about the crime analysis
of the area by the fire department?
since it opened, since firehouse number 3, the comparative statistics pre-opening and post-opening.
Oh, I see, okay.
Is it, I mean, if it's negligible, by all means, but I mean, if there is more than other areas, maybe that's something else with some comp stat.
Doesn't mean it's vandal-free.
Yeah, no, I don't, you know what?
I get it,
I hate the fact that we live in a society where nothing is vandal-free. But I think if you look around our community, and Mr. Cardenas is kind of taking the lead on getting us moving in a direction for graffiti abatement and trying to address that, because we all see it. It's horrible. Our city is being inundated with graffiti, and we're trying to work with probation and chief and everybody to try to come up with some plans to fight that. I will say, I don't see any graffiti or vandalism in that little corridor area. I can't say specifically that it's 100% because the fire department's there, but I would say that common sense will say it's probably a little bit of a factor. You've got public safety people moving in and out of that facility, you know, and it's a 24-hour facility.
I only ask because I
So,
haven't driven by
yeah.
to see the condition. That's
And I
all.
don't know if it's totally fair, but I mean, Chief, is there anything one way or the other that you can attribute to that? I don't know if there is or not.
Which could be a problem, because if you have a fire engine running away from that facility, if you have families next to that park, that's a potential hazard right there, because in an emergency
Well, fire
situation,
trucks run down every
fire
street in the
runs,
city. I don't know that we
they
want
will run
to go
out,
that far.
And the park will be next to it.
Okay.
That will be an issue for me.
Thank you.
And maybe you labeling this as a park, and it shouldn't be labeled. What I'm hearing is no playgrounds, no areas for recreational for families, then it should be labeled like a center or something else, not a park.
Well, and I think I addressed that. I wanted to be clear that the expectations of the community isn't that we're not going to build your park, but we're going to build a baseball field over by the fire station. It's not that. It's really apples to oranges, and
memorial.
it's a memorial facility that is for reflection and such. It's not to go play sports.
Can I hear from Chief Herbert with regard to his thought that the fire department is going to have at least a perceived obligation to be on the lookout for vandalism and graffiti, because that's been brought up a couple of times now?
No pressure.
Thank you for including me in this discussion. You know, there is a park behind Station 2, Gomez Park.
Right.
And there was a time when we actually did maintenance back there during some budget times and such.
I thought the NIPM program was based there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yes.
The NIPM program was based behind.
As, you know, just a daily operation, we keep that back door to the bay open. Our guys are working right there. They've got a view of it from the kitchen window, and, you know, we regularly catch people and make phone calls and such. And, you know, can't say if there's more vandalism, less vandalism because we're there or not, but it does happen even, I mean, we share a gate with that park, and those things do still happen. So, you know, and that being said too, Station 3 has been tagged, you know, so, you know, can't say that there's been any increase or decrease, you know, or anything along that lines. But just our presence, you know, I don't think there's a way to say that just because it's right there will have an effect or not when we've seen what's happened behind Station number 2.
You know, one of the things I couldn't figure out from, and again, maybe a little site plan would have been helpful here too, where are people gonna park?
That's a wide enough street. We've had celebrations out there. we had the,
Now, my question is, so we're expecting them to park along Waterman?
and there's parking on both sides of that of Waterman. And keep in mind, remember, and I think that this needs to be clarified, we're not talking about a park. So you're not going to see 40 cars parked there because their kids are playing a soccer game. You're going to see, it's going to be a destination location for veterans and people that want to go there, but you're talking about maybe 4 or 5 vehicles or thereabouts. You're not going to see like we see at some of our other fields, or like even the Lotus Retention Basin is a great example. There's no parking there, but that whole area up and down Lotus and down Wensley and all those sub-streets right there are all packed with cars sometimes because they're having soccer games down in the retention basin.
Versus a community park in which we all live surrounding the park. That will be the questions. Which are the most benefited people? Us that we're living around every day, walking, that we would like to walk in the community and run. My husband runs 4 miles every day, by the way. He has to go outside of the field throughout the canal because there's no parking area. When I was living in park over there, that's a running park. Every afternoon, I will go to the park. My question to you now is, you're saying it's not really a park, so how many people are you gonna impact by building that park versus Old Memorial?
Well, I think this community is made up of a tremendous amount of veterans and military personnel.
So then you need
And
parking space there.
no,
So I see that yes or not, because
Mrs. Ron, I'm not going to get into an argument with you. I think you're being somewhat ridiculous about things right now. We're not talking about a sports field.
I'm defending the right as a
Okay, your husband's a veteran. If your husband wants to go and have a moment by himself at a memorial, he's gonna go and he's gonna park his vehicle, he's gonna go have that moment. But you're not gonna see, I don't envision, and I don't think anybody here can envision a time where up and down all the streets are gonna be full, and we're not gonna be able to find parking because it's packed. It's not a park. Yes, it's called a park because, I don't know, you give me an idea or a word that you want me to use, and I'll definitely rename it right now. We'll call it Veterans Memorial, whatever. But the fact is, it's not, you've got this concept in your head that it's a park and that there's gonna be all these people because we got
No, I
a
don't-
T-ball game going
but
on.
no, I
It's
don't-
not the same
No,
thing.
I don't think. No, I don't think, Jason, I don't think that's what it is at all. And this is what I'm struggling with. I envision in my head a neighborhood park where conceivably we would have 30, 40 kids playing outside with their parents every day.
Okay?
Okay, for $689,000. For $422,000, we get a memorial where people go. What was your estimate? 5, 6 people at a time?
So now you're putting a price on the fact that veterans don't deserve something.
No, I'm not
Because
saying that at all.
that's the
No,
analogy you just
nope,
made.
Nope, what
You
I'm
said
saying
30
is-
kids playing in a
nope.
park for 700,000, 5 or 6 veterans
Where's the
at a time.
balance? Where's the balance? Where's the balance? I mean, they're both of those things are important. How do you prioritize one above the other?
I don't think that I'm prioritizing one over the other. I see
Well, yes, you
op-
are, because if
I'm-
we're moving forward with the funding for one,
because
we
there's
can't do the
there's an
other.
opportunity in front of us, Cheryl. We have an opportunity to build this park. Yes, the number is 422,000. Mr. Duran said we had to say this is what it could cost us. The reality of it is that number is going to be, I expect it to be a lot less.
How
than-
much less?
I don't know, 100,000 less? But the reality of the other part of it is we have 689,000 for Desert Village Park. We all know, because we've done this many times, that number is probably not high enough. That by the time that park gets built, it'll be more than 689,000. So we have two situations. We have a park, and I hate to even refer to it as a park now because of the comments, but we have a facility, a veterans facility that we're looking to build for maybe 422,000, but potentially a lot less. And we have another facility, park, that we could build for 700,000, but probably a lot more. I'm not picking and choosing, I'm not prioritizing one over the other, but when you have an opportunity to take your dollar and stretch it the extra 20 or 30% because you have people in this community that want to partner with a city, which, by the way, for the public, doesn't happen very often. Esperanza, you know this too. It's hard to get public-private type partnerships. And when you have an opportunity to take an issue like veterans, because everybody supports their, not everybody, but they should. Everybody supports veterans and military. Regardless of your views of politics or wars or whatever, you still support your men and women that are in uniform. People will get behind a veterans park. They will come together. I've had people come to me and said, yes, I'll work on a project like that. Labor unions they're trade unions that are made up of a lot of veterans are like, absolutely, this is a project that we can get behind.
But I don't see those veterans here, and besides that part, the residents are here.
Okay.
That's
I-
the
in-
The point you tried to make earlier was about vandalism. Happen anywhere, kind of.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
You were saying it's gonna be almost, the area you chose was gonna not have very much vandalism.
Our hope is that,
As you
yeah.
conceived it, right?
Yeah.
And then a point you made as to not having that park was that, and putting a memorial there or a monument or whatever the case may be, vandalize it. I don't see it like you said, the vandalism happens everywhere. The point you drove home on that location was to vandalism. It's not gonna happen.
I think that the unfortunate part, like I said, is we see vandalism everywhere. Chief said Station 3's been tagged. You know, now, it's not as bad as some other areas in our city, but, I mean, look at that, it's a fire station and somebody tagged it. You know, we built a brand-new skate park, it's got tagging on it. You know, the unfortunate thing is, we're talking about this aquatic center we're gonna spend $9 million on, or was it 10.5 million now? It's gonna get tagged. It's gonna get vandalized. It's a society we live in. But, and when you have the opportunity to maybe, hopefully, pick a spot or choose an area that maybe will have a little bit less potential for that, you know, I can't assure you that it won't get vandalized or even desecrated, because
I have a
we live
little,
in a society that doesn't respect things anymore.
well, I have a little compromise. You won't have to spend a lot on the memorial. We just put the memorial in front of City Hall. Or maybe right here in the square. You don't have to worry about a piece of land and just call it a memorial, not a park. I mean, that's an option, and probably a cheaper option. I mean, maybe not the ideal, but at least smaller might be better than something that's called a memorial, and you don't want to call it a park. It's upsetting some people. A little compromise. It's just something to consider down the road, that's all.
You know, Pete, I never thought I'd say that I agree with you in terms of thinking outside the box, but think of it this way, Jason. If we did do something here,
It was proposed. We discussed it.
if we did something here, there would be parking that people could utilize. It would be secured at night. It would be open to anybody during the day that wanted to come by.
What about the weekend?
Yeah, nobody would be able to, on holidays or weekends or after hours, be able to enjoy that. What if you have people visiting from out of town and they hear we have a Veterans Memorial and they want to go see it? It's locked up in City Hall. You know, I mean, yeah, we could sit here and what about this and what about that? And we did. I mean, I'll tell you, staff came up with a lot of ideas and a lot of suggestions.
And that, again, is something that I feel bad about, Jason, is that you're privy to so much more information with regard to this, and that's why I'm having the struggle, is because what else was considered? Where else was considered? Did we talk about the absence of parking? Would we allow a park to be built or a memorial to be built and allow only on-street parking?
But shouldn't that be in the staff report then?
Well, we have a retention basin on
I mean,
Lotus.
if all that information should have been shared in the staff report.
Thank you.
And why is it not in the staff report?
Well, not only the
I mean, our staff report, but our packet. If there would have been some discussion and some context behind that, as to Buckland Park or this deal here, it's not in there. The $150,000, I believe, came from the finance department. That recommendation, Jason, or our mayor did not write this up, and again, I'm trying to.
But to clarify,
That's not correct.
That's
Oh,
not totally true.
okay.
I went to the finance department and I requested
That is,
Okay,
that's an
all right.
initiative of the mayor. Oh, I'm gonna clarify. Is this an initiative of the mayor? This did not go to the normal budget process. We respect that, as your protocols call for, any council member can ask for an item on the agenda, and we will work with that council member to bring it before you. So please,
Did I stand corrected?
We
Was there-
respect that, your own protocols that allow for that, because quite frankly, you are the council.
I want to make it clear, I'm the one that drove this. Staff has been very receptive and very supportive, but I'm the driver of this initiative. And I'm the one that brought it. I'm the one that drew the short straw and had to go tell Letitia I wanted some money. But no, I mean, it's not something that staff put together. Yes, was there discussions? I've put in, I don't know, I might have already put in 100 hours on this. I don't know. But,
Okay, but then
you
how
know,
did we get 100 hours of your time committed to this, and yet this is the first time that it's come to the council, even for
two meetings ago, but 2 meetings ago, I proposed a task force. I was gonna ask for a task force and another, and you said, no, you know, we could just talk about it at the task force, at the community services task force. I wanted to have a specific task force with another council member so that we didn't have this issue. We could drive it faster.
Perfect
You know,
idea.
You stopped it.
No.
I introduced it and you said, let's just have it at our task force.
At the Community Enhancement Task Force?
You're the one that stopped
And
it.
did we talk about it at the Community Enhancement Task
We
Force?
haven't had one yet.
There we go.
So let's delay
I
it
just-
again.
no,
Let's go
no,
ahead.
Jason,
Let's
I
have the
just feel-
bureaucracy of let's wait for another meeting and let's talk about it in
Okay, so
another meeting.
I've been on the council for 19 years and can never remember a time when I felt so left out in a decision.
I've been on for 5 years. I've been left out of many discussions.
No, I just,
Can I just make a quick inquiry? I know Mrs. Esperanza actually brought up a point in terms of, she did mention obligation, and I actually heard from staff obligation. What is our obligation in terms of this park? And again, my position is that I would not be supportive of the park. If we have an obligation to build that park, then we need to build it, period, and find the money. But what is the timeline obligation to building that park? Because it appears we've done an injustice in making that happen. So for clarity purposes, what is there a timeline associated with building that park? And I would ask that question, Mr. Mayor, to somebody who's the expert in that area.
That's probably not me.
If I may, Mayor, while Ms. Viacana is not here, is in the approval of a subdivision map, there is conditions that are established by the city council, whether it be a school, streets, certain amenities, traffic widening, road widenings, et cetera, and facilities such as a park. In this case, we have a neighborhood park. You can look around, Farmers Estates, a number of these subdivisions have these. Legacy Ranch has one. And we get the, when the subdivision is accepted and the improvements are made, those funds, the property transfers to the city, and at some point in the development of that subdivision, the city completes that park. Now, during our heyday of growth between '03 and '09, for example, Legacy Park was done immediately because the builder said, you know what, let us collect those dollars and we will build that, let us get the dollars and we'll build it for you. Because they were building 80, 100 homes a year. During this last 5 years, we've been doing 2 and 3 homes a year. So it's been a very slow, so everything slowed down. This is an anomaly. Everything slowed down. It's starting to pick up again very slowly. So we want to make sure we don't lose sight that there's this park, we're now building around it, and this is where Ms. Piedra and I looked at the budget, and back in November, we'll put it in the package, and you would be seeing this as a proposal in April. But because this other initiative came up, we just wanted to make sure, by the way, there's something coming before you that you haven't seen because homes weren't around it. And quite frankly, is building up, we have to maintain the park. We want, it's a balancing act. We want to have as many people around these facilities when we build it, because we have to have somebody out there cutting the lawn and watering it and such. We don't want to just build it with a lot of dirt around it. So I realize that is a challenge. It's just a balancing act of what we do. So this is where the responsibility for that does come. Typically, it moves along very quickly, and I use Legacy Ranch as an example, or Countryside. Homes are built very fast, park goes right in. When you run into a recession where everything stopped, it put everything on hold.
But Mr. Duran, if I may, we did have a budget workshop in January. And the TISA and her department does such a great job in forecasting and ensuring our obligation. We had this budget workshop in January. Not once was there any discussion that said that we owe this neighborhood a $700,000 park. And if I may, sir, and that we were considering it for 2016 and 2017. Now we're going to fast forward and say, okay, now we have a report that's saying now we have this obligation to this neighborhood to build this park. I would have been a lot more comfortable knowing this in January, saying that, hey, we owe an obligation to this neighborhood to build a $700,000 park. And we're probably going to consider it in 2016 and 2017, and we should be making arrangements to do that. We didn't hear that.
I'm going to disagree with you, because the finger pointing on this is in the January report was mid-year of this year. You are going to hear in April, these are the projects for next year. Now, the question will be, by the way, your Community Services Commission would have been heard this already. These would be going forward, as well as replacing playgrounds and other projects. There's a lot of obligations we have, including paving roads, replacing police cars, replacing parks trucks. You'll hear those. What we we could inundate you with information all the time, and we don't believe that it'd be useful to you. What you received is, are we staying in budget for this fiscal year? Yes. Will we have the revenue numbers and the expected expenditure numbers in April, which comes in March? Yes, and we'll give you those numbers. But otherwise, we're just casting about, guessing, and we're trying to give you the best numbers we can. So regrettably, we would rather be able to have this instantaneous flow of information for the next 5 years. We had hoped to have 5-year budgets. Well, quite frankly, for many of you know that the recession has kept us down to a 1-year horizon. Why? We don't know what the state's going to come and raid next. Most recently, they just reduced our gas tax, and that impacts our roads. Why? Well, the state said, well, we're going to reduce that. So all the cities are going to get substantially less gas tax that you pay in. So this is a constant projection, and we can project so many times, but what you saw in January, we specifically said it was for this fiscal year. Your next fiscal year, you'll see a lot of other requests too, besides this park, which includes renovations of parks and renovations of restrooms and police cars. So I'm sorry that, I understand the frustration, but we're as frustrated with the process also, because I have staff that says, how are we going to go forward with all these legitimate requests across the city, and we're not going to have enough funds to cover all of it? In fact, and by the way, that's every year we do that. That's why as a community, you pay us to do this work.
Well,
So
can I make?
that's
Yeah, I
why.
agree, and I'm not going to be too critical, but as a suggestion, again, it is very important. We have 23 signatures here, so this is obviously very important. And then it also says that they have made inquiries. They have made inquiries according to the agenda packet, is that they have made inquiries about their park and where we stand on their park. Again, my concern or my grievance was this, is that the council has not been made aware of their concern regarding their park. In fact, for 10 years, well, let me back up. Well, in my tenure, there's been no concerns from this community wanting this park. And now all of a sudden, we do have concerns. We have 23 signatures, and they're going to get a bunch more. They're going to get a bunch more signatures, and I understand their concern. I appreciate Mrs. Esperanza's comments, but again, in my opinion, this is stuff that needs to be discussed at our budget workshops to say we have an obligation here. And this is our obligation to the community, instead of coming here and trying to say, okay, now it puts this council in a difficult position.
Well, I would agree with that, and I guess the request to staff is for this to be fully briefed in the budget discussion for the 16-17 budget year, and I understand that that's coming back in April.
The first meeting of April.
Okay, so we have identified this as a priority. We want to make sure that.
Can I understand what's the priority? Sorry.
The building of that Desert Wildflower
Okay.
Park is a priority
Okay.
for the next fiscal year. We have an obligation to build that park. Let's move forward. I have a substitute motion for this evening.
Okay.
Ms. Walker and I have had a discussion, and we're looking for
My substitute
compromise.
motion is to commit the $150,000 from this year's general fund.
From 16, 17 general fund.
No, 15-16. $150,000 from
Oh.
15-16.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
Move forward with the initial design and identification of what the Veterans Park's gonna look like. Substitute motion also includes a recommendation that a 2-member task force comprised of Mr. Jackson and myself move forward with identification as to location of the park, since I think that's really not a really good place.
You didn't like that spot.
I don't like the location. I don't like giving the responsibility to the fire station for vandalism alert. I don't like the fact that there's no parking in that area. I think this is the wrong location. Right idea, wrong location. So I'm willing to commit to $150,000, the task force to identify a holistic solution. That's my substitute motion.
With the intentions of finding a location and building it in time for.
We are not letting grass grow under our feet, because
right.
this is a no-turf park.
Okay.
So that's very excellent. Do I go ahead and rescind my motion, or?
Somebody can second the substitute motion.
I'll second that.
And then, okay.
Oh, can I can, right?
Yeah.
And then we vote on the substitute motion.
We need
because
to Dan,
Hear
can
that?
you clear the motions and seconds?
Could I ask, or Mr. Mayor, if I can, is there any other discussion with that? Or, I mean, I would be curious to hear from our public if they maybe are supportive of that, if there's any other comments that they would make in terms of your proposed substitute motion.
The one thing I want to say and reiterate again is we have a commitment to you that we will honor to get that park built. And we will give it serious concern or serious deliberation and attention at the budget hearing for the next fiscal year, which is going to take place next month in April.
And let's commit even further, because you guys came down here and you're suffering along with us tonight. Let's commit one further, Cheryl, and that
Pizza will be served
we'll
during the
add,
budget discussion.
yeah, we'll add the Desert Village Park to our task force. That's going to be specifically for the Veterans Memorial, whatever we decide to call it, and the Desert Village Park.
And we'll hold a public meeting and invite all the residents to start coming, talking about what they want to see in that.
What do you guys think?
Okay?
The amount of time you guys spent on this, thank you very much. I'm glad you guys came to
Well, yeah.
We're trying to. We
trying
want to make everybody happy.
If you guys see our council member Efren out there, please let him know.
Did he go home?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Esperanza.
Thank you.
The motion carries 3-0.
You want to vote to continue?
You know I love it.
By the way, Mayor, at 10:30, you normally have to take a vote to continue, but if you move real quick, I think
All
you're
right.
okay.
Quick.
Okay.
'Cause that's in your
We need
protocol.
Efren.
Do we still have a council member outside? Yeah, why not?
Quick like a bunny. I mean, seriously, your protocol.
He can get the recap. He can watch the video of what he missed. You still awake?
Okay, so where are
All right.
we? Let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where are we at, 9?
All right. Item number 9.
Oh,
I feel bad that Dan and his staff have been here all night, but hey, at least it was interesting, right? We're enjoying it. Yeah, yeah.
okay.
We don't usually have this much excitement. We lose to Calexico all the time when it comes to excitement. Okay, item number 9, community sponsorship request. Mr. Dan Salgado representing the American Cancer Society Relay for Life.
I would say good evening, but I think we've crossed into good night already.
Yeah, we're there.
My name is Dan Salgado. I am the local community manager for our American Cancer Society office. My job is to promote and make sure the Relay for Life events here in the Valley go off without a hitch and are very successful. So first of all, I want to thank you guys for considering our sponsorship request, and thank you for inviting us to be here, and thank you for giving us an education and what you guys do. So I commend you guys.
This was good. This was good governance. This
Hey.
lets you know.
No complaints. You guys worked together, worked it out. It was great. So I've had some time to kind of cut some stuff out, so we'll make it quick. I'm going to talk a little bit about Relay for Life, and then I have my partner, Monica Veliz de Leon. She's going to talk about some of our products and services that we offer here locally. So, you have cancer. It's estimated that each day in the year 2016, 2,546 people will hear those words said to them by their doctor, you have cancer. My father heard those words in 2001, and he passed away in 2004. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm a staff partner for ACS. I was a volunteer for Relay for Life since 2001 when he was diagnosed, and when I was given the opportunity to become a staff member last June, I jumped at it, needless to say. The American Cancer Society is a nationwide, community-based, voluntary health organization dedicated to eliminating cancer as a major health problem by preventing cancer, saving lives, and diminishing suffering from cancer through research, education, advocacy, and service. The Relay for Life model. How many people here are familiar with Relay for Life?
No. Yep.
Few of you, right?
Volunteer every year.
So, kind of the mantra for Relay is celebrate, remember, and fight back. The American Cancer Society Relay for Life event is a life-changing experience that gives everyone in the community across the globe a chance to celebrate the lives of people who have battled cancer, remember loved ones who have lost, and fight back against this disease. Each year, more than 4 million people in over 20 countries take part in this global phenomenon and raise much-needed funds and awareness to save lives from cancer. Here in the Valley, we will have 3 Relay for Life events. And you don't have to tell me, they're sneaking up on me very quickly. Our first one is March 12th in Calexico, which is a week and a half away. I'm probably not going to sleep tonight. The next one is actually the very next weekend here in El Centro at Southwest High School. Then I'll have a little bit of a break, and then we'll do our event in Brawley, which is on April 9th at Cattle Call Park. We do have a 4th event, which is a smaller event. It's called the Bark for Life. Now, we started this last year. It's a great little feeder event. It was wildly successful. We're looking to do it again today. The Bark for Life is a fundraising event honoring the lifelong contributions of our canine caregivers. It presents an opportunity for people to be empowered through their canine companions. As doctors have shown, people that have dogs are healthier, happier, and live longer, and that's what we do at this event. So it's really a really great thing. By the time these events have concluded, we estimate to have had over 2,000 participants while exceeding our fundraising goal of $160,000. Once again, we appreciate you considering our application for sponsorship, and we would most definitely welcome anything that the council sees fit to give us. We can't stress that enough. So that's really all I have. Like I said, I want to keep it nice and short for you guys because we are running late. If there are no questions as far as Relay for Life goes, I'd like to turn it over to Monica, and she'll give you guys her information. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. And you all, I gave you guys all a presentation, and I'll go quickly through it. But I want to, a lot of people know about Relay for Life, and they don't know that we're actually here and we're serving our community. We have our office here in El Centro, 400 South 8th Street, corner of Brighton and 8th Street. So we're here centrally located. And in that office, we hold our wig bank. What that is we provide wigs for our cancer patients who have lost their hair or are losing their hair. We do fittings in that office. So that's one of the services that we provide. The other services that we provide is information. We want to make sure our cancer patients have in their fingertips and answers to their questions. And it's not only for our cancer patients, but even for family members, their caregivers, and for those that are not suffering cancer but want to learn more about how to prevent cancer, what they can do for screenings and things like that. They can call us. Our 800 number is 227-2345. That's where we have over 150 cancer specialists ready to answer any questions they might have. A lot of people don't know this, and this number is available to anybody. It's 24 hours. You can call right now, and somebody will answer the phone for you. It's 365 days a week. We don't take a holiday. Our cancer specialists are always there to help. We also have our website, and it's cancer.org, where you can find information also on resources for cancer, as well as guidelines on when you should be doing your screenings, which is information that we also do have, and we've been going out to as many events as we can to pass out that information. We don't do a lot of screening here in Imperial County. We want to change that. So some of our services, other than our 800 number and our cancer.org website, is also we have our Road to Recovery or transportation. We do all of our work is through volunteers. We were founded 103 years. We're going to be by a volunteer who was tired of hearing the word cancer being a death sentence to her family and friends, and so she put together a group of people to start fundraising to do research. And we are very happy to say that since 1991, when that was a peak of cancer deaths, we've been able to bring that down by 22%. It's actually a little bit higher right now, and that's 1.7 million of lives saved. We have 100 years backing us. So if you do decide to do the sponsorship of Relay for Life, you know that it's going to an organization that has made a difference. We continue to do a lot of work to change laws, and this is through our the ACS Cancer Action Network that makes changes to like tobacco laws. As we're working with the Tobacco Coalition here in Imperial County to make changes to laws that will impact our community. And we want to be relevant. So if any of you guys want to meet with us, Dan or myself are available to speak of things that you guys want us to work on here in your community. The other resources that we have is Reach to Recover. We have volunteers that are able to provide counseling for breast cancer. So they're breast cancer survivors that then talk and provide their support to breast cancer patients that are currently going through their battle. And we always try to match with people that have the same demographic so that they can relate to each other and for them to be able to have the support they need as they go through their battle. We also have a personal health manager kit that we have in our office for anybody who needs it. It provides just a way for people to keep organized, especially when you go through such a terrible disease. It's sometimes hard to keep yourself organized, so we provide that for them already with the tabs and things they need to make sure that they keep up with their medical appointments, their medicine, their bills, everything that they need to keep in their hands. We have that kit available to them, and they don't even have to come to our office. If they call the 800 number, they can get it mailed to them with information on their particular cancer. And I mentioned the Road to Recovery. How that works is we have volunteer drivers who pick up our cancer patients from their home, take them to their appointment. It has to be a cancer appointment or treatment, and they take them back to their home. So we're still working on that. We do need volunteers for that, but that's something we do offer. We have I Can Cope classes, which is online class, and I'm going really quickly because I know it's late. So the online classes are I Can Cope, so that's you can find them online on your own leisure, and it's also answering questions that for people that are going through cancer or their families. We also have one of my favorite programs, which is the Look Good, Feel Better program, where we actually provide sessions to cancer patients on how to take care of their skin, or if they lost their hair, how to pick a nice wig, how to fix their hair, use their turbans. We do that through our volunteers as well. They're cosmetologists who know about the subject and meet with cancer patients. Usually we have one once a month, and we have 3 sites. 2 of them are here in El Centro, one in Imperial. So you have the hospital that offers that, and Vantage Oncology, and then we have Esperanza Oncology in Imperial. I already talked about the wig bank, and we also have our guest lodging program. And that's very important because we have hotel partners that actually provide free lodging for people that are traveling for their treatments or surgery, whatever they need. We actually do provide that at either really low cost, which is like as low as $10, and or free. And sometimes people don't know that we offer that, and we do have it available also through our 800 number. Are there any questions on any of the services that we provide?
I just wanted to say that I really do appreciate, everything that you guys do, and I'm hopeful that our council would be supportive in providing a donation. And again, I am looking forward to our other council members' comments, but again, excellent work. The Relay for Life's a huge hit.
Thank you.
I'll be supportive of what my council members are.
And that's when we take the opportunity to really be able to pass out our pamphlets and everything, because as I said before, we're still working on making sure that people are screening. Right now we do have the 80% by 2018, where we're asking people at age 50 to start screening for colorectal cancer. It's one of the cancers that's, instead of going down, has been going up, and we want to make sure people are screening for that. And that's women and men. Some women think that it's a men thing, but it's not. We all have a colon and we need to get it screened, and colonoscopy is not the only option. So that's another little thing that we're working on now. Any other questions?
I think the only thing that, I don't have a question, I just want to commend you for the incredible work that you do, as well as the partnerships that you've formed with the medical community, with the hospitals. You do a great amount of work, and it's very much appreciated. Recognizing that we have a very limited budget left and and still several months left to go, I think I'm going to make a motion for $1,000.
That's what I was thinking.
Is $1,000 okay?
Well, can maybe get our staff in more trouble, I'm sorry, but is there anything in kind that we can maybe help if, I mean, maybe, and again, I hope I don't get staff in trouble, but either some trash cans or extra trash cans, something that maybe consider in kind that we can help, because I do appreciate the cause, but we are limited, and you know, but
How about if we put together a City of El Centro team?
we can do that. Do we have to walk and run and stuff, or?
Yes, you do it for 24 hours.
No, I'll get a substitute.
I like Councilmember Walker's
All right.
proposition. Do a city team, you know, once you register a team, I guess you can be the team captain.
Have you seen me walk or run?
I'll give you guys a break. Just pitch a tent.
A lot of
hang
little
out,
steps.
We'll have a good time. Register the team, get 10 people to be on the team with you, have each person raise $100. You get an event day t-shirt, you walk a couple times,
Yeah, check walk where
you hang out, we have a good time. You guys have done your part. So I would
Ta-da.
really encourage
Okay,
that.
so
I
let's,
appreciate that.
So
All right.
Cheryl's gonna be the
When-
team
when
captain.
is it?
$1,000 and,
So I'll send
Wait,
you
it's 1,000 each?
no,
Oh.
$1,000,
Oh.
and then let's see what we can do about getting a team
All right.
together to raise the
I'll
other
follow up
1,000.
with you if that's okay.
Perfect. Well,
And
unless
just a
we,
reminder, March 19th, and for everybody in the public that wants to attend, it is a family event. It's for free, and you know, it's a free event. So if you don't want to have a team, but you want to learn more about our organization, come by. It will be at Southwest High School. So make sure you stop by and support us.
For kids too, the new Fun for All,
look at, she's,
funds
see?
are out
Yeah.
there. They're gonna help us out. They're gonna bring a 50-foot jumper.
Wow.
What
Put
she's
it out
saying
there
right
for
now.
free and let the kids
Say
play in
yes,
the safe
just say
area,
yes.
so
I'll do that.
definitely bring your kids.
All right.
Thank you guys.
And I'm
I
gonna
really
stick
appreciate
around because I have another question for you guys. Something else that I'm working on.
All right,
So
thank
there's a
you.
motion by Walker, second by Silva for $1,000 contribution, and Ms. Walker starting a team.
Which I think.
Motion
that
carries
Sandra
4-0.
is a co-captain,
it. Sandra, I'm right.
Captain Sandra. It
Yeah.
even sounds good, doesn't it?
No, that just has no ring to it at all.
Yay!
Please ballot.
Oh, motion carries 4-0. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, department report, item number 10, update on housing renovation on 729 Sandalwood.
Evening. This is just a really quick update on the repairs that's going on at 729 Sandalwood. The contractor has submitted a construction schedule. If all goes well, the construction work should be completed no later than September 25th of this year. Okay. The roof is scheduled to start on the 10th, which is next week, and the installation of the windows and the siding will begin on the 28th of this month. So by the end of the month, the front of the house should be presentable. Should not be a blight. In addition to that, the contractor stated that first thing next week, he's going to paint the outside of the house, the front side of the house, do something with the windows, just make it look more presentable to the surrounding neighbors. So,
And the fencing around the property?
unfortunately, the fencing has to stay because it's a liability issue. They remove the fence, somebody goes in there, gets hurt. It's a liability issue to the contractor. So, okay. The property owners are here if you have any questions for them.
I think, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
At the last time, there's a question raised by the public in regards to your insurance, the ability to get the construction moving faster if you were able to get insurance payments. And it was suggested to us if you would sign a release so that someone competent can look at that. Did it approach?
I don't think we were part of the same meeting last time because that was not mentioned.
No.
I know there was discussion about my house in other city events like the public library where the subject of my house came up. And and the city did make a phone call to us and ask us if we would sign a release of information for our insurance, and which we'll we are not going to do. Okay?
Any other questions?
Are you if you can correct me, are you currently living in the, on the property now, or I couldn't remember if you were or were not living on the property?
There's what a granny flat, whatever. Yeah, we're there right now. Yes.
That's what you're living, okay. And then just in regards to your neighbors, is your relationship improved a little bit with your neighbors, or?
I don't know if it has. I mean, we hardly talk to our neighbors anymore, to be honest. And we hear that, you know, they're always calling the city and asking questions. And I mean, we're limiting our information for our privacy. You know, we're trying to do the best we can. Okay, again, there's nobody more in El Centro that would benefit going back in the house than us. And I see, you know, there's delays in all kinds. Even in a good day, there's kind of delays for this or that, waiting for this other person to do this. So, I mean, we're trying to do the best. You know, I hear frustrations, and I'm frustrated myself. I mean, it's a house fire. You know, it was not a choice.
Thank you, sir.
And if I may add, there was a dumpster put out in the backyard. The backyard has been cleaned, so has the front. So it's one of the most cleanest construction sites that I have seen.
Okay.
The last time, in the letter that we got, it made reference to mice and rodents. Were you able to see that?
No, me and our code enforcement officer went out there and we walked it with the contractor, and we didn't see any signs of rodents or any kind of pests or any of the sort, so.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Soto.
Thank you. Okay, EMS transit, or transport status update. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing.
Hey, Mr. Duran, did we need that motion past 10:30, or are we okay? Did you say that we needed a motion to?
I just remind you that in your protocols you call for, but I just want to remind you that typically we would stop the meeting at 10:30, but I just wanted to remind some of the new members may not be familiar with that.
Oh, okay.
protocol, is that 10:30 is your protocol to stop.
Okay.
But you have to decide. to
But
keep
we're
going.
having so much fun.
All right.
So we just thought
We
we'd
were just
power
wildly
through.
optimistic with being out of here by 7:20.
Chief said he didn't want to do a presentation until after 10:30, so did our best to accommodate him.
Okay,
4 slides? 2 slides?
it's 5. We'll run through this as quickly as possible and answer your questions as best we can. So to update you on the status of the EMS system, I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing at the department and how that fits with the county and what's going on as well. So just an overview on that. You know, when we talk about EMS or emergency medical services, we're talking not just about fire department and paramedics and EMTs responding. There's other players involved. El Centro Dispatch being the first in the chain to receive the call. Then our fire department paramedics respond when they receive the call from dispatch. Our first to arrive on scene begin assessing the scene and the patient and begin treatment. Following that, then go across, the transport provider will arrive on scene, assist with the treatment, and transport the patient if needed. Reach Air will sometimes be called in, and also the base hospitals are a component within the system as well. The base hospital physicians are the ones who give direction to the paramedics that are on scene providing treatment. So that's an overview of who the players are. the sequence of events, 911 is called, fire department and ambulance provider is dispatched at the same time. We arrive on scene. Our response times are ahead of their response times. And the average on that is we're typically on scene for 4 to 5 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes before they arrive on scene. Again, then depending on the needs of the scene, we can either transport or do air transport if needed. All stations' response times is right around 4 minutes and 15 seconds, and that's pretty consistent, even if you look back over a year of numbers. We are very well positioned for response within the city. The contractor's time, we have been monitoring that closely. Probably for the last 6 to 9 months when we were noticing an increase in times, and we hadn't really been watching it that closely. So we met with dispatch and we asked them to start logging times, and we changed our protocols to be able to log times. And we've been tracking that, and we've been tracking compliance. And the contract with the county was up for discussion, and that was one of the our biggest areas of concern was their response time on scene, to arrive on scene. What we found was that they were typically 95% compliant or better with contract. Contract was 10 minutes to arrive on scene from dispatch. Since the new contract went into effect, that time has actually increased to 12 minutes. So, and that went effective in January. So the response time, you may have noticed in the last report, we had a compliance number. I believe it was 4% that were out of compliance. That's based on 12 minutes versus 10 minutes. So, yeah. To give you a little bit more background on that, that was the County Fire Chiefs Association was involved in these discussions as well. The response times that were implemented into the contract were not what our recommendation was to the county. So we were disappointed, but so were our other partners in the system. To give you an idea about Reach Air, they're typically within 20 minutes response, and the big benefit, and they've done a presentation here before, you're all well aware of their services and such, but the big benefit to the community on that is that we can get you to the facility that you need to get to within an hour, and whether it's a burn center or a trauma center. So one of the things that we've talked about recently was tracking patient sign out due to transport delays, and that's something that we haven't been tracking, that we're going to begin tracking. We will call for a estimated time of arrival for the ambulance, and sometimes we'll get 40 minutes, and then the next radio traffic you'll hear is that patient signed out against medical advice. So that's another thing we're going to begin to monitor. So the question has been asked, well, why don't we, the fire department, why don't we transport? There are some legal issues in that, and I can go on for, if I gave a presentation on just that topic, it would be hours to cover. Okay, thank you. But in a nutshell, the county gets authority from the state through the Health and Safety Code. The county is the EMS agency, essentially. They entered into a contract with Gold Cross Ambulance Service, making them the sole provider within our zone. That would be a hurdle that we would have to overcome, that they would have to grant us permission, basically, to become a provider. We have had those discussions with them, and they've indicated that they're not willing to do so because of their belief that it will put the whole system at risk. So that would be a major hurdle to overcome. And there's been a number of legal challenges. I mean, this going all the way back to the 80s about who can, and fire departments versus counties and such, and none of them that we're aware of have ever been successful in challenging a county for authority to transport. I just broke down some cost, you know, what would it mean to the budget if the county did said, yes, we're gonna let you do it. You're looking at about $300,000 worth of equipment and apparatus, and then we haven't talked about staffing. That's probably gonna be another minimum $300,000 per year for the staffing of it. Cost recovery, you know, some people think that, oh, we'll just send a bill. You know, private ambulance charges we can charge. Cost recovery is about 50 to 60%, and that's information that I've talked to other chiefs about. 50 to 60% is actually considered a high recovery rate. So it's not a money maker. It's not a revenue generator.
Hey, Chief, in regards to the Affordable Health Care Act, if we were to be the first ones there, do we get that payment, that guaranteed payment, or I don't know the entire discussion behind that, but I heard that usually the first one there, or maybe the county EMS kind of had priority as far as who would get that Affordable Health Care Act payment, that initial payment.
That hasn't been flushed out yet, and that's a big question that's out there, and fire departments are trying to get ahead of the curve on that. It kind of leads into the discussion about community paramedicine. Right now, when we bill the person who called. Insurance doesn't typically pay on a medical call, and Medicare definitely does not pay the first responder, us, on that call. What that looks like moving forward is a big question mark. And at the state level, the State Fire Chiefs Association is working to influence the state, to influence the feds, so that we can recapture some costs, because we are such a big part of the system. So future direction, where are we going? What's on the horizon? Community paramedicine, you're going to hear about that if you haven't heard about it already. We actually had discussions with El Centro Regional 6 months ago or further back than that. Those discussions were put on hold when they were talking about reorganization and such. But what we found out was that they were losing millions of dollars a year in funds that were not recoverable. The way that the system works is that when you call 911, the ambulance shows up. The ambulance has to transport to an emergency room in order for them to get paid, okay? Now, the problem is that if the emergency room accepts a patient that doesn't have a qualifying injury or illness, they're not going to get reimbursed. And this is where the hospital is losing millions of dollars. So we're like, well, can't we do something here? Can't we, triage? And, El Centro, you've got 2 clinics. Can't we just divert patients to your clinics and such? And they were very excited about these discussions. And we talked about costs. We talked about costs of transport vans or wheelchair vans. We started having discussions with county EMS about changing protocols to allow for that type of triage and that type of transport. And again, that came to a halt when some of the changes. So it's not forgotten. It's just kind of shelved, and we have been touching base so it doesn't totally die. So we've discussed rapid response vehicles. Again, we have some protocol and licensing issues with doing something like that, and that has to do with when a paramedic arrives on scene, when he can release patient care. So those are things that have to be worked through at the county and state level, actually. We've had co-location discussions because we found that during the strike that our response times from the private were the best that they've ever been, and our cooperation was amazing, and we were working together very well. The crews were resistant to it on both sides at first, and then at the end they didn't want it to stop. And we saw some big benefits in response time. So we reached out to the private provider and asked them if they were interested in continuing that relationship, and they were not. We've also had discussions with them regarding, I just flat asked them the question, okay, what would it take, give me a bill, okay, what would it take to guarantee 1 ambulance within the city of El Centro 24 hours, all the time? There's one will never leave the city. What would the subsidy be for that? And we haven't ever received a response to that either. We did speak these discussions also happen with El Centro Regional because they are not as limited. El Centro, the hospital can transport by whom they want, when they want. They can start their own transport, I don't know, a subdivision if they wanted to. So we talked to them about that, and it's something that they're open to doing. And so I think really, we're looking at, well, one of the things that we discussed was you're going to need a place to house them. And it might be an easier discussion with county EMS and the decision makers on that end to allow that provider to go into the second slot so that if they're not able to come in within the contracted time of 12 minutes, then we can dispatch a transport unit that is owned by the hospital that is housed at our station. So I know a lot of this is like very kind of scattered and stuff, but we are looking at ways to improve the system. We're just confined. We can't, if you were to say, yeah, we want to start transporting people by city-owned ambulances tomorrow, couldn't do it.
Questions?
Well, I mean, you had the rant before about unintended consequences and bureaucracy. This is a perfect example because we know that El Centro Fire is on the scene first. They have the patient stabilized, and then we're just cooling our jets, waiting for Gold Cross to show up and transport, so that the folks that need the service can be double billed.
Yeah. And to piggyback that, if I may, this is why we started having discussions about rapid response vehicles and decreasing the level of service. So what we're talking about is that can we leave one of our people on scene so that our units can respond to the next call, so that we remain available. And this is because we've had to stack calls, and this is something new. We have 3 units available to respond to medical aids. We're stacking calls.
Wow. And the new contract that the county just signed is for 3 years?
That's correct.
Well, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I just appreciate you looking at it strategically. It'd be interesting to see, and I know Mr. Drampa has a lot of experience in kind of dealing with this, but I would like to see what that fiscal impact is on that 10 to 12 minute response time and what it's costing us as a city, and maybe throw some numbers behind that and say, hey, this is kind of where we're at on this, and I don't, again, I don't even know if there's some statute behind it or some legal issues, any type of legal authority behind it.
Here's the problem. I mean, we were at the table requesting that the county tighten up the service level standards, and they went in the opposite direction. This has been on our radar. County hired a consultant, right, to meet with all of you and to gather the data, and instead of tightening or enhancing the service level standards, the county said, take a couple more minutes to get to where you need to go. So unfortunately, we're kind of stuck, at least for the next couple of years.
I think one of the challenges, Mayor, if I may, with this is that we have is, I'm going to put Imperial in there because they're right next door, maybe even Heber. This metropolitan area really generates the revenue that takes care of everybody else in this county. Because without that, they wouldn't have enough volume. And I understand, I respect the problem the county has. They're running out to Palo Verde. They're running out to everywhere. What we saw, what could work, is during the strike. And that's what got our attention. So wait a minute, this could work a lot better. The problem is that committed those resources right here. And that's why we found out this could work. But what it does is it commits the resources to the metropolitan area. I'm looking over at our battalion chief, you're nodding, that's what we learned from that. So sometimes the answer, even if it's the optimal answer, sometimes the answer is no, for other reasons that we really don't quite understand. Because we did see the model work. Yes. And if it wasn't for that, I'd be really skeptical. But no, we know it works. We parked that engine right inside Station 3, and boy, we were one happy camper.
You know, I believe, if I may real quick, I know it's late, but I sat in on that meeting, and it looks like they were giving a lot of praise to Gold Cross, and it appears some of the other cities. Is that kind of accurate? I mean, were they really kind of giving them praise to Gold Cross when they renewed this agreement?
Let me think about answering that for a second.
If I may.
Yes, please.
I think the key is that we're the only city that's actually tracking response times for ambulance provider. Unfortunately, nobody else is taking the time to do that. So it'd be really difficult to actually put a true value on that particular information. We've done, our men are doing excellent at maintaining the records, to bring back and to be able to, provide historical data as to where we've been, where we're going. And it was truly, the strike that brought up to our attention that we were not necessarily driving the Rolls Royce of EMS. However, we got to sit in it for a while, and we got to, experience
Smell the leather.
What a optimal, true, high performing system looks like and feels like, and it opened the eyes of a lot of people.
Mr. If I may, because you'll have to see this, it's why it can be very frustrating, is that it's also not fair to criticize the other cities for not saying anything, because when you look at the volume of Brawley, how many Brawley cases, transports do they get a day?
Probably 4, and I asked them.
And how many you
have
get?
12.
Well, see, they don't get a great volume, so when, it's okay, the ambulance shows up, they're way up there. It's just all the volume's here, and that's why it shows. If you don't have a lot of volume, it doesn't show up as much. But you did. We got to sit in the Rolls Royce. We got to smell the leather one day and realize, this could be a lot better. But it would also require the county to require that response. For example, is the vehicle we learned. How many vehicles do you have in the county? Well, when it crosses the line up here on top of the mountain, they say, we're in the county. Well, this county is as big as the state of Connecticut. I went and did that little thing for my daughter's for her entrance exam. We had to write about what life is like here. And I don't know why, but she went and looked and said, well, how many square miles are in this? And she goes, Dad, we're as big as the state of Connecticut, this county. So just because an ambulance shows up in our county, anywhere else on the East Coast, they say, well, you're on the other side of the state. Anyway, thank you.
We haven't just thrown our hands up in the air. We're still looking to work within the system to make improvements, do what we can.
Well, I think it's really important to track the data, because that's what you tell the story with, right?
Yes. And then one last comment, Mayor Pro Tem Cardenas mentioned ACA, the Affordable Care Act, and Chief Herbert alluded to our conversations with El Centro Regional. And truly, our approach has been to look at the whole system and how can we remove pressure from it. And that's where the community paramedicine program could come in handy, is by reducing the amount of return trips into the emergency room for the same issue, where a patient may be sick for X reason, they haven't been able to get their medication. They haven't been able to follow up their lab work or what have you. It would then, that's where the community paramedicine program comes in handy, because we can have a unit that's purely responsible to prevent those from reoccurring. The one person that goes to the hospital calls again because they haven't been able to get their meds. We would be able to figure out a way to get them that stuff. And like Chief mentioned, El Centro is losing a lot of money, and they're poisoning themselves to prevent that loss, because with the Affordable Care Act, they're looking at actually a bigger problem going with every return trip for a patient. Their goal is to fix a patient for one time, and that's it, because anytime they come back, they no longer will be reimbursed. That's where this program comes in, becomes very valuable for them, and it helps our system also, because we remove some of those return trips, allowing these ambulances to remain available instead of being used for basically frequent flyers, basically, if you would.
And if I may, is that we looked at the Affordable Care Act in 2010, and here we are 6 years later, and the state and the federal government will not settle that issue about paramedics being part of the health care. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So, you understand? And it's because so much money's flowing out of it, quite frankly, because the Sacramento chief he brought it up at a league meeting. He said, we can do this. You recall it. 6 years later, there is no agreement between the state and the feds. And there is no desire to have that agreement because the feds do not want to spend more money on this, and the state doesn't want to give any portion of their share up that would come to paramedics statewide. So it's not like we've sat on our hands on this. No one seems to be interested in that except all the fire chiefs, all the fire departments with paramedics. And by the way, is anybody else a paramedics now? It's just us.
Imperial is
good.
running paramedics. Brawley is moving towards that.
So for us, in the metropolitan areas, they would really like to get in on this, but there is no movement between the state, the governor's office, and HHS. They're at loggerheads, and that's 6 years now.
Too bad.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, guys.
We've had Mr. Walker years.
Yes. I guess I lost Donald.
Just for you.
Let me do this. Oh, that was her. Okay. All right. So we're good on that. Hey, I feel like we've been here all day. We're going to move on to, we have our information items. We have no successor agency or housing. Any public comments?
He left, I think.
Did you have something, Monica?
I have something, if I may. Let me know if I can. One of the things that we're
Just state your name for the record for the.
Monica Veliz de Leon, and my colleagues in the ACS CAN, which is our Cancer Action Network, are working, and we're supporting them, are working on a petition to increase the tobacco tax on tobacco products, $2 per cigarette pack, and an equivalent amount on other tobacco products, including e-cigarettes. We're doing a petition to put it on the ballot for November, but we need as many signatures as we can, 700,000 in California, to get it on the ballot. If it does get on the ballot and it gets passed by California voters, the money that is raised from this, or the money that we get from this tax would go into healthcare, things like Medi-Cal, tobacco use prevention, research of diseases caused by tobacco use, as well as law enforcement. So I'm asking your support with your signature if possible, and anybody else in the public that might want to sign our petition. We need 700,000 in California, so just to get it on the ballot.
By when?
We're trying to get it done by April.
So you're trying to do this for the June ballot or the November ballot?
November, for November.
All right.
So that's something we're working on. And we're doing it because we see that when we increase the price of tobacco, teenagers don't start smoking. And those that might be on the edge and quitting, they will. And tobacco use still remains, still causes 1 of every 5 deaths in the United States. So if we leave things as they are, they were talking about it, in the whole world, we would lose 1 billion lives if we don't do anything about it in this century. So hopefully you guys will support us with signing your name on this petition.
Would you like to wait after me?
Sure.
We got about an hour and a half
Thank
left.
you.
I'm just
Thank
kidding.
you.
All right.
That's funny.
Okay. Task Force Mayor and Council Member reports. Start with Ms. Walker.
Okay, so as the Imperial Division representative to the League of California Cities, I attended a Board of Directors meeting in Ontario on February 18-19. Wanted to share with Council the 3 strategic goals identified by the League of California Cities. The first is to increase funding for critical transportation and water infrastructure. The second is improve housing affordability. And the third is update the local government tax structure to respond to the new economy and stimulate economic growth. So in the interest of time, I'll just highlight those as the strategic goals and provide you with additional information later. Also like to highlight League of California Cities is having a webinar on the 16th of March at 2 o'clock to provide help for cities addressing homelessness. So I'm hoping that members of staff are planning to attend, or members of council as well. So I'll be in touch with Marcella and Ruben on that. I will be leaving tomorrow to attend the Southern California Association of Governments monthly meetings on Wednesday, Thursday. We are moving forward with the 2016-2040 RTP SCS, We had over 1,000 comments that were submitted. And so staff is making their way through those. We'll have a special meeting on March 24th with adoption of the RTP SCS by the SCAG Regional Council at their meeting in April. I will not be present for the March 15th council meetings because I will be attending the SCAG legislative reception and meetings with our legislators in Sacramento on that day. With regard to El Centro Regional Medical Center, two updates. One is that they are planning a strategic planning session for the board to take place on March 31st. And we also have a new neurosurgeon who will be coming to town, start practicing on April 1st. So I have information to provide to each of you. In fact, just take a couple and start to hand them out. He will start to see patients, like I said, on the 1st of April. He is meeting with the local providers that are here already, so I think that that's really great news. Last thing I'll report on is attending on behalf of the council as your representative to the Imperial County Transportation Commission. ICTC was presented an Excellence in Transportation Award with regard to the Andrade Port of Entry crossing. State Route 86, the Border Patrol checkpoint, there's ongoing discussions to see if they would open that up to 2 lanes to alleviate some of the delays. And the master plan for safe routes to school is in its final approval stage. With regard to the Service Authority for Freeways and Expressways, at the meeting on the 24th, we approved an RFP to go out for upgrading of the call boxes along Interstate 8 and 86, as well as released an RFP for prevention and maintenance. Last thing was the Imperial Valley Resource Management Agency meeting, and probably the big thing to come out of that, 2 big things, is that their auditor's report was presented, and they received a clean audit for the fiscal year 14-15, and their IBR-MA is also moving forward with an application for a recycling grant. And that concludes my reports.
Okay. Mr. Carlos.
Just real briefly, and I just wanted to just share, I did attend the Raise the Flag ceremony. I'm part of our Eagle Scout, and a real nice event. I want to thank staff and the Color Guard. It was really good to see a young man like that participate in a project. Also got to meet Dr. Cook. I think he's a credible man for his age. He's in great shape. Just a really nice man. I also want to thank the mayor for presenting them a proclamation. I think he did a great job. And then just real briefly, in regards to that graffiti program, I just wanted to make sure, again, as a courtesy to my council members, let them know that this is actually more of a county initiative that Chief Prince is working on. There's still some risk management discussions that he's having with the county, but it appears that there's going to be a graffiti program where we're going to work with our city and bring back community work groups and youth that are dealing with some issues in regards to delinquency, and they're going to be participating in some sort of cleanup. So it is a county initiative, not necessarily a city initiative, but our chief and both our mayor were there, and we're going to continue having those discussions and hopefully have some folks here kind of supplementing the cleanup of our city. So with that, that's all I have.
I attended the hospital Mardi Gras gala. The parade next day, I think staff, where's Marcella? She's
Liz, too.
Marcella and Liz was just tremendous parade and very successful, and the VIP was really good. I don't know where you found all that food, but there was plenty of food and good music, and good job again on her signature event. On the 24th, I attended an event with the Mexican consulate, and the February 24th was Mexico's Flag Day. So on that day at 10 o'clock in the morning, all the consulates raised the Mexican flag, because that's actually Mexican territory where the consulates are. So I attended that. It was very, very, very nice to be there and with our friends from the Mexican consulate. The one thing that I want to add to Ms. Walker's report on the hospital is the hospital at the last meeting did retain a search firm to help the hospital with a search for our permanent CEO. And I forget, it has a pretty aggressive timeline.
Yeah.
So I think within the next
4
2
months.
months, 4 months, we should have our permanent CEO at the hospital. That's all.
All right, busy last couple weeks. Also attended the Mardi Gras dinner with the El Centro Foundation, and the next day the parade. Commend staff, great job. So much fun that we did it a couple times.
Yeah, they were in trouble.
But it was a good time, and I think, you know, that's definitely our signature event. The community really loves that, and they come out. Attended the State of the City for the City of Imperial, the State of the County for the county.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think some of you guys were there too. In celebration of Black History Month, the NAACP chapter in El Centro brought in Dr. Peyton Cook. He's a former resident of El Centro, student and teacher of the old segregated Douglas High School, which found out was one of the last segregated high schools in the state of California. It was actually ours. And like Alex said, he's an incredible guy. He's 90, I think he was 93. Yeah. No, he's 94. He's going to be 95 in April.
Wow.
And I mean, yeah, run around us. He's amazing. Yeah. And so present him with a proclamation honoring his visit. We had a kind of an informal get together the night before, had dinner, and then we had a nice celebration at the Old Pop. Thank you, Marcella, for making that available very, very short notice. But that was a nice ceremony. IID Director Hanks was the MC, and a lot of local dignitaries attended. So it was very nice. Something I don't think we've ever done before. We had the flag raising and retirement for a Eagle Scout that actually had written a letter to the city and requested that as part of his Eagle Scout ceremony, he wanted to be presented a flag that had flown over the city of El Centro. So as an Eagle Scout myself, I have a flag that was flown over the U.S. Capitol, and sometimes you get them over, you know, the state capitol. But it was kind of a nice deal that the young man wanted flown over our city. So yeah, so we did that, and NAF El Centro participated in that event, and there's a really good video that Spectrum did that came out that morning, and it was early morning, it was like 7, and filmed it, so they have a really nice deal on there.
Cool.
What else do I have? I think that March 15th, with Ms. Walker stating that she's not going to be here, and I think I previously informed staff that I would be out of town, we might need to look at that date.
Yeah, and you know, I have one last fatherly duty with my senior, and
I need to cancel that meeting.
So we have to reschedule the March 15th, and I don't know what that does as far as things that we might need to schedule a meeting before that, because we had.
There's a posted public hearing. The housing element?
So we'll have to, we'll regroup tomorrow and figure out what to do, because it looks like we're gonna have 3 council members absent that day. And also, I think Cheryl and Efren, we attended the Rady's Children's Hospital partnership with El Centro Regional. I very much look forward to that. And although it's very, very late, and I'm sure he won't see this, but for the purposes of Mayor Donnie Wharton up in Brawley, I want to say that Central Mock Trial beat Brawley. Yeah. So that's for you, Donnie. Without anything else to do, we're adjourned.
Just according to the agenda, we should have been done at 7:10.
Yeah. Wow. Yes.